Have you looked into ancient legends and like similarities in legends and things like that, and where language and that comes from?
Yes, I love all that.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, dude, start opening up your mind to that, and it'll
Oh,
really work.
mate. That's what I'm normally into all the time.
Yeah,
Words
no,
have meaning.
I was never into it. Like I thought, oh man, I don't want this fucking fantasy nonsense, non-real life shit. I want real life stuff. And I only recently got into it, and oh my god, has it opened up my eyes? It's really, really cool.
Government means govern the mind, so
Oh no, I'm not talking about
and
that. I'm
all of
talking
that, and so
I'm
on.
talking like the L and where L comes from. So fuck. Dude.
Yeah, sure, obviously.
Yeah. The L's the gods.
Israel, Israel.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Ra, and L.
Well, there is like a general perspective that, like for a lot of folks, like coming to the conclusion that the Earth is a stationary plane is sort of like 1.0, and then like what's 2.0? You know, like what's like the next, like you were bringing up before, Beerman, like the Titans, giants, descendant from gods, like all these different things that Tartaria, like that is what it's like. After we know, okay, the Earth isn't a globe, then it's like what really is. That's all. Yeah. That's sort of like that's like turning over the first stone, and then what other stones are there to turn over?
I just wish I was introduced to this first, because then it makes flat Earth so much easier. Like really, it makes it so much easier just to see it, to measure it. I don't know. For me, it's that way. As for a lot of people, it's like when you realize when you do the measurements, blah blah blah, and you realize, fuck, okay, wait, we're not living on what we're living on. Then you dig into this. I prefer it the vice versa, because I got excited about the rest, dude.
I totally get you, Gio. It's 1.0 for all the flat earthers, and it's a great 1.0. And it was actually my 1.0. Even though 9/11 happened, and I looked into stuff, and I'd heard about the moon landing being fake. Flat Earth is what changed my life, made me spiritual, and made me a conspiracy theorist, and made me religious.
Dude, religious
is but I still think it's a globe, but I can still think about everything else. For me, it's not the 1.0. And also, I've got the 1.1 for you. 1.1 is human's origin, anthropology. But why, if we're on a flat Earth and under a thing, who made us? How did they change monkeys into us? And why do we believe in God? Where the hell has all of that come from? I think that's the second thing to look into.
But hang on a minute. Just because it's flat and there's potentially something above us, why does that mean it couldn't have formed in some natural way? Why does that automatically mean there's a creator?
Evolution can't be the whole truth.
So
humans are too different from animals. That's the point. That's where you have to think about. Humans are too different from the other animals. And how did that happen?
I think your creator
all the myth points to someone making it happen.
Yeah, so I think the creator that's mentioned in the Bible, what I'm not gonna say everyone, what most people believe or imagine what the creator is, and what the creator actually is written about in history, which is actually long forgotten, is two different things. However, this is what we've imagined it to be. So think of you making a little nest for your hamster in a cage. Just giving an example. I know you got to think way bigger. I'm just trying to give an example. It was easy for you to make this little nest. You put in his little wheel. He spins on his wheel. Cool. You got a few things
there. Make it a gerbil.
Yeah, it's just So think of that scale, and that's what legends talk about. And it's really, really awesome when you get into it, and it makes way more sense. And this is where religions come from. This is where movies come from. People fucking make movies about it. People wrote about it. They're using it now in the movies, but the Bible decided, fuck this. Let's just show the little spiritual side. They don't show this. That's why they removed Book of Thomas. That's why they removed the Book of Enoch and all these books that they remove. That sounds like fantasy. It's not fantasy. It's fucking real life. That's why they wrote about it. Anyways, yeah, that's my rant over. You guys carry on.
But they are just books from men, though.
What's up?
They are just books from men. So how much credence can we give them?
That's also possibly true. But why would they write about
Well,
it
they
all over
are.
the world? Why would different religions, why would different rock stones, people that are opposite sides of the world, draw the same thing, write about the same thing? Some of the stuff
Why
was
is everybody now lining up for an enchilada and some other soup varieties? Why are people doing that now?
because
Someone
now
is controlling the narrative.
correct, and
Simple.
how did they communicate then? You tell me they put a little
Well, fuck, I
note on a
don't know.
graph.
How did they make the pyramids? What were the pyramids for?
So
Jesus,
that's
mate, we don't
something.
know everything.
Yeah, there we go.
I can
And
tell
there's
you what they're made
explanations
for,
for a lot of
dude.
it.
Spent hours.
Hey?
I've spent hours researching what they're made for. Hours and
No,
hours
I
and
didn't
hours.
say they were made for communication. I just said we don't know how and why, therefore there are unknowns.
Oh, I'm telling
People
you,
could have
I do
communicated.
know why. I'm not sure how, but I know why.
Oh, nice.
I sort of know how, but I don't know why.
That's the Egyptian feet. That's the Egyptian feet, Dawn.
Oh, whatever.
You've got the
I
big
can.
long toes, haven't you?
I think I gave you my theory, one of my theories the other day. The zombie theory, where they're all in a trance.
Yeah, that's it. Walk like an Egyptian.
What I'm saying, Whitesword, we don't be so agnostic because we're truthers. We look into stuff. Some of us, not me, but some of us stay up all night watching documentaries.
Oh, that's me.
And you forget some of it, yeah. You remember some of it. So we work out what the
Yeah.
pyramids were probably for. And we work out different stuff.
How's that fucking alien weed going down?
That's great.
How's it
Nice.
possible that in the current thing, the narrative is, yeah, the ancients, they didn't have technology, they didn't have this, they couldn't do this, they're dumb, stupid, and they fucking build shit that we can't do. And they carve shit that we can't carve. It's insane, dude. And I don't think that they built it. There's part of them did build it, but there's bigger giants that are written about that help them build it and help move the stones, and some of them are actually built out of body parts, and it's been DNA tested. So yeah.
Wow. Dragons are real too. They've tested
Oh,
different things and found dragon blood and stuff.
well, I do believe in dragons. That did sound a little bit like a sarcastic comment, but yeah.
So
That's
much.
true.
It's very sarcastic.
Mud Fossil University.
No, not that.
Oh. Oh, that sounds a little bit.
No, I don't dig that guy. There's
Oh.
Wise Up is pretty good with his stuff. I don't agree with everything, but Mud Fossil University. No, sorry, I can't watch his thing. He's a moneymaker. He's like a Kent Hovind.
A moneymaker.
Yeah, that's a Kent Hovind.
Well, there you go, hey? So,
Yeah.
so dragons aren't real. They are real or they aren't real?
No, I do think they existed, and
Right. So does he.
yeah, but he's got a different
But he's.
outlook on things. It
No.
doesn't matter. Fuck it.
Okay,
Jim
good.
Whatever. It doesn't mean you fucking everyone's got to follow Jim Carrey.
Wait, did these dragons?
No, of course.
Did they breathe fire? Were they fire-breathing dragons?
So
were.
yes, so
White
this is
word.
what I'm trying to say now.
White
You get,
word. You live in a puddle, yeah, of lies, and your whole life they've taught you it's a globe, and now you're trying to debunk myth. You can't debunk myth if you live in a myth. So you've got to start learning
How
about
did I
myth.
debunk myth?
No.
How
You
did I
live in a
try
myth.
and debunk myth?
You believe that you live in a myth, so you've got to listen to other myths.
yeah, so your scientists can prove how dragons could breathe fire. Myself, I can't. I'm not a fuck. I don't know chemistry and shit, but I watch stuff on where they try to explain it. Yes, it's not hidden, but it's not mainstream. How dragons made fire? They're not going to show you, but they are videos. If you look for it, where your mainstream scientists explain how it could have happened in myth, and that's how they
Well,
say.
they've made
"Oh,
movies about it.
yeah, they make movies about it. 100%, they make movies about it. Where they get the idea from? Their fucking foreskin. No, they read about it and they made a movie about it.
Maybe the dragons built the pyramids.
I don't think so. No. Why would they talk about King Og and Moses jumping 10 meters up, or I think it was 10 meters, and hitting him in the ankle with his sword? Who would in their right brain think about something like that? And it's written about in different cultures how this little being had to jump up very high just to hit this god or this king in his ankle.
That's true, man. And he was white, right?
Yeah.
We all know white man can't jump.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ring a posy. There's people all around the world that know that song. It's crazy.
Where did the name Achilles? Why do we call it the Achilles tendon?
Because it's important.
So this is actually that sort of that story where this little being had to jump up, and that's how they took down Achilles. They hit him in the heel with a sword, or it's written as the heel, or this muscle in the back of the heel, and that's how they got the name Achilles tendon. Because if you jump and you snap your Achilles tendon, or if you break your Achilles tendon, you come down, and yeah, that's how they brought down that big giant. It's written, and that's where the stories come from, and that's where the name Achilles come from, Achilles tendon.
That's some
Amazing.
real fucking talk right there.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
that was
It's
a
almost
lot
like a
of
story.
information in it's a big story that I explained in a minute.
All truth sounds like a story.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you see some of it and feel some of the story yourself to believe it, but sometimes it's cool just to decide if you believe it or not based on the story.
I just trying to think. I'm just laughing now because it's a typical comment when you bring up things like this. They always say, "Oh, Mud Fossil University." It's like when people bring up Christianity or dinosaurs, they say, "Oh, Kent Hovind." That's a typical comment. It's so funny, actually. I used to be a Kent
You've
Hovind follower.
misinterpreted my statement and for my reason for even saying it. I asked you if you believe in dragons. You said yes. I said, oh, Mud Fossil University. You went, no, he tries to make money. I said, hang on, aren't dragons real? You said yes. I said, well, he believes in them too. And you went, oh, but he's a Kent Hovind. So
Yeah.
do you believe in them? And he believes in them. So why do you dismiss his stuff just because he tries to make money or tries to put food on his table?
So you can believe in
Like
it.
you
It's fine.
didn't.
Do you believe cars exist?
No, but do you believe in dragons?
Yes. But does it make me
Right,
a follower
he
of
does
his
too.
work?
So, but why does his information not count?
Okay,
Just because he tries to make money.
so some of his stuff is correct, but some of his stuff
Right.
I don't agree with.
You don't
It
agree with? Is that just because he tries to make money, or is it the
could
information?
be some of both, bit of both, because some of his
Bit of
stuff
both. Okay.
contradicts to what he's saying. What I'm trying to say is he
Right.
would
So I never attacked you liking mythology or whether mythology is real or dragons. Never attacked it. So
yeah.
I didn't raise him for the
Just saying.
reason you think I did.
Okay, cool. That I'm just making sure that because I'm not getting the information from him. I'm getting the information from
No.
legends. I'm reading legends.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I think he backs it up slightly with
Yes, and that's why I said I don't agree with
geology
him.
and
Yeah, that's why I said I
things
don't
like
agree
that.
with him because he doesn't use everything with he nitpicks out of legends. So he's building his own interpretation of it, exactly like Kent Hovind does. He nitpicks out of the Bible, and that's why I say they're money making. They get those sort of followers, and they just believe everything because they don't do their own research, and that's what's happening with both flat Earth, globe Earth, dragon, non-dragon, young Earth, old Earth. They just doing what everyone else is doing, watching videos and grabbing little bits. Good, to read, confirm everything for yourself.
Hey, Beerman,
Yeah.
you know what? Maybe that's why there's a dome. Because how else are you going to keep the dragons in?
See, that's something I can't comment on because I'm not familiar with it. But yeah.
No one's familiar with it.
Yeah. I'm just saying that, yeah. I took that comment harsh because it was just a typical thing. You know, I'm not getting my information from those people. I'm doing
No
research.
worries.
Yeah.
I tend to think, what's the word? They might have just breathed some type of methane or some type of thing that lights on fire. Can't remember the
No,
word. And then
there's other
something in
things.
their tooth or their mouth just rubbed and sparked it. And they just spit on you, basically.
Yeah.
The big
Fire
thing
comes out.
scientists, yeah, the issue
It's not even
scientists have.
that far out.
Right. I
So
mean,
the,
they didn't even mean to do it. They were
Fire,
just burping. That was just
fire could have been a metaphor for acid, just burning. It could just be
like
acid that they
correct.
spray
cows.
out.
There we go.
Cows burp a shit ton of methane all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, now they're dragons. Bovine dragons, look out.
So basically, I don't think the dragons meant to do it. They were just having a burp.
So
Yeah, nah.
so this is what I'm trying to get at is with what I'm doing research on is when they talk about it in legends, they talk about charcoal or some shit in the mouth of the dragon, and then another one will talk about stones, and another one will talk about um, metals, and that's why I'm saying after I'm looking at every different legend about it, but little bit, there's so many different stories you have to read. They're all similar, but you got to try and interpret. Okay, how did they actually do it? Why are they all writing about it? What is the explanation? How did they make it? And that's what I'm busy researching. But they all write about it. If that makes sense.
Okay, in Aboriginal Dreamtime in Australia, they have cave paintings, right?
Yeah.
And all around Australia, they have these paintings of, different situations going on. And some of them are how the rivers, our big rivers were formed. And, in different spots, different places around the country, they've got pictures of the rivers being formed by giant snakes. Apparently, these giant snakes come down and slithered their way through the soft sands and created these rivers, right? And so different tribes and whatever that theoretically could have had very little connection due to the conditions were painting these same things. So, I mean, does that mean that there's credence for the idea that snakes formed our rivers, or is that laughable?
I don't think
Or
it's
do we
laughable.
believe that? Okay, all right.
Yeah, I don't think it's laughable at all.
Maybe it was a dragon. It might have been a dragon that made Eve eat the fucking apple.
Maybe. I'm with you. Do it, or I'll spray this acid on your face, bitch. Needless to say, she did it.
I think that she would have eaten the apple anyway. And that the serpent was just a scapegoat.
Imagine you knew nothing. Absolutely nothing. And you just sat there and someone told you, oh, nothing exploded and created everything. And someone says, these giant snakes, they had this piece of land, they got it from wherever they got it from, maybe from their Big Bang. But they created this realm, this earth that we live in now. What would sound more crazy? That, okay, you don't know who gave it to them, but they said they created it, or nothing exploded and created everything here, and you're talking and made a computer and all this stuff. What does sound more crazy? Honest.
What would be a little more crazy is dragons.
Oh, okay, cool. This is why I believe.
No, but at the end of the day,
I'm simulation as well. I'm fucking simulation as well, and I think that just proved it because I believe this is a test for me. How you can believe that is more crazy than nothing exploding, creating everything, just proves to me that I'm possibly in a simulation.
How do you pass? How do you think you passed the test so far? If you've
Just
worked out
that I know that I'm living in a simulation, and I just got to live it now as fun as I can and learn as much as I can.
Be aware, be in notice. That's how you pass the test.
What's it?
Be aware that it's a test and being
I
noticed.
think it's just be aware and understand. I think I'm in a simulation. It must be, because that is such a typical. Yeah, I don't know. That's it's beyond me.
It is
How
that
that
for
was
me
answered.
too. It's not like a computer nerd simulation. It's more of a god weird nature simulation. But for me, it's a similar thing.
I got my own business, and I had to go drop off shipments this morning. So as I was driving up, and there's big warehouse that I drop off my shipments, and as I was coming around the corner, I was actually thinking, could this be a simulation that is not rendered yet? And to save power, it only renders when I get to the corner, and everything behind me when I signed in, that's all gone. That's no longer in the render. It's everything in front of me, and I just think what happened now is just proving to me that we're not we in a simulation. You guys are not real. I don't know. It's just weird.
The hermeticists say this all his mind. So you don't know that behind you is still there until you turn around again and check. It's all got to come through your mind. Everything.
No, I know it's still there, because even though I can't see what's behind me right now, even though I can't see it right now, I can hear the cows mooing.
I think the whole thing
so it's not rendered.
Don't think of it as a simulation like that.
Think
of it more as a simulation like an MMORPG where. Think of it more like an MMORPG where everyone logs in and you're in the world. Like, I'm real. I don't. Maybe you're not real. I know I'm real.
Discord. We're in it.
No, the simulation that he's talking about.
Yeah, I just think the fact that I can see how that does not make sense. It literally does not make sense. Any person that is in my brain sane would not make sense of what he's saying. Yes, that'll be it. And that's telling me that's a fucking test. It's a test. It's saying, come on, are you really that dumb to think like that energy said it is? No, yeah, I don't know. It's just weird.
No, that's just the end of civilization or end of an empire. It's the decadent stage we're in, where you've just got all sorts of fucking craziness going on. People
so why are we in it? Why are we in it?
Because it's cyclical. It's
but
been built
why
up
are we in this last cycle? Why couldn't I have been one of these people that didn't have to know anything? That's what I'm saying.
Hey, you could have been Brenda's dog. Be happy.
Yeah, I would rather be the dog, dude.
Fair enough. Brenda's dog.
You're born into the end of Pisces and the beginning of Aquarius, where everything's fluctuating. So you've been gifted flat Earth as a special wake-up drink, and now you're woke and looking around, trying to work out what's going on. And you're now enlightened past what normal people are.
Dude, hang on, Dawn. You chucked the flat Earth drink out. You fucking tipped it out over your shoulder when no one was looking.
No, you don't get it. It's not the truth. It's a drink to wake you up to what could be truth.
That's why I'm not.
Did I not drink it? I don't think I drank it. I must. Maybe I only had a sip.
You don't know what you're
doing. Did I have a sip?
3 pints, and now you're going down.
I think flat Earth is a glitch in the matrix, because it woke me up in 2015, and I was like, wow of it. I was in awe about it, but then I forgot about it, and it was really cool, and I just left it. And then someone mentioned something recently, about 2 years ago, and I said, "Oh, it's such a joke." And then they're like, "Oh, you flat earther?" And it's like, "Oh no, sorry, it just came out naturally because I think of it that way." And anyways, that person was, and then introduced me to the giant trees, and then introduced me to Titans, and so the past 3 years, I've been looking into that, and then getting into legends and reading about legends, and that's how I got into it.
About dinosaurs.
That's how powerful it is. It's
nuclear bombs.
The Titans.
Oh,
yeah, so Titans was for me a big wake up, but Legends was for me the biggest wake up. I'm loving Legends. I think it's some of the best writing ever.
Hey, you got no television? Got to fucking do something, don't you?
I got TV, dude. I'm actually living quite wealthy here in South Africa.
No, it didn't mean you don't have a television.
Okay.
I mean, back in the day when all the myths were like, you know.
I thought you pictured me as a tinfoil hat here living in my mother's basement. No, dude, I'm married
No,
for
mate.
my wife for 17 years, living a good life, happy. And
I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Hopefully you're not taking advantage of anyone over there to do that.
Not at all, no. I got my own
Excellent.
business. I loan manning, and March next year, my wife's coming on board.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
What does your wife think about the dragons?
So she's like
big dragon.
mad about it. She's very mad about it. However, she would watch a movie with me and then randomly point shit out to me. It's like saying that's esoteric, and it's like, fuck, how do you know about esoteria? She's obviously listening to what I'm talking to friends or whatever, or close people. I don't talk about this to a lot of people. That's why I joined this Discord. I was booted from the other one for bringing up Titans. I just want to learn more. I like to hear both sides. I like to hear just get a bit more evidence.
It sounds to me like your wife is actually cool as fuck about it. So that's
cool. Yeah, she's very chilled about it. She'll actually, I tell her, like, she'll come home after work and she'll be like, "Hey, love," and then, "Do you want coffee?" And I was like, "No, wait, watch this. Just let me show you something." And then I'll show her, or I'll show her something on Google Maps, and oh man, she just digs it. But she's not into it like I'm into it.
She'll get there.
You're very lucky that she at least looks at it with you.
Yeah.
Right? That's
called a keeper.
I was going with
17 years, not for no reason.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, I was 19 when we started dating. She was 21, or it was her 21st birthday, and then 10 May 2005, we like, fuck it, we're dating, and then we got married.
Did you ask her out, or did she ask you out?
So she first put me away, like said no, and then I just rocked up at her house, and then we dated ever since, and got married in 2012.
That's pretty baller, bro. You're a 19-year-old over a 21-year-old.
Yeah. But yeah, so we've been together since, and very good marriage, very happy marriage. We also no kids, so yeah.
Oh no, you got to get one of those, or at least
no,
two.
I won't bring up a kid in South Africa. Not now.
Oh, fair enough, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. It's not a good time right now. I wouldn't do it now either.
Fuck that, dude. Like, as long as there's fucking love in the house, it doesn't matter where the fuck you is.
Yeah, dude, this is my journey. I don't think this whole heaven and hell thing is as.
No, what I mean is, like, who gives a fuck if your kid gets born up in South Africa? I mean,
oh no, it's not that. It's just it won't have the same childhood I had. When I was a kid, I could play cricket in the park. We could play rugby in the park. You can't do that anymore. You either get robbed, fucking kidnapped, whatever. So yeah, they can't do that anymore. They sit there, fucking play their TV games, and live in their little fantasy space world.
I get it. Yeah.
It's like that everywhere, though, dude. Like, you think it's different in America?
I was gonna say, yeah.
No, it's very different where I am. It's like it was when he was talking about.
I mean, you don't see kids playing outside in America. Everyone's at home. It's just fucking it's the same shit.
It happens.
Corona
it happens in other places. It happens a bit everywhere, but obviously South Africa is probably quite bad too.
Yeah, so I'm in Cape Town, and I'm in a good area in Cape Town, but it's still dodgy. You know, it just sucks. But I wouldn't bring up a kid like this. I had fun building tree houses and little fortresses in the parks, and you can't do that anymore.
Can you confirm for me, did you guys a few years ago actually almost run out of water, drinking water?
Yes, in Cape Town, yes, 100%. And but it's been a good lesson for us. We still using way less water than what we used to, but this is how bad the country is. They never spent a fucking cent on building another dam or doing something. Instead, that levy that they put up on our water, they're still doing, even though our dams are like 98% full now. It's a money-making scam. It's a stupid system, control, and when you wake up, you'll realize fucking governments aren't there to help you. It's all fucking part of someone above them that's controlling us. It's all fucking government control. They say we're running out of food, but you can plant a seed and fucking grow your own food. We're all lazy. We've lost what we used to be. It does suck. And when whoever is listening to this, wakes up will realize that there's more to what has been presented. There we go. That's Beer Man.
Nice.
Yeah, so I might sound insane. It's just, yeah, it's pretty cool to
No, it's very
feel
true.
that it really happens. Elon Musk, what is he doing with so many billions? You know, imagine you had $1 million at the moment in your bank account. You could live off that interest. That good fucking, you'd have a great life. Admit, you could live off that interest on $1 million easily. He's got so much. There's so many people, so much. They can solve world hunger. They can solve all these issues. But no, it's all control. This whole system is control. And I still think I'm living in a fucking simulation because whatever's around me now is rendered, and this is just all a test. For me to wake up. You guys aren't real. So I'm just sharing my confirmation. Yeah.
Dude, we're real, bro. You can have why couldn't you have multiple people in the simulation?
You could, but
You realize I think you could not be. You might not be real.
Have you watched the Good Place on Netflix?
No.
With Kirsten Stewart.
Yes, I have. That's fantastic.
There we go. I love it. I've watched it 4 times. I just finished it last night. I'm gonna watch it again now.
Dude, that Indian chick is so fucking hot.
Oh yeah, she's a good-looking one. But anyways, that's a very esoteric movie.
What one's that? Sorry.
The Good Place.
Okay.
Yeah, I highly suggest watching that. And you guys watch that Love, Death, and Robots on Netflix?
No, I've seen.
Watch that as well.
I've seen it on there.
Watch that. Very, very esoteric.
I'm watching The Pagan Invasion at the minute. 13-part Christian Satanic Panic series about pagans. It's so great.
Is that produced by Mel Gibson?
No, it's from some old church fund, like in the 90s, I think.
Fair enough.
So, White, you obviously see the completely opposite side of me, right?
Not necessarily. I just play devil's advocate a lot, mate.
All right, cool. Because I just wanted to say, if it was that way, or whoever's in this chat and is thinking I'm a mad person, I appreciate you guys not giving me shit.
Nah, bro.
White's word is a flat earther.
Believing in dragons it ain't crazy.
Yeah.
White's word is a flat earther, but he's just very atheist.
But is White
against myth?
Dude, I was brought up Christian. I'm no longer Christian. I understand the books. I understand the Quran and things like that, and it all makes sense to me. But it doesn't. Yeah, I didn't subscribe to a religion anymore, because of legends and legends. That's where religion comes from. A lot of legends.
What religion are your parents?
Christian, I think. I don't really. I was introduced to it as a kid, and I went to church as a little kid till like 8 years old. Not even 8, probably 5 years old, and then my parents left it. And my mother's like, "Oh no, fuck, probably doesn't exist." Blah blah blah. This Afrikaans word is mingespan. Not really bothered. My father's quite into it, but like it's meh. Not a touchy subject thing. But yeah, I just followed it for quite a while, but it led me to where I am now, which is pretty cool. I think every religion will lead you to this point, and if you don't make it this time, there's another time, and that's where the Hinduism's reincarnation comes from. You get a second chance, hopefully. Yeah, pretty cool. I dig it. Dig legends. I think legends are amazing, and I think the ancient Hinduism, Buddhism is amazing.
You don't really get a second chance.
Yeah,
you're a dick. You just fall back into the cycle as a dick.
Yeah, could be. I wouldn't mind actually being a dick in my second life. But yeah, Dawn, watch that The Good Place, and try see it in the way I've explained things already.
But you know what? I have watched some of it now. But
oh, it's good, man. Now that I've like, I don't know if you ever thought of what I've said. When I sometimes bring this up, people are like, "Holy fuck, I've never heard of this," and yeah,
it's a total inversion, isn't it?
Yeah,
the heaven system.
Yeah, just the way the whole system works. I think it used to be like a different way than what it is now, and it's probably different now. But I think there's a bigger purpose to it, and that's in the end when she becomes an essence. I think that's everything's about that. I think it's so awesome and so esoteric how the whole energy system works. But only if you look at it that way. If you watch it as a little TV show or fantasy, then yeah, you can see it.
You know, I just thought about a whole theory about that whole show, right? Is that that one chick who knows everything, right?
Janet.
Yeah, Janet. She's actually AI out of control, and she has actually controlled and instigated everything that's happened.
Correct.
Her alter ego is doing the same shit on the opposite side, but together they want the same shit because it's just an AI system.
Yeah, her ego pushes the show around quite a lot. Yeah.
Well done. So see what I mean? Truth in the movies, but they showing these stories in symbolism. We know it as written language. We think as long as it's in a textbook, it's fucking real. That's just that's English or whatever language you are that's written in a book. They showing it in picture form the way they used to write back in the day. They did everything on hieroglyphics, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, little pictures. It's a story, and they fucking show you the story in front of you. But that's why I still believe I'm a simulation because, yeah, if you guys don't see it, why do I see it? But yeah, that's just another part of my thing.
I think you believe it's a simulation because deep down inside you want to escape from something. You're just not sure what you're trying to escape from.
This is a new thing. The simulation part has come up recently. I've heard about it. I've read about it. I've researched it. I thought, nah, I don't think so. But the more and more I'm getting deeper into where I'm coming from, the more and more I'm realizing, shit, this could be a simulation. And I'm becoming a better person. Actually,
I confirmed it for you.
What's that?
We've confirmed it for you. Well, one of us did here.
There we go. Done. Deal. Sorted. No, I'm not that easy to convince. I like I like to cross-reference stuff. But I dig it, dude. I feel more alive. It's way better. It's pretty cool. It must be sucked to be a little digital man that I'm seeing, and you stuck in this little tiny stupid ball world.
What you mean? It must suck being a reality.
Yeah, I think that's fantasy. This is reality is something I've still got to experience.
Have you ever experienced a glitch? Like, if you honestly think about it, have you ever actually experienced anything that you would, remotely call like a glitch in like the Matrix?
Like I took a poop.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. Yeah.
I took a poop, right? And I know I was empty, and then as soon as I sat back down, I had to poop again.
So it's funny you say that. I actually thought about that on the way back home after coming back from the supplier. So I don't drive crazy. I've only ever had 2 traffic fines in my life. I'm generally a chill driver, but people were just driving shit today, like really bad, like horrible, turning left in a right lane, and just it was like one after the other. And I said, fuck, is this someone testing me now to see if I'm going to rage for this? And I was like, yeah, so I don't know how I got to this, but you mentioned something which made me think of this.
Glitch in the Matrix.
Oh, yeah, glitch in the Matrix. And then deja vu mentioned in the Matrix, it makes sense. It does make sense. Why is there such thing as deja vu? Could that be because we are reincarnated, or could it be a fucking glitch in the system?
Nah, dude. You know what it is? it's your fucking neurons misfiring. Basically, what's happening is you're processing your visual cortex earlier than your your memories are taking precedence before your fucking visual cortex, which is normally not what happens. Normally, you see shit and then you remember. But in this scenario, um, because of the neurons misfiring, you're remembering shit and then you're seeing it because of the misfire. But it's just your fucking brain.
Okay, why am I able to lucid dream then? I love lucid dreaming. Why am I able to do that? Why do I enjoy that more?
I mean, that's not even close to the same shit.
No, I think it is. I think everything that you're seeing, this is, yeah, this is what I see now. When I lucid dream, I'm accessing something else of my brain. Why do Buddhists meditate to get an out of body? They go out of body and they chat to whoever they want to chat to. They meditate. That's why they meditate. There's other realms out there that you can communicate with. Not everyone can do it, but why do they do it? Why am I able to lucid dream? For me, that's meditation. I fucking love lucid dreaming. You can ask questions, you get answers, you have fun. It's a fantasy world. That's really cool. And I think that's how
Yeah,
you're
it's
supposed to.
cool as shit, but I don't think it's related to deja vu.
So, yeah, so that's what
No,
I'm saying.
no.
That's part of a system. So, this is, yeah, deja vu, I just think it's a glitch in the system. Something's fucking creating it. I've only ever had it once.
Yeah, well, he provided a physiological reason for it, I suppose, which obviously doesn't necessarily mean that's the case, but there is a
Yeah,
reason for it in that sense.
that's fair enough.
But yes, if we are reincarnated, and if I can happen to go through a similar situation, then of course we're gonna sort of have some sort of feeling going on, like we've
Yeah.
been there before or whatever.
Have you ever watched a movie and said, "Oh shit, that feels so real," or I remember doing something like that. Have you ever watched a movie and felt like that? I've had it a few
I've
times.
had deja vu quite a lot. Not
So not
necessarily like watching a movie, but yeah.
no, so not deja vu. So not deja vu. This is just feeling. For instance, you go to the, I don't know, you in Australia, right? Do you surf? I
Hmm.
surf. Do you surf?
I don't surf, no.
Okay. Um, just to give you an example, when I go surf, I love Buffalo Bay. This is up in Neisner. When I go there, it's like, oh, this is where I feel at home. I love this place. This is where I want to be. So that feeling I get sometimes watching movies, like, shit, wow, why do I resonate with this? Why does this seem so real? Why does it feel that I've been there before? Like, not deja vu now.
Can
Just the
you can you just out of curiosity, could you the next day watch that same movie again and guarantee that you'll get the same feeling? Or is it just an emotional thing you're
100%.
going through? Okay, right,
100%.
interesting.
Yeah, and the reason why I say that is this is something that I've realized, is which I've said to my wife. I've downloaded like a lot of movies where I say I can watch this movie 1,000 times over and over and over. To give an example, it's a modern movie. This happens on older movies as well, but on a modern movie, American Pie 2, to this day is my favorite movie. I'm 36 years old now, turning 37. It's my favorite movie. I can watch it. I've probably watched it over 100 times. It's
That
just
chick's
that
pretty cute,
movie.
dude. That Jessica, what's her name? Something like that.
No, so what resonates with me is having my friends with me in this one house on the lake house. So I'm saying I possibly had a fucking lake house. I'm just saying in one of my lives I may have had a fucking lake house. And um, when we were watching Dragonheart the other day, and I said I felt I had this connection with some other being. Um, so yeah, it's just, and I can watch it over and over and over, and that's what I mean by having that little bit of memory, but I don't know where it's coming from. It's it's not normal to feel like that.
Hmm. Maybe it is.
Yeah, I think it's like a spirit memory.
You know what I really want to be able to do is to jump back into a dream after I wake up.
You can. So if you start practicing lucid dreaming, you can do that, which is pretty cool. Um, yeah, a random dream is fun, but a lucid dream is still the best.
I mean,
But
I
it
can
is
do
nice.
it. I can do it. Like, if I have to wake up, I'll hit the snooze button, and I'll get back into the same dream, right? Then I'll hit it again. I'll keep hitting it. But if I'm just waking up without having to wake up, then no, I can't get back into the same dream, even no matter how much I try.
Yeah, so that's when you lucid dream, then you will be able to say, "Oh fuck, what did I remember? What did I dream last?" As long as you remembered your last dream, but it's very important to keep a dream journal, and yeah, that way does help a ton. So I just got a little app. I think it's called Dream Catcher, which I capture all my dreams and helps me lucid dream. So I dream like lucid dream like 3 times a week. It's good fun.
Do you smoke weed before you lucid dream?
I do. I never used to. My wife gives me a bit of shit now, but I really only smoke weed for my skin. I got eczema on my face. It keeps it away. So as long as I smoke every day, I don't have eczema. It's fun.
You know, weed is a hallucinogen, right? How do you know you're actually lucid dreaming and not just hallucinating?
Because I did it before the weed. The weed is quite a new thing for me. I started about 6 months ago. I slipped a disc in my lower back, and I was in hectic pain. And I called my brother up and asked him for some weed. I was very anti-weed because I did it once before and I had a panic attack. And I never touched weed until recently. And I'm loving weed because I had cortisone cream on my face for many years, and I never used cortisone anymore. The last time I used cortisone cream was 6 months ago because I smoke every day now. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. I was anti-weed, and now I'm fucking even growing in my garden to keep my skin clear. I hated the eczema. It was fucking itchy and gross.
Don't be anti-weed.
No, not anymore. Now I got the
I
bong in front of
know
me.
not anymore, but
No,
how could you ever be anti-weed? What was your
dude,
justification for that?
I had a panic attack. Like I smoked it, and then fucking the walls turned pink. Everyone turned into little cartoon characters, and I just freaked out. And I was like, "What the fuck?" So I was like, never touching this shit again. Apparently, it was laced, but I think it was just a panic attack after researching it. But yeah, I smoked it again. Now I smoke fucking every day, and it keeps my skin clear. So it's fantastic. And I'm an asthmatic, and my asthma is fucking basically gone. I haven't used the asthma pump in weeks.
Nice.
Yeah, it's amazing. Great medicine.
Make sure you clean that bong.
Oh yeah, I clean it often. I sell them as well, but yeah, I do have my
Yeah,
clean
right.
bong with me.
What do you got, like a smoke mart or something? Do you for your business?
I do various stuff. I import a lot of Chinese products, so I make like 300% markup on it, but I get a lot of returns,
Nice.
so hence the markup.
So it's
But
you
yeah,
causing all this globalization.
no, dude, it's still fucking cheap. It's still super cheap. But it's bongs, Bluetooth speakers, dog harnesses, keyboards and mouse, headphones. It's just basically almost anything you can think of. I can either source it or I sell it, and that's my business. So yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, so bongs and all that is the new part of the business because checked it at my supply and I was like, fuck, now I smoke weed, I'm going to get myself a bong. So I bought myself one and I bought 3 for the business just to try out. And they all sold the same day. So I went and bought a whole bunch more. And now for Black Friday, I went and bought a whole fucking bunch more for Black Friday. So tonight, 12 o'clock is my last time I can change my pricing. But yeah. So yeah, I've got a whole bunch of bongs here I've sent in for stock. And yeah, it's crazy.
So excuse me for asking, but what shipping company do you use, or do you use several?
No, I got one. I used to use this other company, but they let me down too many times. They were either a day late or whatever on delivery. So I got a new company. So yeah, I normally do my Johannesburg or the rest of the country. Anything within Cape Town, I do any day. But outside of Cape Town, I do Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Those are my what company is that?
The Courier Guy.
I can't hear you.
The Courier Guy.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
So yeah, it's just only in South Africa. Only sell, yeah.
Are you not shipping outside of Africa to around the world?
Not yet, no.
Okay, so it's domestic. I see. No wonder.
Jin's gonna partner up with you, bro. He's gonna be your outlet.
No, sorry. The reason why we got to this conversation, Jin, is we were talking about weed and how it started for me and all that. So I'm just saying, eventually I'm fucking selling the stuff.
Yeah, I was listening on the YouTube. You were talking a little bit, your asthma and other elements that you seem to have recovered from. Yeah, it would have
correct. Yeah. So the last asthma attack I had when I was 13, but I've always had my asthma pump with me. So I used to go through an asthma pump like a week or whatever. Now an asthma pump lasts me over a month. It's crazy.
Okay. So let's see now. You are, how old are you now? If you don't mind me asking, if you don't want it, no problem. How old?
36. 36. I was born in 1986.
Now, in your family, was there anyone in your family that had asthma, like in your parents' family?
Correct. So what's strange is both my mother and my father have asthma, but my brother doesn't. And we both look the same. We both look like my dad and my mother. Like, so we're not bastards. But yeah.
Okay, so now how old is your mum? How old are your mum and dad? Just as a matter of interest.
Mom is 61, I think, and my dad is 64.
Okay, so yeah, you see now, the reason why I say that is because there could be a vaccine connection to that. You see.
Oh yeah.
Well, here I am thinking you were just data mining.
My brother's older than me though, and he had 2 extra vaccines. I didn't have the vaccine.
Yeah.
I had one of I had the smallpox. That's the only vaccine I've ever had is smallpox.
Right. Yeah. And well, that's fine because I didn't get that one. So that's definitely a must, a possibility. My brother, because I'm 60, so I'm in your mum's generation, your mum and dad's generation. Yeah. I'm 60. Okay. My brother, who is 58, he suffered with asthma during the 70s. I was born in 61. He would be born in 63. Okay. And as we became like 10 and he'd be 8, he had asthma. You know, he found it hard to keep the stamina when we were playing football and that. He'd be wheezing and breathing heavy. He didn't need the vent. We didn't have a Ventolin at the time. You know, the device that you put into
nebulizer. Yeah, the nebulizer.
Yeah, nebulizer. Yeah, did. And there's 2 types. There's they're kind of like a bluish, grayish, bluish type, and then the brown one. He didn't have any of those. No medication. Okay. And then we joined the Army Cadets, and he was suffering there, but he kind of like recovered. So he cured himself through exercise. That's how he's cured his asthma. No medication at all. Okay.
Yeah.
My son also. My son now, he had asthma. He's 18, black belt in judo, but it got really bad when he was 13. One night. He woke up wheezing, couldn't breathe, fighting for air. Yeah. Okay. So I used eucalyptus. I said, breathe slowly, shallow, don't rush. Just breathe slowly, don't fight it. Okay. And then I took him to the hospital, straight to the hospital. By the time we got to the hospital, he'd fully recovered. And the doctor said, well, there doesn't appear to be anything wrong with him now. So I can't give him any medication. I said, okay, that's fine. No problem. Just want to make sure that it was okay. Fine. We went back. 2 weeks later, that happened again. Okay. Same treatment, eucalyptus to breathe in, relax. Took him to the hospital. Same thing. He recovered by the time he got there. So, fast forward 6 months from that point, no more attacks, nothing. He's fine now.
That's awesome. Yeah, so nice. Mine, I sort of, when I was in my older teens, I sort of grew out of it. I didn't have a pump with me, and then I started fucking smoking after school, and then I stopped smoking in 2012, and I switched to vaping. So in those times that I smoked, my asthma was the worst. Every morning I thought I was gonna die, but I loved my cigarettes. And then I started vaping, and it got better and better and better. And as I'm getting older now, I still vape. The high nicotine content, not that big vapor stuff. But that is a big trigger for me, is the vape. But if I hit the bong after that, I open up again. It's like, wow, I didn't have to use my pump. So yeah.
That's good. Yeah. The funny thing is, my kids, right, especially the one who had the asthma, it didn't show itself in the kindergarten age because he was the fastest runner in the kindergarten. Whenever they had sports day, I mean, I got him on video, it was when he was saying...
It doesn't hinder that. I surf and I'm fit. But I still get
yeah. That surprised me because I didn't think he had it. But he was quick. He was very quick all through his kindergarten age. Then you go to elementary school, fastest runner in his class in the elementary school. So, they won the sports day meet every year for 4 years. And then obviously they're getting bigger and getting heavier. So then something happened there. And we noticed there's a little bit of a stamina issue. I took him mountain bike trekking, cycling, hiking all the time. There wasn't a month that went by that we didn't go, even in the snow, and in the snow, snowboarding. So I kept the family active in that sense, and he's outgrown it now. It peaked when he was 13. He had these asthma attacks, 13, 14. And I was worried. He's got no problems at all. And I asked him, how are you feeling? He's fine. He's currently studying at Honda Technical College. But I'm always asking him, because he's not living at home, he's at the campus over there. So I'm always asking him, are you doing enough exercise? I mean, he cycles to college and back. Fine. Okay, great. But outside of that, because you need to be putting in the mileage to clean your lungs and keep the blood, in optimum condition, basically, is what I was saying to him. He needs to do this. Yeah. So when he comes home to the weekend, I said, should we go cycling? Or a little bit of trekking? Why not? And then we go sometimes. Yeah. Just to keep him on. He's 18 now. So
you've got to cycle up that curvature. It's a long distance.
You got to cycle up there. Yeah. We go where we go. Which is a place called Mount Ohira. It's perfect for cycling up. And then, some areas you have to walk because you can't, it's too rocky. So you've got to walk the bike through, but you're going up and it's all good. It's stamina building, you're sweating buckets. And then we come down. We do that 4 times. Not once, but 4 times. Because coming down ends pretty quickly. So the benefit, of course, the benefit to you is actually ascending. And then descending, you're on your bike, so you're coming down a fair amount of knots, and then you've got to use your eyes and to read the path. And once you've selected your line, you use the same line every time coming down. And it's a mixture of tarmac, and then you're into the forest itself, and then crossing the tarmac, and because you're crossing the actual road as well as you're going down. Really, really nice, yeah, really fantastic kind of a course. But the benefit is going up. Obviously. Yeah.
So I just surf. That's how I get my fitness up. But other than that, I'm a lazy ass.
Yeah. No, I love the old mountain bike trekking. I really enjoy that, And I said to my son, it's not really a race. So when you're going up, don't worry. Just keep the breathing going nicely and just steady pacing, because you know where your target is. You know your target, so there's no need to be stressing out, And he's been going to this place from his childhood anyway, so he knows the course. But as he's bigger now, isn't he? He's 18 now, right? So he now has to understand that when you start off on any exercise, there's that first little bit of period where it's uncomfortable because you're switching on the engine. Okay, so everybody goes through that, but the thing is, we don't dwell on that because we know that that's part of getting ready, getting warmed up. And then after 5 minutes, you're into your stride and everything settles down. It's the same when you start hiking. You start to breathe heavy at first, because you're going uphill, and then you'll feel a tingle all over your body because your body's warming up. So, you know, some people don't like that feeling, but that means I know I'm alive. Okay. And then I'm ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, you know, it's quite important not to be put off. These things at the initial start tends to put people off. You know, I said, no, that's when you know your body is switching on. It has to go through that. And then that moment of discomfort for 5 minutes or so, and then you're into your stride. So don't give up on it.
So are mermaids real? Or sirens? If dragons, like, you know, if that's believed, is the mermaid and the siren, is that a mythological thing that's real?
So I think it could have existed, yeah. I just don't think it's exactly. I definitely think it's half fish, half human, but I don't think it's exactly that we see it. But very similar, you know what I mean? And I don't think the size that we see is correct either, as is predicted in movies or whatever. Dragons also.
I can't buy into that at all. I personally cannot buy into that.
Is it? No, I do think there's a lot of truth in the mythology. However, I don't think mermaids are recent. I think it's way older than what we think it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't buy into that at all. This man-made fantasy is what I think that is.
I just think it's written from too many legends to be made up.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It does. You know, we have to. We don't even know how old man is. I mean, if we follow Generism's ancestors' maths, you know, the population now is like the smallest it's been. If we're to go back, each ancestor looking at their great grandparents and the kids they would have had, the population of Earth should be much more than we've got now. So, you know, Generism's thinking that we haven't been around that long. I mean, he's not the only one. I've heard this many times over the last 6 years.
I agree 100% there. I agree 100%. I don't think
then there'd be no room. Then where would the mermaids come into it if man hasn't been around that long? You see,
that is before man. That's why I'm saying if you look into Titans and Giants and what do you call those half horse, half human, and half fucking bird, half human?
Sagittarian.
Those things. Those are written in texts that are old, and I'm talking thousands of years old, not biblical 60. I'm talking fucking old, hundreds of thousands of years.
Older than the dinosaurs.
Well, the dinosaurs never existed.
So, yeah.
But also, you've got to think about, like, what if there's places on Earth that were habitable in a time and now they're not? So who knows whether there was some other sort of animals that were existing then and they perished as well.
The thing is, we should have evidence of that. The fact that we haven't seen such places leads me to think it's just man's idea, fantasy drawings and coming out. It's because it's easy to put that together. It's easy to do.
They're digging up dragons in Antarctica right now.
I think there's a bad case of Chinese whispers as well. Like, there could be some truth somewhere, but then obviously it's been passed on and then people have added to it.
See, this is my simulation confirming with me.
There would have to be some kind of evidence for that. Remains, and there's zero remains at this point.
There's a lot of remains.
No, not for the horse. Not for mermaids and man and horse fixed together or goat. No, these things don't. There's no remains of that. No remains of that, mate. DNA,
I did think one day though.
No one hasn't been found yet.
I did think one day though, the Chinese were just like, "Oh, that cloud looks like a dragon. Oh, so does that one, and so does that one."
Oh yeah.
No, that's cloud formation. No, that's different. But if I can show you something and you say, okay, but is it going to change? It's not going to change. It's going to be the same. I can show you in history documents. It's not going to change. That is what it is. You cannot defute. You can't deny it.
It's all metaphorical for acid rain.
Yeah,
no. So acid rain actually happened, and
I'm looking at flat Earth. I'm looking at flat Earth and all the living things that are on flat Earth in the time that we've been alive so far. That's all there is. you know, and then there's a pattern there, and the creator didn't make these mermaids and things. Creator didn't make that. Sorry.
I don't think we live on a actual
before
Earth.
us.
We live on a realm.
We have no evidence.
Disappointing.
If it's before man, if it's before man, how would we know this unless it's come from our mind? But there's no evidence to lead us to that. Now,
maybe there was evidence. It's gone now. Maybe it was discovered by previous generations, Jin.
Smithsonian's.
Where are those remains?
Well, who knows? Maybe they were destroyed. You know about all the book burnings and things like that?
I'll make a video eventually of a whale that's got a jawline of 5 kilometers. And it's clearly it's a southern right whale. I'll make a video about it and I'll share it here. But it's a bunch of stuff I'm busy working on at the moment. But I found a whale that's got a 5 kilometer jawline, and you cannot deny it. It's impossible. If you deny
what jawline?
A 5 kilometer jawline. So top of the mouth to bottom of the mouth, open. It's not even all the way wide open, and I can prove it.
Crow 777 presented such a thing in the rocks.
I've never seen anyone else present what I found. This is my own searching. If you can share that video with me, it might debunk me, but I found something that I've been searching the web for it. I've been trying to find legends about it.
Where is this location for this whale jaw?
It is on Africa. It's on the northwest of Africa. It's 5 kilometers. Let me actually measure here. Hold on.
No, that could be so northwest. Northwest would be Morocco, wouldn't it? Round there.
Round about there.
Yeah,
the This is guy shows a lot of similar things.
Yeah, Crow 777 presented such a thing because
I would love to see it.
Yeah. Just go into Crow 777 and look it up.
It's 4 kilometers.
Yeah, he's presented like elephants that are like fossilized in Spain, right? And he also presents leads to this whale jaw thing, massive whale that's part of a rock in Morocco. I think it is. I could be wrong.
No, so mine's in that area, but it's not part of Morocco. No. However, yeah, I'm busy working on it. I found one document of it, and I'm just trying to verify if that document is legit. If it is legit, that's going to go part of the whole research that I'm doing. But it's taking me a while because it's not easy to find this stuff.
Can you imagine that? 5 kilometer jawline. So how big was this thing? You know, fuck.
So yeah, the reason why I got more into it is because I found this document about it, and then I'm trying to verify that document. But I've spent 2 weeks now trying to verify it, and I haven't got concrete evidence that it is real. But if that document does prove real, then I will use it, or maybe even something better. So yeah.
But a 5 kilometer jaw line, I mean, that's going to be like a 30 kilometer body or more.
Yeah. I think I can possibly.
That's a massive monster, isn't it? 30 kilometers, 18 miles.
Oh,
hey, we're on an infinite plane. It could go on forever.
Oh yeah, so I think this realm wasn't closed like it is now that we're living in. I think it was an open realm, a totally different realm, and they've closed it up, and we are here now, part of this creation. They used the existing stuff and made it smaller.
No, it's just frozen down to this puddle now. When the rest of it thaws out, there'll be more. That's what they're down in Antarctica doing. They're finding all the shit that's there to be found. Just a thought.
I wonder what they're doing down there because they're not really bringing anything up for us to improve our lives, whatever they're doing over there.
Well, do you remember a few years ago, like all the religious leaders all fucking made a trip down there to all see something? Do you remember that?
No, actually, I don't.
Yeah, well, just Google that. Religious leaders head to Antarctica.
Oh,
it was a few years ago.
Leaders.
No, but they all made a trip down there. Fucking the Pope, everyone, all for a certain reason. Obama even like missed a really important like fucking climate change event to go down and see what was going on. So
well, I remember Obama going down there.
Yeah, something was going on. They found a dragon.
I didn't know it was religious leaders. I didn't realise it was religious leaders, right?
I mean, that's going to fuck some shit up, isn't it? If you find a dragon, people are going to want to see that for themselves.
Why would Obama be going down there anyway?
Someone found a dragon.
Over there for? I keep saying down there. What are they going over there for?
Yeah, well, it's actually up there, isn't it? Because in elevation, fucking Antarctica's fucking higher, isn't it?
Well, yeah, correct. It's higher than Everest, apparently.
Yeah, it's up there.
Up there.
That's why I don't 100% agree with 100% flat Earth. I think we live on something that we don't even know what we live on. It's just we don't live on a ball.
Well, that's clearly obvious. That's clearly obvious. We don't know the shape, but I mean, water 70%, 71%. That always lies level, doesn't it? So there has to be a level plane there, and then that water has to be contained somehow. So we've got to have a shoreline containing that water in there. So I mean, just following the basic rational process of elimination. I mean, that's got to be a must, isn't it? I mean, when you fly, it's level. You don't follow any kind of curvature or convexity. None of this is happening, is it? In flight, sailing, none of this is happening. You haven't experienced anything else but, if you're honest to yourself in good faith, that everything is just level at this point. The expanse, we don't know. The shape, of course, we don't know. No one knows that. But the topography of this Earth, when you look at it from above, definitely level. The horizon rises with you as you go up in elevation, and that's indicative of a flat, plain surface. That's just logic. That was instantly understandable. Well, as soon as I knew that before I was a flat earther. That when a level surface follows you up, because that's what I've experienced. So for me, there is no doubt that it's level. Shape, nobody knows. Nobody knows that. We haven't been able to leave this Earth to look upon it from a great height. We haven't been able to do that. Just can't do it, can we? Can we now? So, but this is why it's nice to be able to go to these places if we can, Antarctica, and go find it. And I don't mean where everybody is hanging out, from a different direction on a different heading, from Japan, from Britain, if you will, from Russia, from North America, Alaska, LA. Just take a line and just go. See what you find. This is what I'd like to see happening.
It'd be nice.
Yeah, would be fantastic. But we're not. That's not happening at the moment.
I'm gonna go piss. So I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yes. Excuse yourself. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks, mate. Yeah. No, that's shit. It'd be nice to charter a boat and go and fucking just bump into whatever you bump into and go for a little sticky beat.
Yeah. Yeah, man. See, if I was a wealthy man, then that's one of my dreams. One dream is to do the Dakar Rally. That's one dream. Motorbike or car, motorbike preferably, and go with my brothers or friends, and then camp out there. Just live out there for a while. Bring your food supplies and that, and just have a nice holiday there. And then the other one is, of course, Antarctica.
Speaking of Antarctica, have you guys heard of a YouTuber called Florida Marquise?
No, yes. It's the first time to me. Sorry.
All right, so basically, from the videos I've seen, I've only seen his Antarctica videos. But anyway, he goes on Google Maps, right? He looks at Antarctica, and then he zooms in onto the quote-unquote continent. He finds some very interesting things on the quote-unquote continent. Like, for example, he claims that he found a giant skeleton in Antarctica using Google Maps. He claimed to have found, supposed stargates over there. And he claimed that there could be fire burning in Antarctica, according to Google Maps. Like he finds these really weird things over there, whether they're like
Okay,
witches.
I mean, these claims
or
he's making, these claims that he's making, has he actually seen this? Has he been himself? Been there physically?
No.
No,
There's
it's just
claims.
interpretation.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. There's a lot of background noise when you're trying to communicate with us, which is interfering. Okay, you're making a lot of background noise. I don't know what you're doing, but it's like you're working or something. And then there's people shouting in the background, so it's not making good interface there, I would have to say.
Just pop yourself on mute when you're not talking.
You keep working the way that you're working. On Christmas, I'm gonna buy you something.
All right, thank you.
Back to work, mate.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's a lot of
about that.
there's a lot of claims. Yeah, I mean that's hard to to verify, isn't it? What he's saying, unless we could go there. But that's interesting, though. That would be a good exploration to pursue. Yeah, why not? Obviously, I mean, someone makes a claim like that, you want to go check it out, don't you? Really?
Just need a blimp.
Yeah. A flat earther yesterday was talking about that, having an airship, a helium balloon, blimp, The only problem with that would be, like, of course, it could be a little bit dangerous with the blizzards that happen from time to time down there, over there. Sorry.
Just shrinks and you sit still for a bit.
Hey, speaking of storms, according to the Florida Marquise guy, there's so he went on Google Maps right and seen Antarctica. He found that on the sand there's like some really interesting patterns on the snow over there in Antarctica. Like the snow looks like it's like dried up sand. Sorry for the background noise.
You know what? I don't think it's a good idea if you're operating a drill or some kind of machinery and you're trying to talk over it. It's not good, man, because I can't hear you because the machine and its frequencies overpowering and dominating your conversation.
The machine's off now.
Yeah, it's not good at all. I mean, you've got machinery and you're sanding or whatever's going on. That's much louder than your voice, unfortunately. So
yes, it's very unfortunate.
You're gonna have to stop what you're doing, say what you've got to say, and then carry on. Otherwise, it's not working.
Yeah, sure thing. So, anyway,
it's not working, man.
Anyway, the guy Florida Marquise found that in the snow over there in Antarctica kind of resembles dried up sand. Like you know when sand dries and it starts to crack. It kind of looks like that over there. According to the Google Maps photos that they're giving us, it looks like that in Antarctica. And anyway, have you guys also like? Have you guys ever speculated that the snow sheet on Google Maps for Antarctica is actually just an overlay? Like for all we know, they could be hiding like land over there. No, not land. Like mostly like rivers, lakes, trees. Over there, right?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's been
hiding stuff in Antarctica, you say? That's a new one.
I mean, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, bro. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, on Google, they put like a white overlay over Antarctica, and they just call it snow, right? And maybe like deeper, and maybe
you
deeper
are onto something, mate.
Right, and
everyone to fucking Google Earth.
Yes.
We are going to crack it.
Check out the Florida Marquise video, or check out his videos on Antarctica. They're very interesting. Like, of course, there's interpretations and just theories when he's doing these videos. We can't prove it until we actually go there ourselves, but it's still very interesting.
Dawn's onto it now, mate. Dawn's onto it, so don't stress. We'll hear very shortly.
All right.
All right, now can you put your mic on mute, please, and finish your pack of the chips or whatever you're doing?
Yeah, sure.
It's very It's just very loud, mate. Everyone's ears are probably hurting.
Oh no, my apologies. I'm at work, bro. I'll mute myself right now.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, that's it. Well done. Yeah, there's nothing worse than when you're trying to listen to someone, but then there's background noise, drilling, scraping, filing, hammering, other people in the background shouting. Don't mind children. Children can be free because, you know, they don't realise what's really going on, but forgive the kids. But anything else, I mean, come on, you know, it's not good. Hate that. Background noise, you know, machinery is just well and truly out of order. Yeah, the blood up is a really interesting guy. You know what I mean?
Fucking all right. He's gone on mute though, mate. You don't need to replicate it, Jim. Fuck.
I thought I'd give you my rendition of what I was hearing there.
Yeah, it was pretty close, I must admit.
Yeah, it wasn't that far off. I'm trying to find that part of Antarctica where you zoom in and the whole fucking map changes. It's something I found not too long ago. I see. I think they fixed it. Fuck. I wanted to share my screen and show you guys.
Yeah, I don't know if that
I'll see
Google
if I can
Maps
find
is very accurate. It's not. You can't trust it when it's showing you Antarctica, can you really? Because it's not a continent because the Earth's not a spherical ball, you see. So, you know, it really does beg the question, doesn't it? What routes are these explorers really taking to get to where they say they're going, the South Pole? What's the actual route on a flat Earth? I'd love to see that. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a woman out there now. There's a woman, a British Army officer. Her name is Prit Chandy. She's 32. She's a physiotherapist, I think, in the British Army. And she wants to be the first woman of colour to cross the ice and get to the South Pole. She left November 2nd, I think, or 5th, somewhere there. They flew her to South America, and from South America, from Chile to the Hercules Inlet. And she's going to be trekking 700 miles, dragging 95 or 90 kg, roughly 200 pounds of weight across the ice. She's doing it on skis, 45 days, roughly 15 and a half miles a day. That's what she's planning to do.
Let's see if this works.
Currently doing that right now. Now I'm wondering, didn't show any maps of the courses she's going to be taking at all, which would have been nice to know. So I haven't quite looked at the route myself, or I've tried to plan the route myself yet. So I'm going to look into that. But that's as far as I know.
I'm sharing my screen now, and this is not exactly what I was trying to show, but it was doing something similar to this. So up into the screen I'm sharing. Are you in?
Okay, I'm looking at. Let's waiting for it to load.
Cool. Let me know when you're
in. Is this proof of curvature?
Yeah, it has done. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. No. This is just something I saw recently. So if I zoom out now, check out the whole map changes, or the images change. So it bothered me a bit to think that that's just zooming one out, one in, one out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so this is just, I understand, cool, they got to put a whole bunch of pictures together. However, it doesn't line up with the previous image. So which one is correct? You know what I mean? So what else has been stuck together to build what we see? However, I do believe that what we see is images from above. I just don't think it's as high, it's as high as what it needs to be to take that image. But they're wrapping these whole bunch of images around a ball. And this is clearly, you can see, if I zoom there, look at that. It fucking completely changes. The whole fucking place changes. Just one button. Everything moves up. I just think it's wrong.
You've got to remember, the altitude that they can get to take photos isn't that high. So they can only do little strips
at a time, and then they've got to stitch it together. So yeah, the view from the camera would be very small.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. They're trying to wrap this whole thing around a ball, and they're not getting it 100% correct. So
No,
yeah,
you couldn't, could you? Yeah.
no.
You got square photos you're trying to stitch together at funny angles. Yeah, it's not going to work.
But they're the worst at Antarctica. Everywhere else, or most places, it's fine. There's places where I've zoomed in, and I'm like, holy shit, this is completely different to the one that I just one notch up, and it's completely different. It's like, okay, so what am I looking at?
North
That's
Pole
what
is
I'm
similar, isn't it? When you go right to the top on Google Earth, it's got fucking some
Yeah.
noise.
North is still okay. That's just plain and simple because they're hiding something there. But south, it's way too stitched. It's like they're really struggling to make it fit. Yeah. But there's places in the US that I've zoomed in and just the whole landscape changes on one level. I actually want to make a YouTube video about that, but I can't find that place anymore. But when I do find it, because I do search on Google Earth a lot for other things, not for flat Earth, because flat Earth for me is just it's a tiny door that you open into a whole lot of other shit.
Sure.
So I'm not that big into the flat Earth as much as I am to where we come from.
So when you say the landscape changes with some of these other things that you've seen, are you ruling out the possibility that it's the opposite time of year and landscapes do change, or?
No. I just think that when you zoom out, they're getting a broader. This is where the whole flat Earth thing comes in. That they're struggling to present a ball Earth, and the images that they're taking, cool. They're stitching it together, but why does it look like this? It fits perfectly with the rest of the landscape, but as soon as you zoom in one more level, it completely changes, and it's just like, where the fuck is that mountain gone? It's just gone. If you know what I mean. But you're only seeing what you're seeing on your screen. But you zoom out and you see a whole bunch of other shit again. It's like, okay, this does not make any sense. It doesn't fit. You know what I mean? If
I do know what you mean. Yeah.
If I bring my camera from towards my keyboard, you can see the whole keyboard, and I come a bit lower, and you only see my numpad. But that numpad and everything is gone. It's just gone. You should only see my numpad, but everything's gone. So I zoom out again, and I see my whole keyboard. So where's that numpad and keyboard gone to when I zoom down again? Just one level.
Yeah.
It's just all gone. It's like, what are you guys? How did you mess this up? What am I looking at?
What are they doing?
Oh, not what am I looking at? Where am I looking at? That's the question. But yeah, that I only found out afterwards. This is now not flat Earth related. This is something totally different. Something else I'm looking into. So yeah. So I found it in America, and I eventually actually came across it in Antarctica. Just this little thing where it changes, just this one specific spot. It just, when you zoom in, everything changes. It's like, what the hell's going on here? It's not a gotcha or anything like that. It's just something's not right. I'm not a gotcha kind of guy.
Things aren't right.
Yeah. So whoever hops onto the server and sees Beerman, he's not a gotcha kind of guy. Present what you got. I'm all ears.
I just wish someone would present some curvature, some definitive evidence of curvature. It's all I'm fucking here for.
Oh man,
and
I
the
just
nice
wish.
pleasant chats.
I wish that you would just look beyond that now and start looking into where we come from. Look into dragons. Look into legends.
Because I've got. I do all these other things, but at the end of the day, I've got a lot of family and friends that need more. they need something a bit more definitive to get them to open that door.
Where do you stand?
You know?
Where do you stand? I don't even know where you stand. I thought you globe and we exploded from nothing, and here we are.
No, God no.
Where you?
We're some sort
What's
of
your stand?
infinite plane.
Hey, so for the infinite plane guy, I have a question for you. If you don't mind answering. So I was gonna ask you, man. If the Earth really is infinite, then what's up with the gas pressure? Like this is always like. Sorry, what?
It works on both models.
Wait, there's a model of infinite plane?
Yeah, it works on a firmament model. It works on a not just an infinite plane model. It works on a fucking complete open world model. It works on a ball model. Flat earthers won't ever admit that, but yeah, I understand where I come from. I understand I can work on both flat earth and a ball earth, air pressure in a vacuum. I understand where it comes from.
Wait, so does gas pressure not need containment, or well, I'm confused.
Oh, dude, it sounds like you're eating fucking bubblegum while you're talking. What's that?
No, I'm not eating. I'm sorry. I'm doing my job. Continue.
No, you asked the question. I just want to know what you're asking.
Oh, I was just asking. I'm just confused, man. Like, what? So does gas pressure not need containment anymore? Like, I'm confused.
Yeah, you're gonna yell what everyone regurgitates. You cannot have gas pressure in the vacuum. You're gonna yell what every flat earther always fucking regurgitates. It works on both models. This is what the issue is. I'm not saying you, I'm just saying general people hop into a Discord like this and then they just hear the same arguments back and forth. And that's why I like this Discord, because they open up to hear what I have to say about Titans. But they're just more open up to hear what I'm actually got to say about gas pressure. Where the other Discord is like, nope, fuck it. Flat Earth is only gas pressure and no vacuum. It works on both models. If gravity's pulling the air down or the oxygen down, the lighter molecules are going to get to the top. They're smaller than the big molecules, and buoyancy and density sort themselves out in the same way as it works on a flat Earth. If gravity exists, it works the same way. Make sense?
Yeah, no, yes, I can see what.
There's something pulling it down. The lightest one is going to be on the top.
Sorry, what?
Gravity's pulling everything down, and the shit that's light is going to go to the top, where gravity's not strong enough to hold that one up in that buoyancy. But it works on the flat Earth as well, and that's how I understand both models work. That's in a very layman's simple term. I don't think I can make it any more simple than that. So it gets thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner the further away you get from Earth, because gravity can only hold so much on a ball Earth. This is if you believe in that. And that's how I say it can work on both models. I hope that answered you, California Nightmare. And whoever disagrees with me, please pitch in, because I like to learn.
No, it can go on both models. Definitely.
And this is why I still believe I live in a simulation. I'm the only one that's living. You guys are all a picture of my imagination or part of the Matrix. Testing me. You fuckers are testing me. And I love learning, so.
Hey there. So yeah. I heard what you say. Yeah. I've heard this before. But I thought you were the infinite plane guy. I specifically wanted to ask that question to the infinite plane guy because I don't know how it works on the infinite plane specifically. So is the guy here?
Yeah, infinite plane. What about it?
Okay, so the guy that's infinite plane, how does what's up with the gas pressure?
What do you mean? What's with the gas pressure? He just finished explaining how it would function. Or one way that it could function. There are other ways.
Right. Gravity and density. So you're saying density, right? That's what you believe in.
Do I believe in density? Of course, I believe in density.
Okay, so you think it's density with holding the gas pressure in, right? Oh.
No, there's no reason to hold it in. It doesn't need to be held in.
Okay. I guess I'll stop there then.
Well, things all have there's a bias and things travel down. And the amount of things that are around you add up accumulatively to more and more weight. And that creates the pressure that is on your body. It allows you to even breathe. Without the pressure we have, our diaphragm wouldn't relax and open up and let us even have some air. So it's literally the weight of the atmosphere, atmospheric pressure. Don't need a container, just need a bias. Not saying there's not a firmament. It very well could. It's not required. Meanwhile, do you have any definitive evidence of curvature for us? Because that would just fucking shut everyone up.
No, there's only calculations, but there's no measurement.
I believe there are measurements that require calculations. So, yeah, you're probably right there. Like they claim to be able to measure things with LiDAR, you know, the lasers. But that requires calculations. Problems. In fact, I think what is really interesting...
Sorry, I just had to comment there to Jason. I think that's how you say it. Saying that none of the flat earthers have jobs. That's plain and simple. No flat earther has jobs. So I just had to make a comment to that because that's shocking to make that comment.
Yeah, definitely. It might get to a point where a lot of flat earthers don't have jobs if they keep pushing these fucking vaccine mandates, but
yeah,
it's not because we're unemployable.
To heckle. That's what Jason is here for.
Check.
I got a terrible fucking vocabulary. I suck at it. I cannot explain shit, but I understand stuff. I can know how it works or figure it out how it works. But yeah, just because a lot of us don't have vocabulary or whatever doesn't mean we don't know what's going on, dude. And 100% a lot of us have jobs. I used to work for people, but I've got a very successful business that I run on my own and don't believe we live on a ball earth. Does that make it a bit scary for you? That you have to...
No, there's lots of people, mate.
There's
pilots, professors, there's all sorts of fucking...
Yeah, dude. I'm fucking fortunate enough to know this stuff and fucking talk to you guys about it and don't have to report to some arsehole that's telling me what to do. I run my own fucking business.
Yeah, same here, man. A lot of us do.
There's more people who believe in the globe who don't have jobs, who are homeless.
100%
So,
agree with you. 'Cause they
I don't want to hear
indoctrinated. Yeah, just follow the system. Oh man, it's terrible.
Hey, who's the guy that said that? Because I'm at work right now.
Yeah, you at work, and you the one asking questions about stuff like this, and it's like, it's crazy, dude. I'm fucking at home, got a business, I'm making fucking good money here. I don't have to report to anyone. I run a successful business, and I can do what the hell I want to do.
Beer man, he said earlier that you're not a baller, right?
I'm not a baller, and I'm not 100% flat earth. However, I've done my tests just to confirm that it's not a ball. But I got way different beliefs than I think a lot of you guys have, and that's just got to do with other rabbit holes that I'm going down with legends and stuff like that. And it just makes way more sense when you really wake up. So yeah. I just think flat Earth. My personal opinion is that flat Earth is not the way to get into this. I think if you learn where you come from, you'll learn that the pole Earth is actually very retarded. It can work. There's no proof for it. So yeah.
There's no proof for what?
For the ball Earth.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I could agree with you there. Because check this out, though. Like, flat Earth isn't like I didn't get into this whole subject with flat Earth. I got into this whole subject with investigating satanic ritual abuse and pedophile rings ran by the government and government officials. So that's how I got into this whole field of like, you know, researching and shit, and it brought me here, right? So like I wouldn't have gone down this path if I began with flat Earth. So I could agree with that.
I think the more you search it at a time, the more information you're going to find. Because you're going to search now, you're going to find shit. And eventually you're going to find some little nugget. And I'm talking about 3 hours of watching hour-long videos, but you're snipping, say, like 5 minutes through a video just to look for some little breadcrumb. That's going to lead you to some bit of information that's going to open up your eye and say like, holy shit, okay, wait, let me subscribe to this guy that I don't lose his channel to get some more information. And you're going to find some more information, and you can cross-reference that information. But if you're going to search for like 10 minutes a day or 20 minutes a day, you're going to find absolute shit, and you're going to find nothing. And searching for flat Earth, you're going to find stuff that you didn't expect to find. And I think that's the way the guys are getting in now, which I've realized. And just think you need to carry on searching, but spend a bit more time on it. It does suck, I understand it, and you're going to think it's ridiculous, but it'll be worth it, because when you do realize, or when you do wake up to finding stuff, you're going to be like, wow. Sorry, fuck, this is emails again. You're going to realize like, wow. How can you do that without basic math or reasoning skills? Do what?
How the fuck is that guy balancing the egg on a pencil?
Run a business without run a business without math and reasoning skills, or be a globe skeptic without math and reasoning skills. Dude, do you know me? You don't know me. Sorry, it's just a guy here in the chat. I don't feel like typing. I'm fucking lazy like that. Hop in the Discord and chat to me. Howdy, yo, I'm Billy.
Now, Billy is a troll, as is Jason. They'll never come into text. They will never engage. So, if you think anyone is a troll, I will let you know.
100%. I appreciate it, but I'm used to this, dude. It's all good. They probably either live off their parents are either paying for their medical or some shit, and yeah, I'm studying to be a archaeologist or whatever. Fuck it.
Sorry, I just studied to be an archaeologist.
That was my dream job. I wanted to dig up the pyramids and shit. That's a kid.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Look at them
Just
bounce,
wondering.
bounce, bounce,
Oh, he's
bounce,
asking
bounce, bounce.
how can someone be a globe skeptic when Earth is proven to be a globe? Well, dude, fucking show me that proof. Yeah, sorry, it's just a simple question. You know, we all ask it. Show us the proof, and we don't get it.
Hellboy's got me mesmerised. Sorry, fucking. Why are we roasting turkeys in oil? Is that oil or just water? Who balances bottles like that? That's you can't fucking balance a rock like that either. Larry fucking GPS. You can put a fork through your nose like that. Poor kid. You know. Oh dear. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Bounce, bounce. She loves it.
So you say Jason and Howdy are both trolls, and yeah, they're never going to open you.
Yep. What? Probably not even real, mate. They're less real than we are.
Interesting. It's part of my simulation theory. So I'm not into simulation theory, but it's on the back of my head that says I'm the only one that's living in this, and this is all just one big test.
Brain in a vat.
Yeah, well, if you wake up and you take your goggles off and there's 100 other people sitting in a room with goggles on, you'll know that I'm one of those other people.
That's if there are other people. That's the question.
That's what I said, if. If you take your goggles off, there's 100 or whatever other people, yeah.
See, this is the other side of me that's saying, this is the other side of me saying that, yeah, no, you live, don't worry, dude, just fucking push on what you're doing. And then the other part of the simulation pops out Jason and Howdy, and they just look stupid. It's weird. Yeah.
Maybe everyone else is an NPC and I'm the only player.
Could be.
Yeah. I mean, it could be. It's unfalsifiable. So.
I dig it. I love this part of the imagination. I think it just can go so many places, and yeah, you can go so many places.
You got to verify it though by being able to like mess the matrix. You know what I mean? Like you need to discover the little loopholes.
Sorry, White. Yeah, he says a lot of flat earthers claim to have university math and physics educations too. I don't have either of those, and I don't fucking need them because it's fucking given me a successful life. And yeah, it's amazing that you guys always think that you need to have that. Sorry, White. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Hey.
The other thing is they also, you know, the heliocentrists tend to think that we need to be having degrees and masters and PhDs to understand, you know, the flat Earth as it were, and the science behind it. You know, you're not a scientist, so how can you even begin to talk, sort of thing?
I wouldn't say that it's a requirement. Yeah, no, because I'm a glober. I'm not a physicist or scientist or anything, and I can still make arguments for the globe. So
perfect, and I agree with you 100%. I can also make arguments for the globe from my side, and I'm 100% with you on that.
I'm a high school dropout, and I can still make arguments for the globe as well. So eat shit, Jason.
Yeah, you can make arguments, but I mean, it's just like noise in the wind, really, because there's no case. You have no evidence for it. You can put up something, but it doesn't stand up when you look at it under close scrutiny. It just dissolves like sand through a sieve.
There we disagree.
But Jin, you
Well,
gotta
I
admit
mean,
you have to look. You have to look. Jin, admit. You can be told and you can be shown. You have to look. Admit.
yeah, that's correct. And once you've
There you
looked, you know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, whatever argument you may want to put forward, please put it forward so I can actually have a look at it and say, yes, indeed, you have a case. Right, this is definitely, it exists. This is it. Or it's just like a sand in a sieve. Yeah. So you can see the sand, but suddenly it all disappears. That's what it's
Yeah.
like.
It's very few on
So
both sides that actually look into it and understand
that's
both sides
correct.
and look into both
Yeah,
sides.
yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. I grew up as a heliocentrist, even though I was born on a flat
Oh,
Earth.
same, yeah.
And
You know,
my first early years when I look back was nothing but flat Earth experience until going to school, and then we are told the Earth is a globe. You see, and remember, this thing about going to space started round up when Kennedy said we're going to send a man to the moon and return him back safely to the Earth. I was alive then when that speech was said. I was actually alive, baby, but I was alive. Yeah, but by the time they'd gone to supposedly had gone to the moon in 1969 July, I would have been 7 years old. 1969, yeah, I was going to be 8 years older that year, November of that year. So I was 7. So by this time, I'd learned a lot in that from a baby to 7 years. I'd learned a lot. I'd learned to connect with nature. So I'm already knowing that there's something more powerful than me that has created this earth. That I knew from my first nature watch. So that was already logged in. And then my head was full of cartoons and programs, of course. And these programs and cartoons were about space. Actually, a program for schools and colleges was in place in England at the time. And the program that I watched was called The Boy from Space. And everything he said was backwards. He spoke backwards. And when he wrote things down, he wrote it backwards. And you put a mirror, and then everything made sense. So that's how they kind of like indoctrinated us into believing space and everything else, you see.
And you couldn't question it. When you question it, you were wrong.
I didn't even think to question it because at 7, at 6, 7, to question your teacher, unless it was something you didn't understand, but as to the accuracy of the information being taught to me, I had no reason to believe it wasn't accurate at all. I mean, I'm uploading. So I didn't have a critical bone in my body, except if I heard a lie. Then you say, hang on a second, that's not true. Do you know what I mean? From your brothers or from somebody, a friend or something might have told a porky pie or something. Then that kind of side of your brain would switch on. But when you're at school, your teachers are not lying. So you have your what's the word I'm looking for? Your critical thinking, but not that. The reason to not trust your teacher is not switched on. You have no reason to suspect that they're teaching. So you're not suspicious of them. You're uploading what they're telling you, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
And it's funny, I think the guys in the comments here are saying like brainwashed by TV programs and stuff like that. The one guy said, yeah. But yeah, it's not about being brainwashed by the TV programs. If you look at the bigger picture, it's not that the school teachers are in on it. It's nothing to do with that. It's nothing about the president that's saying that the earth is a fucking ball. There's higher powers out there that are giving the information, and the teachers are learning what they know, and that's what they teach. And it makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense on both models. That's the important part. It makes sense on both models, and like I said, that is important.
What makes sense on both models?
Just to give an example, the big argument that always goes around on every flat Earth Discord is air pressure in a vacuum. It makes sense on both models. You cannot deny it.
It does not make sense on a globe because, hang on, the ball is naked in space. Okay? That's what we see. The Earth is a ball naked in the vacuum of space. There is no container. And by rights, if the vacuum is 10 to the minus 17 torr, or 17 to the minus 10 torr, is it? No, in reverse. Okay? If that's the vacuum, 10 to the minus 17 torr, then by rights, the Earth's air should be sucked away completely. Should just be gone. You cannot have life in that situation. You cannot. It's a spinning ball in the vacuum. Yeah, there's no container. No container.
But remember, they got a whole bunch of gaps, so they don't explain how everything started. So let's just say they got Earth, they got gravity, they got everything, they got it as
well, that's just the thing. We can't say that. No, we cannot say that.
No. But I'm just trying to get there with the whole argument of theirs. Okay, so we can't explain.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. But yeah, I mean that's a big ask already. But go ahead.
Yeah. So just hear me out, because I'm more on the flat Earth side, because of this. But anyways. So they got everything. They got the Earth. They got gravity. They got everything. You understand where I'm going at with this?
Yeah. Go on.
And like I explained early on, there's gravity pulling down the air and the oxygen and the different gases, and eventually it gets thinner as you get higher, because it is trying to go into the vacuum, but it cannot because gravity is holding everything. That's their argument. 100% agree with them. Cool, if it is that way. But it gets thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. That's what we see. 100% cool. And that's where the buoyancy and density comes involved. That's why they always say, how can a helium balloon go up if there's gravity? It can go up because of buoyancy and density. And it works on both models if they have everything in place as it is now. But I would love to hear one of these guys here in this chat here to hop in here or type it out, explain how it all got here in the first place. Just explain that. Not the Big Bang.
No one knows, to be quite honest.
There we go.
No one knows that.
Thank you.
No one knows that.
Do you agree with you? Do you agree that it works on both models if they have everything in place as it is now?
No, I can't. I cannot agree with it because I just know. Because I know that gravity is not a proven force. It's just a theory, and it doesn't. So I cannot. And I know that the Earth isn't a ball that is spinning in space. So 100%. No, I can't say it works on both models. And the flat Earth is not a model. The flat Earth is the reality we actually live. That's
correct.
You know what? I know too much. I'm 60 years old, man. I've got so much experience.
Dude, I'm with you. I'm 100% with you.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to say they got a model.
I can't do that. I can't do that. It works on both models. Things like for me, that model is a joke. It's worthy of just burning, incinerating, putting in the rubbish. Just get rid of the thing. That's what that is.
I'm willing.
It's an obstacle to moving forward. To give it to them. So, okay, you've got. I can't give you. I am not going to give you a single thing because you're believing in something that has turned you insane at the moment. You're talking delusional. You are insane. That's what I say to these people.
The thing is, I'm willing to hear this.
That brutal, but that's the actual situation. Go ahead.
I'm willing to hear what they have to say, and I'm willing to make logic of what it is about. Yes. And they have got a model. Flat Earth does not have a model.
Yeah, it's not a working model, is it?
No, so Flat Earth doesn't have a working model, as far as I understand, or
we don't need one.
Research. No, but the whole Earth has a model. They always say they have a model, and their model makes sense if it is that.
No, it doesn't. No.
If it's that model, to an extent.
Hang on.
To an extent.
Their model does not represent anything we experience in reality. Zero.
Yeah.
There is nothing we can relate to that it has. Okay? Anything to do with the seasons, that's happening on the flat Earth. It is not happening on a ball that doesn't exist. When something doesn't exist, when you cannot measure it, see it, film it, feel it, experience it, it doesn't exist. It cannot be the equivalent of being on a flat Earth. You know what? Like the GMO foods are substantially equivalent. If they're not equivalent, they're not equivalent. That makes it different. So put a label on the damn thing. Substantially equivalent is not equivalent.
Before you carry on, I'm talking about the air pressure and the vacuum model, though. The air pressure, how it works in the model. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about everything else. I'm talking about the air pressure and the vacuum.
Yeah. I'm talking.
Yeah.
I'm
saying it works on their model that way, but there's a lot of flaws in it.
Their model is nothing to do with reality. That's the thing. It's the word for me. The word model. When you make a model of something, you are to make a replica of what exists in reality. a model car, a model train, a model building, a model of a city. That's the first thing that comes to my image, a model. Then there's another model, which is like a simulation or an idea. Do you understand? A model, this is what we think it could be, a prediction, let's say. Okay?
I would suck in a debate with it, to be honest. I would suck in a debate because I
can't hear you.
Really... Oh, can you not hear me? I'm saying I would suck in a debate when it comes to this sort of thing.
Yeah.
However, if you just have a normal civil discussion about it to hear both sides why you think something is happening.
I can't do that. You see, I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I'm only going to be, because I like to keep a clean breast of everything and keep things in the real world whilst I'm speculating. Then if it's speculating, the word speculation comes out. So the heliocentric model is a model that does not fit the reality we live. That's the first thing that has to be clear to anyone listening in the live stream and the YouTube. The heliocentric model and the so-called universe does not fit the reality that we live. We don't experience life on a spinning ball. We can't even prove the curvature. We can't prove that the Earth is spinning. We can't prove that we're in space in a vacuum. We can't prove these things. You see what I mean? There's no evidence for these things, but yet we experience everything as a leveled plane. When we fly, it's level. We can fly from LA to New Zealand or Australia, 19 hours to 20-hour flight non-stop, and you're not going to experience any curvature. Now, if you look at the positions of those two places I mentioned, that's almost 180 degrees. How can you not experience 180 degrees on a spinning ball? That violates nature's laws itself. And I say that because if you have a basketball on your hand and you put your hand at the top of the basketball and you follow the contours of that ball, your hand is going to be upside down, inverted from the top. So there's your law of nature that is being violated when they're telling us that we're on a ball, but we don't experience it. So it's impossible. The model is not, it's a model only. It is not reality. A model does not reality make when we look at the heliocentric model. A model car that is already existing, yes, that model relates to reality. I've seen a car, although it's on a smaller scale. That's the only difference. And I can't drive it, but that is a replica of what I see on the streets. Fine. The heliocentric model, I don't see that anywhere. You see what I mean? Can you see how it can't even start to walk? You can't even start to roll this ball for it to gather moss. It's dead where it is. It cannot move. You see? And then they call me hard-nosed, hard-headed, and I'm getting all the insults. But all I ask them to do is, can you just prove that this thing exists? But they cannot, can they? So if they cannot do that, why would I give them gravity? I don't give them a thing. No, can't. Anything they mention is happening on a flat Earth. How do you explain seasons? They worked for eons as the Creator intended it on this flat Earth. What we observe is what we observe. That's it. It's not happening on a globe. Definitely not. No curvature to be found. You can't live on such a thing. All your technology wouldn't work properly. There'd be a lot of maths to consider. Regular maths, without a doubt. So much maths, you'd end up pulling your hair out. And these things don't happen. When they construct tunnels, building bridges, motorways, train tracks, railroad tracks. Yeah. You understand? When they're firing their weapons in wars, they don't do any of this nonsense. Flying aeroplanes from one city to the next and then coming to land on a spinning ball. Yeah, there's a lot they say that they cannot prove with their model, which doesn't purport to be with reality. So I don't give them anything. I never ever say it works on both models but no. There's only one truth reality, flat Earth. That's it. The heliocentric is a non-reality for me. Always will be. Now, it used to be a reality because I believed in what they told me. I didn't check it. So that was the biggest mistake I made. And how did I make that mistake? It was when I was young, when I wasn't able to think critically. Because like I said, I trusted my educators. And then when it's being reinforced through all your lessons, the TV programs do play a part. The teachers play their part. Then you've got the posters, magazines, music, films, posters on the streets. It's being reinforced every step of the way. The news, it's a globe for the BBC Globe News. It's all there. It's being reinforced continuously, non-stop, 24/7. That is. That's how it gets ingrained that you end up believing. But then when you check it now, you actually look into it. Like I said, it's like sand in a sieve. It all just disappears. And then you get the flat earth and you think, shit, where the hell have I been for these years? What have I been thinking? There you go. Once you realize...
Sorry, Jim, I tuned out for a bit there. Could you just repeat all that?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, guys. Go ahead, mate.
I was going to drop out and drop back in because I couldn't hear you properly, mate.
Sorry, yeah. Sometimes I have a problem with my Wi-Fi as well. I do apologize for that. But I hope people got what I was saying, you know.
No, not at all. But yeah, I'm a little bit moved away from the flat earth thing.
Yeah, no, I'm still living on it.
I'm digging into a little bit more important things than that. But I think it's a great gateway to find out where you come from.
Yeah, or to try and find out where you come from. But
yeah,
the only thing that you end up finding out is that there's a greater force than you that's created. If you're honest, you can't know where you come from because you can't know. The information is not available at the moment. Right. You can keep looking for it. Fine. But what I do try and remind people, though, you know, when they talk about the ship disappearing bottom upwards, I say you need to go out and pay attention to the angular resolution that you've taken for granted every day and every minute that you live, because it's an experience you experience daily, hourly, especially when you're outside. Maybe not so much inside your house, okay, but it's happening even on a smaller scale. But as soon as you step out your house, angular resolution and things disappearing bottom upwards is going to be happening continuously. If you're looking at cars, people walking, it's all happening all the time. Things appearing on the road. You know, there's a manhole cover. You haven't seen it yet, but suddenly you're walking up and suddenly it begins to appear. What? How did that happen? Was the road curved? No, it's a flat paving stone. You're walking along the pavement and then the manhole cover appears. But if you go back from where you started, you didn't see it. But then suddenly there it appears. And then you can see the beginning of this oblong-shaped thing. But by the time you get to above, to be looking down directly above it, it's a perfect circle manhole cover. But if you walk back, that manhole cover that was circle changes its shape. There's angular resolution straight off the bat. You see? So these are the things that are happening all the time that people are not connecting with in their cities, for example. So, you know, yeah, I love it. It's all part of my life. There are more important things to get on with. Yes, I agree. Like trying to work out how to stop this crazy thing that's going on right now, you know, because humanity has been reduced to cattle. How do we put value back in ourselves? We're cattle at the moment. We're going to be barcoded and, you know, there you go. But, yeah, I digress. So, if any of the Globers who are here today can present a very amicable, solid case for the heliocentric model, please do so. I mean, I'm all ears. I'm ready to listen without interrupting.
Oh, they just flap around in chat, mate, thinking they're all special.
Well, one of them is sitting right here in the chat, but he's too chicken to say anything. He's sitting right there.
There you go. You see, the reality is so powerful, isn't it? The truth of the flat earth is overbearing because it's the truth. And when it's the truth, it will weigh heavy on your shoulders if you're trying to lie. It will weigh heavy. You cannot, you know, you're boxed in. That's the truth, man. Flat earth, solid.
I think young...
real.
What is it? Is it Jizen? Jizen? I think Jizen has got some issues.
Yeah, Jason, you want to wake up, mate?
Yeah, take your hand off it, pal. Maybe get a little flannel or a fucking tissue and clean yourself up.
Yeah. Yeah, we got this under control, man. And it's only because it's the truth. That's it. You know, that's all I want to know. I want to know the truth of where I am, and I partially know that now. So yeah, great. Fantastic. Now we need to work to put value in humanity, wake them all up. And yeah, let's try and live on this earth better than we are.
I bet the Globers in the server that are sitting here today are there. A lot of them. I'm just saying. I'm speculating here. They all at work, or some of them at work, or getting ready for work, depending on their time, whatever that is. But I'm fucking. It's a Thursday. What is it? Thursday today? I don't even know the fucking dates. Yeah, it's Thursday.
It's Thursday, correct?
I took a day off. Yesterday I went to go buy a whole bunch of stock. I've got a whole bunch of stock here. I'm waiting for midnight to do the Black Friday sale, and they all sitting and worshipping their little boss that pays them a salary. It's so funny, and they say we don't have jobs. It's brilliant. I see Rick give them a bit of a hard time there in the chat. I just find it funny.
I'm quite surprised. You know what? I'm quite surprised that South Africa is doing the Black Friday thing because I never knew it existed until I went to Hawaii. Yeah, until I went to Hawaii in 2013. Okay, with my children. My wife couldn't accompany us this time round because she's a masseur, and the clientele list. I booked the tickets, but she was not able to come. So I was lucky I was able to cancel the tickets before I lost any money. So I had to cancel her ticket. But so I and 4 boys went to Hawaii. Okay. 2013, and listen to this. I went on my birthday, so I had a birthday November the 18th here in Japan, and then when I went to Hawaii, because you go back like 19 hours, I had another birthday. So I had 2 birthdays in 1 year. Can you believe that? Can you believe that one? Wicked, man. I was singing it on the plane. I was saying, "Happy birthday to me again. Happy birthday to me again. Happy birthday to me again. Happy birthday to me." And I got a special birthday meal on the plane, China Airlines. Because I said I had a birthday in Japan and I'm going to have a second birthday. And they said, "Really?" I said, "Yeah." Can you believe that? Yeah. So that was fantastic. I was already on a high already. Remember, I'm not a flat earther. 2013 this is. Okay. So you can see Jim was always having fun. Anyway, we get to Hawaii, yeah. And it turns out that Thanksgiving is going to happen that Thursday, and then the next day is Black Friday, isn't it? So we were doing the rounds in the Walmart and that, and my kid had eyed up this Spider-Man rucksack that he wanted. He wanted Batman's jail, okay, because he had all the villains in there. He wanted that, and I said, "Well, I can't buy it now because I think we can come back tomorrow or the day after. Let's come back on Black Friday and we can buy it then, okay? Because we're going to get it at a discount price." He was screaming and shouting. I was, "Look, I'm not going to buy it until that day, yeah? Okay? You know what? Cry, and when you finish crying, I'm going to be over where the food is, okay? Come and find me there when you finish crying." Let's walk. Left him crying there, you know what I mean? And then, of course, he found us. And then this is when I learned. The next day, I got there early, and there was already a massive queue. Police on scene, right? Police are on the scene. I thought, bloody hell, police? Sale? Okay, let's see. And when it hit 6 o'clock in the evening, and they opened the doors and everything else, the fights broke out. And I was filming it. I actually filmed it on my mini Canon, right, IXI, little Canon. Now I filmed it, and the police were saying, "Stop film." I said, "You can't stop me. This is my camera, and it's free for all here." So I filmed the fights were breaking out over goods that were wrapped up. Shit, man, I never thought that. That was the first time I experienced Black Friday. And I'm surprised that they do that in South Africa. I'm just surprised that you actually observe that.
We do it, and it's pretty big, and we got pre-Black Friday deals and stuff like that. So it's been a very good month, and tonight, 12 o'clock is going to be insane. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to stay up for the whole night. It's pretty cool.
Do you also do this Cyber Monday? Because then after that comes Cyber Monday. You do
No, so
that?
it normally lasts till past December because people are still buying gifts for Christmas and things like that.
Okay, yeah. There's Cyber Monday as well that they have, don't they? In the
We
US.
do have it. Yeah,
Cyber Monday, yeah.
We used to have it, yes, Cyber Monday, but not anymore. I think when COVID hit, a lot of that stuff stopped.
Yeah, it is surprising because that really used to. I was so shocked to find out that in Japan they observed the Black Friday thing, and I thought, wow, since when have they been doing that? Because I never noticed it.
It's a big scam, though. Black Friday is a big scam. So,
of course it is.
Yeah, I will honestly mark down my stuff below what I normally sell it, but it's a big scam. It does suck, but it's all part of the system that these globers believe in. So, yeah, they can enjoy the little globe.
Yeah, I just my son wanted it. He wanted it, and of course, I'm watching the pennies because it's a 2-week holiday there. We're there for 2 weeks, so I had to make sure I had to watch the finances. But I got him his Batman gel and his Spider-Man rucksack, and we played with that for many a month together. Batman catching all the villains, putting them in jail, and all that. Yeah, had a great time with that. Yeah, and then his Spider-Man rucksack. He used to wear it when he used to go to the kindergarten because he was still at kindergarten age at the time. And then I think the year after that, he became an elementary school kid. So then he went off, taking his little
Jin, you were 60 years old. Jin, you say you're 60, right?
Yeah, I'm 60, yeah.
Okay. Will you just confirm with me now, because this is something that I've only recently realized. Any experience in life, would you take that experience over the most expensive asset you have in life? Or would you rather say you would have so much assets, or would you rather experience that again, what you experience physically, like just an experience? Just to know.
Yeah. I mean, no. I'd want the experience, of course.
Okay.
And it's been very educational. Yeah.
The reason why I asked that is because that's something I realized recently. I had 2 dogs. The one passed away in 2019, and my last one now passed away about a month ago. And it hit me so hard. I sold all my, I'm going to put inverted commas here, valuable assets that bring me joy to life, because I realized I thought I loved it, but I love my dog more, and it hit me so hard that I realized I don't need all this shit in my life. So I sold my Jeep, I sold my jet ski, I sold a whole bunch of random fucking shit that I thought was valuable, and I realized life experiences is so much more valuable. And
absolutely.
And I wouldn't have thought like that prior to 2015, I would say.
Yeah.
So it
And
doesn't
the things I have.
It's not. Sorry,
the
it's
things
nice
I have.
Sorry, hold on. It's nice to know. It's nice to know that I am financially okay, and I can feed myself and my family, and help where I can help. But that is not what counts. It doesn't matter how many assets I have. It doesn't fulfill me as what an experience or knowledge actually gives me. If that can make sense.
Yeah, no, it makes great sense. I was going to say the things that I have, I use well and maintain well. So you'd see my mountain bike. It's 12 years old, but you can see this guy's been looking after this thing. I've got a racer that's 35 years old, still looking bling bling immaculate, nice. Yeah, my motorcycle is from 2008, still running like a dream. The car, 26 years old, it's got some bumps and lumps here and there, but it's an SUV. It's got a history, you can tell, but it runs like a dream. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, that's me. I keep the thing. I buy to keep. Longevity is key. I've got a jacket that's 35 years old, leather jacket that I still wear. Love it. I've got jeans that are 30 years old that I still wear. You know what I mean? So I am the OG when it comes to like buying clothes. I don't buy clothes anymore. No need. Socks, underwear, but
my wife gives me shit about that because I still got some old clothes that I still wear. But yeah, she's always like, "You gotta go buy some new clothes." But I was like, "Nah, fuck it. I don't need it.
No need.
I'm happy with what I got."
That's it. Exactly. Yeah.
It's very funny.
I'm happy with what I wear. I love it. I love wearing my old clothes because I've got a story. So if anyone sees me when I go back to London, they're going to say, "That's Jin." Straight off the bat. You still wearing? Yeah, of course I am. Why not? They're my clothes, aren't they? Exactly. Yeah. You knew who I was. Thank you.
Hey, my wife's actually home now. She's back from work.
You're still wearing that? Yeah, of course I'm still
Okay,
wearing it.
I'm gonna head out here, guys. Wife's home. I'm gonna spend some time there.
Okay, yeah, that's all right. I see nothing's changed there.
Hi, honey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
have a good one,
nothing's
guys.
changed. As soon as his wife comes in,
Welcome home, sweetie.
he disappears.
Oh no, she can say hello,
no.
but yeah, she's just literally walking to the door. Just we go say hello.
Hello, is your wife a flat earther, my man?
Sort of. Like
Okay,
I say, I'm
that's
also
just
not
a
100% into it, but I'm into other stuff, and I just like I say, globe skeptic, but yeah, I think we're all on our own path.
Yeah. No problem. No.
Have a good one,
judging
guys.
it.
Nice chatting, beer man. Good night.
Yeah. Hopefully I fucking planted a seed, and you guys look for some stuff, and opens up your guys.
Apostle University.
Nah, not him, dude. I would look at J Dreamers. J Dreamers is pretty good, and Wise Up, pretty good channel.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
But look what they have to do. But don't think of that as the information. Think of that as the gateway that you go look for the information, and you go search the shit. If that makes sense. Mudfoss University, he's another Kent Hovind, unfortunately. Yeah, that's just my.
That is disappointing.
No, come on, Kent Hovind. That he's good to a point. Same with Mudfossil University. Just another Kent Hovind. But yeah, guys, have a good one. Maybe I'll hop on a little bit later. If you guys are still here. Otherwise, I'll see you next time. I don't hop in that much, but when I do hop in, I'll say how's it and chat.
Drop a link to your Bond collection, mate.
To my research stuff.
No, your online store. Your Bond collection.
Dude, you guys can't. I don't shop internationally. I just do local in South Africa. But yeah.
Oh, that's right. No worries. Have a good one, mate.
All right, have a good one. Cheers, guys. All right,
enjoy yourself, mate. Yeah. Bye. He's a Glober, though. He's a 100% Glober, Bearman. Come on, don't kid me. He's a Glober.
No, he's not.
Everything works on both models, he says. I said, no, it doesn't. One model doesn't fucking exist.
Yeah, well, the story makes it work. He knows that.
It's funny. Yeah. You've got to commit at the end anyway. You've got to commit. You've got to step in there and own the truth, own it. And that's why the heliocentrists are losing every day now. They can't even come in here and present their case and defend it, can they?
No, they can only present smiley, crying smiley faces. Yeah.
That's right. We have. I've been discussing with Professor Phil the Antarctica thing that we were talking about recently over the past couple of days, and he said you can go there yourself. I know that I can go there myself, but the fact is I already know that there isn't a 24-hour sun. You're talking delusional, Professor Phil. And don't ever think I'm scared to talk to you on VC. I've drowned you with the flat earth truth so many times. It's unbelievable, Professor Phil. Surprised you're still alive, the amount of flat earth truth you got drowned with. You must have been wearing a flat earth life jacket. Must have been. Yeah.
They'd definitely be spherical, wouldn't they? A flat earth life jacket would have to be spherical.
Yeah, just to wind them up.
Yeah.
But that's what I say to them. You're going to need your flat earth life preserver. Jin, the truth has come in. You're going to be tsunamied with the flat earth truth. Are you ready? Yeah. And then when I'm trying to articulate a certain point, and then they shut me off, they mute me. I just carry on talking, and then they unmute me, and I just carried on where I left off. Like, were you talking all the way through that? Yeah, I was. Yeah, that's right. I'm a committed man, I say to them. You need to be committed to the asylum, you mean? They come out with. Yeah, so now, just because you can't prove your case. I had Jim Panda shouting at the top of his voice, screaming. And I said, yeah, but you're not proving your case, though. That's the thing. Where's the evidence here? You know? Yeah, they make me laugh.
Dakar Rally Gin. I want to do
Yes.
The same thing, but we want to do it in a buggy.
Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, doom buggy. Yeah. I was talking to my student about that today, about my dreams that if I had the chance, Antarctica and the Dakar Rally. Yeah, doom buggies, brilliant vehicles. Yeah, very very capable. I'd want to do it on an XR 650 or especially built 850 single cylinder.
Yeah, you'd have to have a custom repo. Yeah.
Yeah. It would the only thing I'd want is oversized tanks. So you got the oversized tank on the front and then the tank on the rear. I could do it on the standard suspension that Honda provide. The Showa suspension is more than capable. But okay, you might want to upgrade it. But there you go. All I need is the fuel range, and I'll do it on that. I'm not planning to win the thing. I just want to complete it. And I know I can do it on a 650 or an 850 single if they had one available. Honda, yeah, that would be enough. I know it's capable of doing it. I don't believe in having to strip the whole fucking thing down just to you just change the oil every so many miles and just check it and go. And make work.
Yeah. If you're looking just to complete it, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I've done the mileage to know. So the only problem you're worrying about is punctures and that. So then in your rucksack, where you've got your rucksack on, you've got your drinks, if you haven't got a support team, then you're going to have tools, spare inner tubes, and a couple of tie levers, and then that's that. Go. All the way. Yeah.
The beauty of a bike, eh?
Say that again?
The beauty of a bike.
Yeah. The beauty of biking is just unbelievable, man. Fantastic.
Very simple,
yeah. You've got to be reasonably fit as well, because when the bike in the sand dunes, you can imagine, like you're losing traction on your feet because you're sinking in, and then you're trying to pick up a heavy machine. So there, your fitness has to be in tip-top condition to overcome that, because that can break you. But for me, no problem, man. I'm fucking willing to that.
What hemisphere is Finland in?
I can't hear you. I didn't hear that. What
hemisphere is Finland in?
Oh, that would be the Northern Hemisphere, wouldn't it? Northern Hemisphere.
Yeah, Aristotle's. Come on, mate. Can you throw half a brain? Or at least fire up a quarter of it? Yeah. Apparently,
you going. Yeah. You see what I mean? When they make a silly mistake like that, just shows you that they haven't got a clue. They're just not connected to nature. I mean, look, every day they experience angular resolution every day of their life, but they're not connecting to that at all. They're just not connecting. You're not with nature, but I was always with nature, but I missed the clues. But it only took me less than 5 minutes to realize it was flat. So no problem, because I was always with nature. It was the indoctrination that blocked the connection. But once it was brought to my attention, within 5 minutes, I already knew, because all my experiences just came flooding back. Whoosh! That's from my childhood. Yeah? Right. And that's saying something, that I can go all the way back to my childhood and remember when I was playing with crumbs and bits of crumbs on my kitchen, my mum's kitchen table and counter, looking up, I can see it now, I can't see it now. I actually remember doing that many, many times. So over the bloody moon. that we never went to.
So over the moon that we didn't go to the moon.
Yeah. The helium balloon not coming down ever now. No need to come down now. We're gonna ride this thing all the way, man. Ride this high. Yeah.
I think it's a special type of glober that knows or very strongly believes the moon landings didn't happen the way that they portrayed it, but still believes in the globe. I think that's fucking funny as.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they know the moon landings never happened, but they believe in the helium, the globe. It's just crazy. That was part of my realization after 5 minutes. After 5 minutes realizing that the Earth is indeed flat. That's what crossed my mind. I said, yeah, no wonder, because they never went to the moon. Because if they went to the moon, they would have the picture. Unbelievable. This is a joke. I remember when I heard it, that NASA doesn't have a photograph of Earth or a video. I went, what? Oh, yeah, of course. Because the moon landings were a hoax. So, of course, there's no picture. That makes sense. Because they never went, did they? Yeah. Oh, what an idiot. I've done 10 years of moon landing research, and I didn't even click. What the hell was I thinking? I just felt absolutely inadequate. That's what I felt after that. I've done all this research, but I'm still lacking in critical thinking. I didn't. What was wrong? Why didn't I connect that? Why didn't I realize it?
I mean, you said that NASA says that there's no picture, but they say that there is one.
Nah, there's not one.
Yeah, but but you said that they claim that they don't have one, but they actually claim that they do have one. So.
Yeah, but that claim is also a lie, because how could they have got it if they never went to space? You see what I mean? So they're lying anyway. There isn't any.
So your claim was wrong then.
No, my claim is correct. There isn't one, because even the one that they claim is a picture, it's not a picture. It's a painting,
but
1972, Apollo 17 last mission.
That wasn't your claim. Your claim was that NASA says that they have no picture.
Yes, that's correct. That's what they say. They don't have a picture of Earth in its entirety from space, or a live video of its rotating on its axis. Yeah, that's correct.
So does NASA claim that the original blue marble is a photograph from space?
Well, this is what they're saying, isn't it? They reckon that the blue marble image.
I'm talking about your claim.
Yeah, my claim is that there aren't any photographs of Earth, right?
So
and when I first heard it, I heard that NASA claimed that they didn't have any. Is what I heard. So it's not actually my claim. It's a claim that I heard. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what NASA claims. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. I heard. Yeah. So that's what I heard. And then you then put forward that they claim to have one. I said yes. They do claim to have one, but in reality, if they never went to the moon, even that claim is fake, isn't it? Because they never went.
Yeah, that's begging the question of them going. You said they never went, and you know that because they don't have any pictures, which they do have.
No, they don't have. They have fake images, which are paintings. They could never have got taken it because they never went to the moon. And it was the picture that they claimed to be a picture of the Earth was taken by Apollo 17 on their last mission, which is a strange one. Why didn't they take it before on all the other missions? Why did they wait to the last one to take the picture of the Earth in its entirety? I don't understand that. For the life of me, I cannot understand that. But it's a painting anyway.
That would be a good question to ask NASA. I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't have enough money. They ran out of money.
They ran out of film. Yes, they ran out of film.
I think they spent too much on cigars when their celebrations. That high five and that celebrating party.
Yeah, and all those astronauts were given Corvette Stingrays, weren't they, as well? As
crazy, isn't it?
Part of their prizes. Yeah, gold colored Corvette Stingrays they were given.
That seems fair. I mean, they are national heroes.
I think Chevrolet might have given them for free for that.
Really? Wow.
I would say would make sense.
I think you would also say that we live on a ball, so there is that.
Yeah, I mean, I just posted. There's a good video from Where's Wally. He made measurements that prove the globe for dirt's standards.
He made measurements. Did any of those measurements require calculations?
What was that?
Did any of the measurements require calculations to come to the conclusion?
No, you don't need calculations for measurements. No.
Oh, okay. So he just took a measurement. What did he use? A really big ruler or something?
No, he measured the angle from 2 positions on Earth to geostationary satellites.
Oh, in a vacuum?
Huh?
How did he measure it?
With a telescope.
Right, in a vacuum?
No, he was in Australia. It's not a vacuum.
Oh, bummer. Wonder how he accounted for the medium in between him and what he was looking at.
I've said the same way that people take it into account when they look at the black swan observation. Or any horizon.
No one's tried to triangulate that.
Sure, but he didn't do any triangulation either.
Isn't that what you said
He
at the start?
measured an He just measured an angle.
Oh, one angle to something.
Yep, one angle per position.
Right, okay, so nothing definitive then. I thought you were going to have something definitive for us.
Well, it is definitive. I mean, do you have, why would it not be the angle that is measured?
Well, Polaris can be measured. Apparently, by doing that from different points on the Earth, you can prove it's a globe. So, how does it differ from...
You actually can, yeah. Yeah.
Well, no, you can't. You can't do that.
But
you have to assume.
The point with those satellites is that they're not infinitely far away.
Well, and?
So we sort of know what's between us and that satellite.
Well, no, you don't. I mean, okay, there's air, but what temperature is it? You know, all that sort of stuff. Have you got probes? Did you send some probes out between you and the object?
Nope.
Oh shit! Fucking hell, man.
So we should need to do that.
You guys gotta go back out there. And,
well, why do you say that the
extra data points?
Well, why would you say that Why would you say that the Earth is flat? What's your evidence?
The lack of definitive proof of curvature.
Okay, so lack of proof of something means that there is an answer.
Well, no, but what else is it going to be? Is it a star shape? Is it a couch shape?
It can be curved, even though there's no measurement of it.
It's either fucking flat, or it's what you guys are claiming.
That would be impossible, because if it's curved, then you would be able to measure it. Sorry.
Okay, so what's your method of measuring the curvature? You say that it can be done.
We have the Pythagoras theorem of the 8 miles per square mile drop calculator. That's good enough. That's good enough to measure the drop rate. So,
yeah, how do you measure it practically?
Well, that's for you to do, isn't it? So that you can back your claim. Isn't that for you to do, so that you can back your claim?
Yeah, to prove that the curvature exists.
Sure. I mean, we are at the same position. You can't.
Unfortunately, we can't measure it. Sorry.
You can't measure it to be flat, and I can't measure it to be curved.
Oh, we do, because if it's not curving, then what is it? If the surface of where you are,
but you don't know if it's curving.
We do know because we're not measuring any curvature at all.
Do you have any measurements?
We have loads of measurements.
Okay, give me one.
It's called a water level.
We get 273 miles. The Guinness Book of Records longest photographic shot taken by a Nikon P900, and the distance therein, there should be 9 miles of curvature that is missing.
So, at what elevation was the picture taken from?
The elevation was high up. I can't give you that right off the bat, but it wasn't at ground level. It was above, sea level of some meters. Right.
Okay, so the furthest distance is.
But it's the Guinness Book of Records, yeah. The Guinness Book of Records.
So it's 200 and some miles is the longest distance that
273, almost 300 miles, yeah. 273 miles. Right.
Okay, so no one's got a photography that's taken from 400 miles, right?
Not yet. Could it be possible? Yes, if weather conditions permitting. So that's everyone's still.
Okay,
that's the longest we have so far.
Okay, so we don't. So you can say that it's curving to a certain point. It can't curve more.
No, we can't. We can't because 273 miles is straight. Yeah, straight and level. There's no curvature. There is. Hang on a second. There is no leveled surface on a spherical ball, on a sphere. There is no leveled surface. Everything's curving. There is not 1 degree of levelness. A spherical ball is not level. So and that's obviously in engineering, for example.
But that level, what does level have to do with anything about taking a photography?
Flat surfaces are them to be flat and level, unless you tip it from the horizontal, then it would be an inclined level surface. Okay, level
or curve.
So 273 miles observation without curvature. That's clue and evidence that it's level there.
So but there's no. That's not saying that there's no curvature there. I can take a picture of a mountain and say, "Oh, the mountain is not flat. The mountain is flat because I can take a picture of it." I mean, that's.
The distance between the cameraman and the object that the cameraman was photographing, there should be 9 miles of curvature. So if we're indeed living on a ball of 24,901 miles with a radius of 3959 miles radius, so we shouldn't be able to see this.
So there should be. So there should be 9 miles of vertical drop from ground level to ground level, right?
There should be 9 miles of curvature.
Yeah, from ground level to ground level. No, from ground level to ground level.
No, from horizontal. From your perspective.
Yes, thank you. We're talking about the distance between the two objects, the cameraman and the mountain view, of 273 mile distance there. Between there should be 9 miles of curvature. That should be in the way that's not there.
Yeah, so if I'm looking at something that's that far away from ground level, there should be 9 miles hidden, right?
Should be hidden by the 9 mile curvature, right?
Yeah, at ground level. But if I gain like elevation, it's different.
Not only at ground level, even when you're on the mountain. Not even on ground level, but on the mountain, of course, as well. Not just ground level.
From your perspective, horizontal. You could be 1,000 meters above the ground, but from your perspective, looking out horizontally, it's a 9 kilometer drop down.
Yes, there's a 9. Yes, and I asked that if I'm at ground level and I'm looking at something that's that far away, 270 miles, 9 miles should be hidden of that object.
Behind
9 miles of the object. No, there's just a drop of 9. If you're going to put yourself at a different altitude, and it's
then the hidden value goes down. Then the hidden value goes down because I'm higher.
There's no hidden value. Okay,
that is the 9 miles.
Standing. No, it's a different calculation. We are talking about as if you're standing at the top of the ball and you are looking out horizontally.
Now, if you imagine that, it would be looking into space, essentially, wouldn't it?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So, from that line that you're looking at, the drop from there is 9 kilometers down to where the item actually is. So,
9
looking
miles.
horizontally, 9 miles, whatever. If you're looking
9 miles,
horizontally, how the fuck is that item being brought up to your eye level?
Because it's not at your eye level. It's below your horizontal.
Why? Do I look down?
It's because
do I need to look
why
down?
not?
Do I?
Sure, you have to look down from horizontal to see anything on a ball.
No, I just look out. I go to the beach and I look out horizontally, and the horizon's right there. I don't need to look down to see the ocean.
That's right. We don't
Yeah,
have
but
to
the
look
horizon
down.
is below your eye level.
It's not down.
No, it's not. It's apparent.
So,
you don't know that.
Yeah.
no, but you can measure the angle to it.
No, you can't. It's apparent. How the hell are you measuring an angle to something that's apparent?
Because if I can see it, I can measure an angle to it. That's the only thing that I need.
Yeah, but it's apparent. It's not
Sure.
geometric in any way.
But an airplane is apparent when it's at a distance because there's refraction and shit happening. But I can still measure my angle to it.
Of course.
There's no problem.
No, well, it wouldn't be accurate, would it?
But I can still measure it, right?
You're not measuring curvature.
Yeah, but it's not accurate. Here you are trying to do some accurate measurements.
No, you brought this up, not me. I'm not doing any measurements. That's what Gene said.
You did.
He's making measurements.
You brought the measurements up. You said, so you got measurements.
Some friend has done some test and you posted a video how he's made a measurement and proved the globe. You fucking did say that.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the world record photography. That's what Gene's talking about.
No, but it's the same thing. You're claiming that you can measure an angle to the horizon to prove that it's below eye level. I'm saying, well, no, you can't. You're saying you can, but you can't.
Well, obviously, I can measure anything I see.
Oh, sure. You can just check that out. No one's going to listen to you. Oh, look, I measured something to an optical illusion, and here I've got some claim.
The horizon is 4 degrees below you when you're flying in an airplane. I mean, that's a fact that you can measure yourself.
Apparently, yes, it is apparently 4 degrees below. If you say that, yeah.
Yeah, it is, and the horizon appears to be flat. But you're just saying that it appears, so it's it's bullshit.
Change your weather conditions, change anything, and that changes. It's not a fixed point that you're measuring to.
Yeah, and it is flat because
it can change. Yes,
you're at the mercy. Hang on, you're at the mercy.
Right. So what's the point of measuring to it? An hour later, it could be in a different spot based on your condition.
That's what Gene was posed. I mean, if you talk about the angles to Polaris, those don't change.
Well, yes, they do. As you move away, they go down.
No, but at one point, depending, the day is irrelevant. The angle is the same.
Yeah. Anyway,
so that's a little bit different, isn't it?
Yeah, you're misconstruing what's being said here, and that's quite.
But you two are talking about different things.
You're going to have to let
me
we're not.
Okay. What I'm going to say. Would you measure Polaris at the horizon? Would you try and measure Polaris at the horizon or within 15 degrees of the horizon or not?
I don't know. I haven't done it.
Well, no, you fucking wouldn't, because you don't get an accurate measurement. And here you are trying to actually measure the horizon. Jesus.
Sure. So you are then saying that we can't use anything we see as proof of anything because that's just apparent.
Unfortunately, that's wrong.
No, because it's not an
allow me to
accurate
get in
measurement.
here. I want to tidy that up. That's
Sorry.
That's for you. That's for you to think and believe. We don't work like that. That's not how I operate. I operate on the grounds that regarding the aircraft, for example, flying over the Earth's surface, I've got the artificial horizon. That is something that I have to keep an eye on as I'm flying through the air. Okay, I'm not making any adjustments on my steering as I'm making the flight on the flaps. As long as I keep it at a certain altitude, I stay there, I continue in my flight. I'm not experiencing any curvature at all. I'm not following the curvature of the Earth. I'm following the surface of the Earth. There's no curvature going on, none. If there were, then I would have to adjust my flaps to follow the curvature of the Earth. I would have to. But the Earth isn't curving at all. So although the horizon might be slightly below my eyesight, it's still in my eyesight, still there in my eyesight. It's not dropping as it would if it was a curve, and obviously obvious curvature left to right and front to back, if it were. That's not happening. We don't measure curvature. We don't see the curvature. It's not being measured, it's not being seen, it's not being experienced. Like I said, if you're going to go from LA to New Zealand, 20-hour flight, and if you look at that, that's like almost 180 degrees. I'm going to have to show that whilst I'm flying, and we don't do that. It's dead level.
Yeah, if you're when you're flying, you're flying level. Your like angle to vertical remains the same. Sure, yeah.
It's leveled flight. There's no curvature at all experienced at all.
Yeah, because it's in relation to the vertical.
There should be curvature experienced to the tune that, one, you would not be able to release your seatbelt after 8 minutes, 10 minutes into the flight. You would have to remain seated with your seatbelt on, because between that 19-hour flight or 20-hour flight, if you go to New Zealand, you've got 10 hours of upper curvature going up for 10 hours, curving for 10 hours, and then you've got another 10 hours of curving down to get to your destination. So it's a curved flight that you have to experience, not leveled. What we experience is a leveled flight. I can release my seatbelt. I can take a walk and stretch my legs. I can go to the loo. Meals are being served. I am receiving my drinks and blankets.
But that's
I am watching a movie.
This goes on forever. So, yeah, because your orientation in relation to vertical remains the same because of gravity. Yeah,
no,
so you can do all those things.
Again, that's an unproven theory, so it's not because of gravity. Gravity doesn't exist. It hasn't been proven
then
to
flat
exist.
is unproven theory
Unfortunately
also.
for you, gravity is an unproven theory that hasn't been proven to exist. So that's something, you're just making a claim that's unproven. The fact is, we're flying over a leveled plane. We do not experience the curvature of the Earth, which we should do if the Earth is indeed a curving oblate spheroid spinning ball. We would have to experience that, and we do not. That is the law of nature.
That's not true.
Nature's law.
It would be interesting if you could say how would we experience that curvature if it was there.
I will tell you. I will tell you that. I will tell you that right now. You're at the airport. Everybody's sitting down. The captain is telling us how long the flight's going to be, and hope we have an enjoyable flight. There might be some turbulence along the way. Okay. So your seatbelt. Everyone's parting the seatbelt. The plane now starts to taxi onto the runway. You're now on the runway. The runway's going. You're hitting about 300 miles an hour, and then the plane noses up, and now you're in the air. And then it banks either left or right, depending on the route you're taking. So let's say it banks to the right. Okay, so now the plane's rising up, right, and then it banks slightly only slightly to the right, and it's still climbing altitude. So now your buttocks is in the seat. Yeah. Now, if we're on a globe, that upward nosing would be like that for several hours of reaching the altitude first. Okay, so it's nosed up to the right altitude, and then the attitude of the airplane will not be level. It will be following the Earth's curvature, the curvature of the Earth. So the first 10 hours would be the nose of the aircraft would be pointing upwards, but following a curve. But the nose would be upwards. It would not be level. It would be upwards. So if you're sitting at the back, it would be like you're walking uphill. That's what the aeroplane's attitude would be like, as it follows for the curvature of the Earth, the Earth's curvature. That's why.
No, but no, because down is towards the center of the Earth.
We are talking about flying we're on a ball. So I'm at Los Angeles heading to New Zealand. So we have to go over the ball to get to the other side. So there's going to be an upward climb following the curvature. After 10 hours, there's going to be a downward curve where the nose is pointing downwards.
Up in relation to what?
And that downwards would increase gradually, and then you follow that down till you get to your destination.
Up in relation.
That would have to be. That's what would have to be if you're on a globe.
So in relation to what are we climbing up for 10 hours?
We are climbing over the curvature of the Earth's spinning board.
No, I mean, where do you get? How can you climb and maintain altitude on a sphere?
Well, you can, because you have your meters that are giving you the distance from the ground to where you are in the air. Your altitude, right?
Yeah.
So that's telling you how high you are off the Earth's surface. So once you reach 35,000, 40,000 feet, so that's fixed. Now you have to follow the curvature of the Earth, keeping that at that distance. You would have to.
Yes. So I'm not climbing.
Your sensors would be reading that, okay? So you're going to have to keep adjusting. You're going to be adjusting your steering. This is why the pilot could never leave the seat and you could never leave your seat, because you're continuously adjusting for the curvature.
No, I'm not continually adjusting for the curvature, because if I'm on a globe and I fly on a straight, like horizontal line, I would gain altitude and my attitude indicator would roll back.
It would depend on it would depend on your altitude, because if you, let's say you just went up 5 miles and then you kept horizontal, you're going to end up in a crash, because the Earth's curvature would come in. Like I said, between 273 miles, there should be 9 miles of curvature. So if you wanted to travel at a distance of just 5 miles off the Earth's surface, okay, 270 miles, you're going to have to hit some curvature. Not even 5 miles. Let's go lower than that. Let's say at 2 miles off the Earth's surface, and you just kept flying straight, you're going to encounter the Earth.
No, but hold on.
You're going to crash.
Can you hear me? Oh, sorry, I cut out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So let's pretend that there's a globe, and I'm at the North Pole, and I start flying dead horizontally, like just dead straight. What would happen to my artificial? Yeah. What would happen to my artificial? Sure, but what would happen to my artificial horizon?
Well, it would show that you are now gaining altitude.
No, not that. The artificial horizon. I'm not looking at the altimeter. I'm looking at the artificial horizon.
Well, the artificial horizon, if you just kept level,
horizontal. No, horizontal. Like a straight path on a globe.
Okay, so you're on a globe, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what would happen is that the altitude meter would show, but the artificial horizon would remain level, because you're flying level, horizontal.
No. Just no. Why? Because that would mean that I'm nosing up in relation to the Earth's surface.
No, you're not. No, hang on a second. You're saying that you're at the North Pole, okay? So everything's zeroed in. You're dialed in zero, okay? You're dialed in zero, and you just kept that like that. You're just going to fly off in a straight line, yes? Or have you gained altitude?
Into space.
Hang on.
Yes.
Have you gained altitude first or not from the globe?
Yes. Let's say at the start at the North Pole, I'm at 10,000 feet. Let's say that 10,000 feet.
North Pole at 10,000 feet. Okay. So then you're now flying at 10,000 feet, yeah, and you're going to keep that locked in at 10,000 feet. So the altitude meter is going to read 10,000. So I'm looking at that. So I don't need to look at the artificial horizon at this point. I'm looking at my altitude meter. I'm going to keep it at 10,000. And if we carry on like that, the globe, you're going to be heading into space. You're not going to be following the curvature of the Earth. Yes.
No, because if my altitude is 10,000 feet, how in the fuck can I end up in space?
Because you are not following the curvature of the Earth. Because in order to follow the
hold on,
of the Earth,
if I don't,
you have to make adjustments.
Yes, but if I don't, If I don't follow the curvature, then I can't be at 10,000 feet.
You started at 10,000. You remember, you're on a globe that's supposed to be spinning. You're 10,000 feet up. You've locked it in, so your flaps are locked at 10,000. Yeah, okay, and then you fly off. You're going to keep on flying horizontally, and you're going to leave the globe. You're not going to be on the globe.
But then my altitude can't be 10,000 feet.
You're not going to be on the globe. This is why we know we're not living on a globe. This is how we know we're not living on a globe. Because that situation.
Because the story accounts
in order to, hang on a second. In order to live on a globe, you have to follow the contours of the globe. And you're not going to follow it without the attitude of the plane changing. Like I said, the attitude of the plane would change. You would need to remain in your seatbelt. But that doesn't happen.
And if that's what I said, If I'm at the North Pole on a globe and I fly at 10,000 feet and I have a straight horizontal path, on that path, I would gain altitude and my artificial horizon would roll back because my orientation in relation to gravity and the surface would change, and the elevation would change.
Gravity doesn't exist. You're living in a world where you think
I'm
gravity.
talking about the model. I'm just talking about the model.
It doesn't work like that.
He's hardlining. There is no gravity, and you're trying to present the gravity model, right?
And you would just fly off the globe. Come on, man.
Sure, but then I can say that you don't have a model for things falling, so airplanes can't work on a flat
We've never
Earth.
claimed we had a model. We never claimed we had.
Do you? Yeah. So you can't talk about flying because you don't know how it works because you don't have a model.
We fly every day. We can talk about flying because we fly all the time. What's the matter with you? We fly.
At the end of the day, you have all the bases covered for how things work on a globe. The stories are all there. There's maths all there for how they work. The only thing is, you can't prove that each vertical is not parallel to the next one. Like if I move forward step after step, the model dictates that none of the verticals are parallel. But you can't prove that. But everything is relying upon that.
Well,
everything you're saying, stories, all the maths are relying on this, which can't be proven.
We can measure those, but you wouldn't accept it.
No,
it's been measured many times.
It's not a point of accepting. It's not a point of accepting. It's a point of experiencing it, and I've never experienced it. That's your problem. We need to experience. It's not accepting something. When you experience it, you know it. Then it doesn't come under exception. I don't have to accept it. I know it. It's not an exception.
So you're saying feelings over facts. That's amazing.
Let me tell you something.
Well, Jin's happy with that.
Yeah.
I'd like to see some.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that whatever I feel is irrelevant to because my feel.
That's unfortunate for you because you
must never. You know that your senses can fail you.
Never suspend your senses at all. Stop suspending your senses. You need them 24/7. Every second you are living. You need your senses. Every second you are living. So if you want to suspend, arrest your senses, that's up to you. I'm not going to do it.
Jin, you know that there's people who wear glasses to see, right?
Of course. They need them.
So their senses are shit.
No, it's not that their senses are shit. It could be due to age or some kind of DNA problem, genetics from their parents. Okay?
The cause is irrelevant.
Hang on a second, shut up and listen up. Then they get the glasses to aid their sight so they can continue to use their senses. So to say that their eyesight is shit is stating the obvious. They need the glasses to improve their sight so they can attain and ascertain what's around them coherently. Okay? Thank you.
So senses are not to be trusted all the time. Yes.
You're still using your senses, aren't you? Because you're using your eye through
yes, and they are infallible.
A pair of glasses or contact lenses. It's still your senses.
Sure, and I've been on a cruise ship where I thought that it's stationary, but it's actually moving. There's a lot of things that you just don't feel. I mean, Jesus.
You haven't got a clue, mate. I've been on cruise ships for 2 weeks non-stop. Nigeria to London, London to Nigeria in the 70s.
Yes.
That's the one.
Yes.
And then I've been on ferries, boats, sailboats, canoes, you name it, I've done it. Speedboats, jet skis, I've done all that.
Yes.
I've had the experience.
And sometimes,
I know about the water. I love the water. So don't worry.
And sometimes when you are on the water in some of those things, you feel like you're stationary when you're actually moving.
Well, I've never ever felt that I'm stationary because I can feel the motion of the boat moving. I can see it. I can hear it. And this is a luxury liner, massive monster of a ship. So no, I don't. None of these things register in that fashion for me. I've never had I've never been on a boat and not noticed the motion of it. Even when I'm sleeping.
Jesus! I mean, I would just say that's not honest. That's sure.
I've never had that experience.
I mean, how do you feel motion when you're sleeping?
And it's like you're stationary. No, never had that.
So you're now saying that you can feel you're moving even though you're sleeping.
I said when I went to sleep, of course, when I'm sleeping. I'm not feeling anything then. I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
But when I went to sleep, I went to bed. So I went to the bedroom, put on my pajamas. Still noticed the motion.
What did you, when you went to the bed, when you lied in the bed, what did you feel?
You could still feel the motion, the rocking of the boat.
Yes, sure. Yeah, we can feel waves, but when there is no waves, you don't feel the motion.
You feel the vibration. You feel the
vibration. From the engine and the prop, but
you're feeling
you don't
something.
feel the motion.
I'm feeling something, yeah? I'm feeling something. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, you don't feel the motion of the boat.
Do you feel the motion of the boat?
Like the linear motion when it's going
you feel the
at
motion
X
of the
speed.
boat. You feel the motion of the boat.
No, you feel change in motion. That's the only thing you feel.
You're still feeling motion. You're still fucking feeling motion. That's my point. Okay.
No,
and then
change in motion.
I travelled from Nigeria to Britain, Portsmouth. The attitude of the deck didn't change, and it would have to because Africa is below. If we're looking at the North Pole being the top of the spherical ball, that means I'm below the UK. So the attitude of the plane, the ship would have to change. That never happened. I never slid off the deck. Never slid off the deck.
Oh, fucking God. Why would you slid off the deck?
Why would I start? Because I'm on a ball. That's why, you stupid fucking mental handicap. We're on a bloody
that's
ball.
Nice. Any mods in here? Of course, you're flat earther, so no modding. So, when you're on are you saying that on a globe there's a down towards the south and up towards the north? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
There has to
Nice.
Because the North Pole is the top and Australia is down under. Australia is down under.
So now you're saying...
Let me tell you something.
No, that's not my model. No.
You're laughing at your model that doesn't exist.
So the globe model claims that everything in Australia should fall off.
Exactly that. Down under. Isn't Australia down under the globe? Is Australia not down under? Is it not down under? It's not Australia.
But it doesn't mean that it's under the earth.
Down under. Australia is down under. That's how the British have always referred to the Australians. Down under.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that.
Jesus Christ. It's your model, not mine, yeah?
It's not my model.
Yeah?
No, it isn't.
Your hideous model. You're only laughing at
yourself.
You guys have harnesses in your beds.
Yeah, you're laughing at yourself, mate.
So, Whitesword, do you agree that the globe model says that everything should fall off the globe? Except for the North Pole.
I mean,
in Australia, when you go on flight there, it comes harness?
Yeah, in the globe model, I mean, you live in Australia, right?
Yeah, we've got harnesses in our bed so that when we sleep, we don't
seat belts.
Right, are you not referred to as down under? Are you not referred to
as down under? Yes, they are, but it doesn't mean that down is towards south.
I rest my case.
The sad part is we're actually on top.
I actually rest.
It's Australia that's actually on top.
You can't be on top. You're down under from the UK. You're down under from the UK. So I'm right to say that where Africa is perpendicular, and I'm going to be traveling upwards on that spherical ball that's spinning upwards to the UK. I'm heading north upwards. If I wanted to go to Australia, I'd be heading downwards to Australia, down under. So that's where I get my down and up from.
Yeah,
okay?
but see, the weird
So I
thing
stand by
is,
those
Jim,
words. If we are on a globe, then the ship would be upside down to start perpendicular, then heading west to go round towards Western Sahara and Morocco, and then come up past the Seychelles, right, and the Canary Islands and that, and then there you go up, and then you get
so
to
the globe. So you're saying that the globe model claims that a plumb bob would point up in Australia?
I'm saying too that if you're living on a globe ball, that's you have to follow the laws of nature, and that's what nature detects. Nature
Yeah, down is towards
that.
the surface of the Earth, yes.
The
And
Earth
the
is
surface
it's
of
a
the Earth.
spherical ball. That's why water rolls off a ball. When you have a ball and you throw water on it, it just rolls off. It doesn't, and it accumulates at the bottom of the ball. It doesn't stick to because the surface is not level. There is no level surface on the ball.
Water accumulates
You're losing
at
every
the bottom of the
time.
ball.
You're losing all the way, mate. You haven't got a case at the moment because your ball is ridiculous. The water rolls off naturally. You can't prove gravity, so you don't have it. I'm not going to give you that. There is no gravity. It's an unproven theory, and it's not the mass attracting mass. It's supposed to be the bending and warping of space-time fabric, special relativity of Einstein. So, and that's an unproven theory. So you have no proof of your gravity that's making the water stick to the Earth ball. And whenever we conduct an experiment of any ball you like, and we throw water on it, the water rolls off of that ball and sits at the bottom, accumulates at the bottom because the ball is not level. Water needs to be on level surface to accumulate. Okay, and rest. Thank you. You're losing every step of the way, man.
Well, I actually yesterday I was drinking water and I spilled it on my table and it fell off the table. I mean, I guess it's not flat either.
Then your table was not level. Then your table legs were not level.
It was.
That's what it was.
It was. It only can get wet of water. All the excess water will just spill off. I mean, if I try to pour a kilometer of water on my table.
If you pour too much water, then of course the volume of water you poured out will roll off the table. Too much volume. But then you will notice that some water remained, on that table.
Sure. And in a ball, if you make ball wet, it'll remain wet.
Oh, there's going to be a whole load of dry patches on that ball, and the residue.
Just like land.
Again, the water rolls off a ball because it is not level, and a level surface can hold more water than a curved ball. So you're losing again. Sorry,
I'm just going on
hopeless argument. And let's not forget that the ball is also spinning, so the water's also going to be flying off when you spin your ball. It's not a stationary ball. It's a spinning ball, 1,000 miles an hour.
Parallel plums.
Yeah, I mean, those been measured, but I mean, you won't accept the measurement, so.
They've been calculated. At least acknowledge that they've been calculated and not measured.
Yeah,
no, you can measure
prove
it.
The reason why they're not accepted is that you cannot prove them on the flat Earth.
You can take two theodolites. You can take two theodolites, establish verticals, horizontals with both, aim them at each other, and you can't aim them at each other. It's impossible.
But that's optical, so it's not a measurement at all.
There we go.
It's not a measurement.
Sure.
No,
so what measurement would you accept? Yeah, that is a measurement.
Like a physical measurement.
Okay, so now it's a physical measurement. Okay, so you changed it.
Always been physical. Otherwise, we could just accept a photo of Earth from space.
Okay. So what kind of physical measurement would you suggest we do that with? And also,
whatever you need to do, as long as it's physical. Whatever you come up with.
Then I accept. Then I accept that the Earth is flat if you have physical measurements.
We have it.
See, but that's ridiculous. So you're basically saying, no, we can't do that physically. Therefore, we're not. That's it.
Sure. It is you who's not accepting the measurements, not me.
No. Just say we can't do it physically.
We could do it physically. It is possible to do physically, but it's expensive.
Oh, we could go back to the moon, but we lost that technology.
Oh, if you have, okay, you're saying that it's laughable to say that it would be expensive. Give me a method how to do it cheaply, and I'll do it tomorrow. I have a day off.
Well, I'm not going to help you prove your globe. It's your globe. You're making the claims to the globe. You prove it to us. I'm not going to help you
put
do
it
that.
on me to provide you with a cheap method to prove the fucking globe.
No, it's your question. It's not my demand. It's your demand, not mine.
Not my demand at all. Not my demand. It's your claim. You prove it. Your ball. Your ball. You prove it. Thanks very much. If you can't,
well, it's already proven, but you don't accept the measurements.
It's never been proven, mate. It's never been proven.
Sure. Well, then you should. But then hold on. Then you have to say that the flat Earth isn't proven either, because you have no physical measurements.
You can say that if you like. That's up to you.
I've never said that the flat Earth has been definitively proven. That's not my claim. But you guys definitely claim that the ball is factual. Therefore,
they give us the measurements. They even give us the measurements of this thing.
Okay, hold on. So White, you're saying that it's not a fact that the Earth is flat.
I'm not saying that. It's a flat. It's flat.
No, did I say Gene or did I say White?
Okay.
Yeah, and I answered, it's not definitive. There's been nothing definitive, no.
Fair enough.
Right. In my case, it's definitive through my experiences.
Yeah, but that's and your personal belief. But you can't provide definitive evidence either.
I can provide definitive evidence that we live on a level plane. I can provide that by the amount of land that I've covered on this Earth so far. And that's a majority. That's the Africas, that's the Europes, that's Asia, and the Americas. That's quite a lot. I haven't been to the Australians.
That's right. I would the Australians.
With that's quite a lot, and that would give me a massive tip into my favour that the Earth is indeed flat. I only need to go to the Australians. And then that's
no one can live your life, Jim. No one else can live your life through your eyes and get your experience. Right. So people need other things.
It's subjective,
definitive evidence. So for the curvature, please provide some sort of definitive evidence. Something without question.
It's zero.
It shouldn't be difficult.
Yeah, it's zero. It's zero.
I mean, people keep saying that it shouldn't be difficult. But you can't come up with a method.
We are not going to help you prove your case. It's your case. Should be easy to prove. Prove it. Simple. It should be as simple.
Because I can say that there's an easy way to. I mean, you just force the line like they do in LIGO, and then just do it that way.
No, right. It's a flat Earth one. Notice we suggested that. We the flat Earth suggested that one.
Sure, yeah, and it's a very good thing that you can do. You can go to LIGO and check.
So there you go. Thank you very much. So you're using a flat Earth method to prove it. Yeah. Good.
Well, there is no flat Earth or globe Earth methods. But...
And I'm sure, we've got the laser beams and that, and I'm sure that at the end of the day, I'm without a doubt sure that it's level. Water always lies level anyway. So
here's
no point in even arguing.
Here's the point. He's saying it's simple. You can just go to LIGO and blah, blah, blah. You can't just go to LIGO. I'm about 6 miles from LIGO right now, 8 miles, and you can't go in there. So that's dumb. I've done a straight line segment test over water, 2.7 miles, and came up with less than 3/4 of an inch, plus or minus deviation in horizontal drop or vertical drop or raise. I think that was due to human error, equipment error, more or less. And what the point is what you've done is nothing. You've only taken what they've told you, unicorns are real, and here's the measurements of its horns, and here's how wide the hoofs are, and how things revolve around it, and all that. And you go, oh yeah, I believe in unicorns. And now you're trying to tell us that unicorns exist in the shape of a globe Earth. That I don't believe that, because when I went out and tried to look for that unicorn, it didn't exist. What I see is flat and level surfaces when it comes to water. I've never seen curved water. I've never measured it, so I don't believe in uniform.
Sure, and I've never seen or measured flat water, and I just don't believe in unicorns.
Have you ever tried it?
To try to see flat water?
No. Have you ever tried to measure water?
Measure water?
Yeah, measure drop from horizontal over water. I bet you have.
No, I mean you can do it.
So
I've seen people do it, but
yeah, who cares about that?
Yeah,
who cares about? I've seen people fly in the air and create optical illusions. Until you do it yourself, you don't know, right? So why are you here telling us that it curves when you don't know? You don't even know if it's flat or not.
What? Oh, there we go. So what did you use to measure your?
Why does it matter what I've used? It's what have you done?
What have I done?
I created a straight line segment over water, 2.7 miles.
Using what?
What have you done? A straight line segment. That's what I used.
But didn't you just admit?
So you want to break down what I did and try and tell me how I did it wrong when you have never done it yourself?
Because White wants physical measurements, and I bet that you did it with an optical device.
Do you know what
I do know what a straight. Yeah, I do know what it is.
So you talked about LIGO. You talked about. Hang on. You talked about LIGO creating horizontal, so you know it's possible. So why don't you go out and do it? Why don't you go out and create a horizontal segment over water and measure the drop and video it and show us the drop of curved water? You know why you can't do it and won't do it?
Because I don't have a vacuum tube.
What do you need a vacuum for? They didn't create a vacuum.
To not refract.
They didn't create a horizontal plane at LIGO with a vacuum. They put the tube. They create a vacuum in the tube after they created a horizontal plane with it. Maybe you don't know that. You don't need a vacuum. Segment.
Okay, so they made a horizontal and then made the tube.
Well, I don't know if they've done that or not. You said they did.
You just said that they did.
No, you said LIGO did that. I'm saying if LIGO did that, then it's possible. I'm saying I did it. I don't know what LIGO did. I wasn't there. I know what
anyone go there to confirm
That's my very point. You don't know crap. You're just telling us what you think you know because of what other people have done, what I've done, what LIGO's done, whatever. You haven't done anything.
Okay, sure. Rakia, please provide your proof of flat water that you've done.
Screw that. You go out and get your own proof. Create a straight line segment.
I just don't believe you then, sorry.
Rakia admitted that his own thing was flawed.
Doesn't matter what you
do. You did just say, Rakia, that your own measurement had human errors in it, so...
Yeah, plus or minus. Every measurement does. Yeah, so that's the truth, right? Yes. But over 2.7 miles, it should have how many feet of drop in your model?
How long were your straight line segments? The individual segments?
Varied.
They varied.
They varied.
Here again, you want to break down what I did with how are you doing anything? Do you even know what a straight line segment is?
I do know.
Okay, can you create one?
I mean, sure. I think I can
Okay,
for...
how long of a distance could you create a straight line segment?
In one go? I mean, what's the accuracy of the
No, that's not a straight line segment. You don't even know what it is.
It is a straight line between 2 points.
Okay, and can you join those and create a longer straight line segment?
If you can validate the whole segment, yeah.
No. Okay, so you can do it.
I mean, sure, it depends on your measuring errors. I mean, obviously no. If you have an error, then it's not a straight line, because I mean, straight is straight. So any error would make it not straight.
You're gonna have an error in everything you do, but it's if within the capabilities of the equipment and it's less than what you're trying to measure, then you can still measure. And when you're trying to measure feet and you have error margins within less than an inch, then yes, you can still measure doing it. Can you create a straight line segment? That's the question to you.
I mean, I would probably say, like, if a straight line segment is truly straight, then no.
Yeah, you're trying to deviate. You're trying to obfuscate now. I'll repeat the question again, and if you don't answer it, I'll just move on. Can you create a straight line segment for the third time?
Actually, yes.
Okay, over what distance?
I'm pretty far because I can go to North Pole and look at
What's
Polaris.
pretty far? Give me a distance. What's pretty far
The
in, let's
distance
say,
to the sun.
miles?
Distance to the sun.
You're going to create a straight line segment to the sun. So you can create a straight line segment 93 million miles? Okay,
Yeah,
can you do that over
when
water?
no, because you have to be vertical.
Yeah, you have no idea. You don't know what a straight line segment is. Okay, goodbye. I've proven my. Have a good day.
I know what a straight line segment is, and a third straight line segment. Yeah, that's what that is what Bev didn't establish in his test because it wasn't straight lines.
So how do you establish this straight line? Bev?
Yeah, I wasn't talking. Yeah, I wasn't talking to you.
How do you establish the? What type of method do you use, Rakia?
He used optics, and we were talking about physical measurements with whites. So I don't know why he jumped in.
Also, yeah, it's fine. Also, it's pointless to actually talk about it because I can't trust his measurements anyway. Because I haven't done it myself.
Yeah.
So,
I never asked you to trust me. I never asked Mailman. I asked him.
Yeah, therefore, why I'm pointless asking you about anything.
If he can do it, that's the whole point. Because you don't need to trust me. You don't have to trust me. I don't want you to trust me. I want you to go do it yourself. Then you would know that there is no drop from that horizontal plane you created, straight line segment, over water. You're saying the water would drop, and I'm saying there is none. You can prove it yourself. Good luck.
And he's pointing out the fact also that although his line segment is never going to be a pure line segment due to the small margin of error, the error accumulated is far less than the drop should be. So
I'm just wondering what kind of methodology he has, because I talked to him earlier about this one time, and I asked him what kind of method he used, and he said to me that he used this using rods as measurement sticks, and he put the equipment in the middle, and if you do that, you compensate for the error. And he said,
you missed the
"Well,
point.
that's just
Point
something
of
they say."
accumulated error. Yeah, but accumulated
you
error is not going to. The accumulated error, you can't ever completely remove it. You can average it out potentially over the different points.
Yeah, but that's the error if you use the equipment properly, and if you use that methodology, you would have very little error. But if you use the equipment in the wrong way, like for example, doing like a single segment, putting the whatever instrument you want to use at one end and measuring to the other side, you would get an error. But you can remove that error. That's how That's how you do this surveying, which I think Ricky is doing.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure he's done it in a manner to remove as much error as possible.
Yeah, and that removes error of curvature and refraction.
No, you don't remove the error of any curvature. You remove the error, the plus or minus error in the tool error, and because it's plus or minus, it's going to equal out most of the time.
Yeah.
But you might have
it equals out the curvature and refraction error. That's why you're doing it.
So since you know, go ahead and tell us what equipment you use.
I didn't use it. I just read about it.
Have you ever looked? Oh, you just read about it. Have you ever looked through the crosshairs of a theodolite?
Yes, I have, but I haven't used it properly.
Have you ever done a 2-peg test to make sure your equipment is accurate?
No.
So you've just read about it?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, but these are people who are, I would argue, are equally valid their opinion on it as you are. And like pretty much every time I Google this methodology, how they do it, this is how you remove error. This is how you if this is how you counteract curve. This is the best, easiest way to counteract curvature and refraction, and that's what most people do. And I think maybe, and you said you use that methodology yourself, so.
Meanwhile, you guys have got nothing definitive for curvature. So how about you fucking worry about that, please?
I'm a little bit. I'm more worried that you guys think that you measure no curvature when there is you're like actively actually compensating for it without knowing it, because you're using like the methodology which you read on. Like
No,
I don't think
no.
Rakia
You
made
couldn't
up the.
possibly
I don't
have
think
compensated for it
Rakia.
enough over the distance.
I don't think Rakia invented this surveying methodology himself. I think he learned it from somebody or read on it, and I have also read on it. And they also say why you do this, and he just ignored that part for some reason.
Yeah,
that's kind of strange. And yeah,
I
think it's also very dishonest to not actually mention that. It's very dishonest to mention people who don't know. Yeah,
There's nothing dishonest about it.
It is, because he knew about it, but he didn't mention it until I brought it up to him, and then he tell like, well, they claim they say it, but it's not really doing that. So I think he's being dishonest because he doesn't bring forth all the evidence when he has like more knowledge on building. We can't trust him if he doesn't tell everything.
So if that's the case, then wouldn't you be going out and doing this and definitively proving curvature?
No, I have other ways to prove it. I'm not gonna do everything that every flat earther tells me to do. I would like do nothing than fucking crazy experiments every day. So no, I got my own experience, which I have done. I trust others as well.
Yeah, what are those? What are those experiences? Please let us know what those experiences are, so we know where you are. Yeah, because you said you have these experiences.
I have a telescope, so I have done experiments with telescopes. I have knowledge on how to observe with
what
stars.
do you have physically on the Earth, please? That's the question. What do you
No,
have?
it doesn't have to be physical, Jen.
You're on a board.
It doesn't have to be on the Earth, Jen.
Why do you say that only to me, for fuck's sake? Why don't you say that to Rakia when he's fucking awful level?
Search everyone.
Every heliocentric.
You want measurements, and then you say physical on the Earth. It's like you misunderstand what measuring is.
Who misunderstands?
I understand what measurement is.
It's not physical, is it, on the Earth?
When you measure it, then you physically feel it at the same time when you're measuring it.
Oh.
Of course you are.
No.
Of course you are.
You misunderstand measuring, Jen. Sorry.
I'm not misunderstanding measuring anything. Measuring to length, and then physical touch the plane. It's thickness. You can feel everything.
No,
using your senses.
That's a small part of general close-up measuring.
Thank you. Right, and we're talking about the Earth now, so I'm going to now be seeing measurements and then the physicality of that measurement.
Can't touch the whole ocean.
And then I'm going to actually move upon that surface, and I'm going to again experience and register that. Yes, I'm feeling the curvature.
Sometimes you want to measure the surface by not moving or touching it, just by standing at the edge of it. Right?
I'm still going to be observing it, aren't I? And measuring it.
Observing
with
it.
my
That's
eyeballs
not really physical.
And my eyeballs. And I'm physically doing it because
if that's what you mean by physical, then fair enough.
Yeah. Physically moving around and using my eyeballs to
when you say
determine
physical proof on the Earth, you mean observations?
Yeah, observation and physically feeling this curvature as well, because you would have to.
Jen, we're not going to be feeling the curved water. We don't do that.
You are. If you're on a ship,
that's not what we do when we measure.
A canoe, you're going to feel the curvature.
No, sorry.
You're going to feel. course you are.
That's wrong. Sorry.
You are. You definitely are, because the attitude of the boat would change. It wouldn't be level. Your attitude on your boat would change. Definitely. No doubt about it.
You don't have to feel a whole building to measure it, to measure its height from a distance, do you?
No, not in that sense, no. But with the ball, you have to, because it's a ball shape.
You can't feel the whole Earth. That's absurd.
Of course, no, you wouldn't feel it. No, you see, you wouldn't feel the whole Earth unless you traveled it. Then you would. Okay.
How did you agree that we can measure a building without touching it, but disagree that we can't measure the Earth in the same way?
You can't,
because of geometry.
Yes, there you go.
You can take the shadow of a building and you can measure it with geometry, and then you can verify it by fucking going up and physically measuring it if you want to. Can't do anything else with things you can't fucking touch.
Yeah, you got to touch it, like I said.
Otherwise, you can't verify it, and it's not definitive.
Yeah, you got to get there,
Like,
physically touch the
proving
building.
flat Earth, then. Yikes.
Oh, it's already done. We're born on it. We're born on the flat Earth, man.
So whenever you bring any evidence, I'm going to say, sorry, you didn't touch all of that, so I don't accept it.
Well,
that's what we're not doing.
It's not definitive, sorry.
Yeah, that's your right to do that. You can sit here every day and part what everybody else has done or not done and never do nothing yourself. The point is, water doesn't curve. You can go out there and use several different measurements, several different methods. You can hire a surveyor. You can talk to surveyors and ask them at what point would water start curving. How would they measure it? No one can answer that. No one can show you that.
That's not true.
The only ones who claim they have are these internet surveyors that y'all have on YouTube that use optics long distance in the marine layer and tell you that the water is curving because the measurements is a ½ inch off over a certain whatever. That's an angle measurement. It's not dropped from horizontal. They're not creating a segment and measuring down to the waters. This is easily done. I don't know why this is a problem.
Yeah, I'm going to post a video of the Brazilians that used, I think, 6 methods to try and prove the Earth ball, and all they ended up doing is proving flat Earth. And they were all adamant that the Earth is spherical. But when they finished, they realized that the Earth is flat. Okay?
They'll just sit here on YouTube and pick it apart and never do anything themselves. It's weird. It's almost like, I don't know, a game or a job in some aspects. Most of the people that we deal with here never go out and do anything themselves. When you tell them you've done it yourself and they can go out and repeat it, they just pick your what you've done apart, not knowing what you've actually done and not actually using the tools that you used. Just reading about it, watching YouTube videos. Good luck.
I can debunk flat Earth without doing any science.
You can't. You haven't done anything.
Exactly.
You have not.
That's
you
my
can only
point.
talk. You can only use words.
I think that's your point.
You can't show me flat water or curved water. You can't.
I debunk flat Earth without doing any of that.
You can't debunk anything. You can only talk about how you think you've debunked it. You can't physically go out and show me curved water today or tomorrow.
Same thing.
Or next year. Or yesterday even.
You can't show me flat water, so debunk.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
No, you can't. Sorry.
Yes, I can.
I don't
Easily
accept it.
create a straight line segment. And why would I waste my time on you? I show many people.
There you go. Debunked.
No, it's not. That's not debunked. That's proof that you'll never do anything but sit here and say what I said you do. Words. You'll only say debunk. You only say you did it wrong. You'll only say I've never done it. That's what you'll do when other people are out here doing it with groups of people.
You either can't or won't. You've decided not to.
No, you either care and want to do it yourself, or you don't care and you'll sit here and say you didn't do anything, I debunked it.
As you haven't shown me flat water so far, debunked.
Which one are you doing?
Flat Earth debunked.
You've never seen anything but flat water.
I see water obstruct things in front of it.
You see an optical illusion. You agree?
No.
No.
You don't agree that marine layer at low levels create optical illusions?
No, not like your side.
Then what are you doing in this argument?
Debunking you.
You're disingenuous, or you're not up on the current arguments. You don't know anything about optics over the marine layer. If you don't believe in
You
optical
don't
illusion,
have any current arguments. Y'all been hollering the
who are
same
you?
bullshit for like 4 or 5
I'm not arguing
years.
any bullshit. I'm telling you, I've measured it.
Yeah, the truth.
I'm telling you, you've never measured it. And the only thing you do is look at observations over long distance over the marine layer and say, oh, look, there's the curve at a certain angle. Guess what magicians use to create optical illusion? They use angles. They use mirrors. That's
They
what you
use
get.
your mama.
They use your brain, how your brain interprets your vision at certain angles. That's what they use. Optical illusions. That's what you're seeing in the marine layer.
Well, that's
You're
what your
seeing
flat
an
water
optical
is.
illusion.
Your
No,
straight line,
no,
your straight line
measurement,
segment is an optical illusion. I've decided
measurements
now.
debunk what you're saying right now.
So I've
And I'm telling
decided.
you, I know for a fact, 100%, you've never measured it. You know
Optical
how I
illusion segment. That's what
know?
I've
Because
decided.
you're still spouting off at water curves. Everybody who spouts out that water curves has only think they've seen it over the marine layer and don't believe in optical illusions for some reason.
Marine layer. You made
Yeah,
that up.
marine layer, low to the water.
You made that term up.
No, I didn't.
Who made it up?
I was taught that term by optical experts on your side.
Optical experts. That's another
Marine
made up term.
layer, yeah. You don't think marine layer is a
What's an
term?
optical expert?
What are you doing here? What's an optical illusion?
Of course it's like white caps. White caps is a term.
What are you doing here, man? You don't seem to know anything about anything. You just sit here and go, I debunked you. I didn't measure anything. I didn't do anything myself. I just said out of my mouth with words, I debunked you. Pathetic. We're done with you guys. Hey, listen up. The worm has turned. We are doing the measurements. We are doing the tests. We are proving that. No, and here you are again, words, just interrupted with words. You show me what you've done. You saying you're debunked it. You haven't done anything, man. I've shown mine to many. I can tell you how to do it. I wouldn't waste my time because I know you won't, because you're just here every day spouting words that you debunk something when you have.
What happened?
I don't know. Yeah, he just disappeared. They took him away.
The phone call kicks me off. It's usually when the people who follow the script daily say I ran away. But it's just a phone call I took from my son that kicks me off of Discord. I don't run from anything. You can go to your local lake, create a straight line segment for whatever distance you think you feel comfortable, and that would prove to you if there's drop underneath that straight line segment. You won't find any curvature of water. You'll never find that drop you're looking for. You can only see it sometimes when the conditions are right, and go back a month later and the conditions will be different and what you're seeing will be different. And then you'll deny that there's optical illusions being created and deny that there's a marine layer that you're looking through, which is a type of atmosphere created over water. Medium.
Ranty proved that. I mean,
Ranty didn't prove anything.
No, he showed the marine layer big time. He had a lot of imagery that clearly showed that.
Yep, now you got to climb a mountain to measure the floor. You don't climb a mountain or gain altitude to measure the floor. Now, if you want to see further through less medium and get a less distorted image of objects in the distance, then I agree. You can gain altitude and that thickness of air will decrease. but it doesn't mean you're seeing curved. It definitely doesn't mean you're seeing curved water.
God no.
If you're here today thinking that the atmosphere made of gas curves, creates a shape, and that water curves, then man, you need to get busy showing that. That is a pretty cool claim. So I should be able to go out to the center of my local lake, and from every direction, in every direction, that water is curving away from my feet in a downward vertical fashion at a specific rate in every direction. And you're telling me you can measure the moon is moving centimeters a year, but you can't show me a 8 inches drop of that water from horizontal over 1 mile? Where are y'all? Why'd y'all go so quiet?
Can I ask you a question, Rukia?
Sure.
What would happen if you used your auto level and pointed it at something which is like 100 meters away, and then moved it to that point where you placed it, and then do a measurement directly back again?
What do you mean, what would happen?
Would you hit the same spot from where you went?
If the ground is a different elevation, you wouldn't, no.
No, of course I'm telling, like, you have like a measurement stick 100 meters away. You have your
how far is 800 meters?
100 meters.
How far is 100 meters in feet?
Oh my god. It's 330 feet.
Okay, that would be about the maximum I would use an auto level depending on the day. The conditions of the day.
If you use the auto level and you place it at 800 feet, sorry, you have the auto level, and then you have a point exactly where your auto level is looked at from, and then you look to a stick. Look at a stick which is 330 feet away, and then you move the auto level back to that stick again, and then you side it back to where you came from exactly.
I don't follow you as much. It sounds like you're doing differential leveling, but I mean it
is differential leveling, but not using like as far as I know, not using proper methodology.
Okay, what's your point then?
I was asking if you have done that.
Yeah, I do it. I mean, I just left. I was talking to y'all while I was at a job site where we used an auto level to create a horizontal plane. We could extend that horizontal plane as far as you wanted to.
It's not what I asked for, actually. Let me make a drawing.
Yeah, that's why I asked, what's your point? You're not very clear. Can auto levels be used to create a straight line segment? They can, yes.
So I'm going to make it. Oh, shit.
You can double check your work in many different ways just using an auto level. You can also use different tools. You can set up a straight line segment and with an auto level, and then double check it with a laser. You can double check it with a water level. You can double check it with another, like, you can come back a year from now and have someone else check your work with different tools, and if you did it right, it would still be a horizontal plane. Doesn't matter. You can go off in any direction and carry that straight line segment off in any direction that you want. And then you measure down to whatever you're above, whether it be dirt or water or stone or rock, and then you would get the drop from that horizontal plane. And if it's over water, at any point that you pick on your horizontal plane, when you go off into the distance, that water should be dropping away, which would be a further distance from your horizontal plane in every direction.
How far could you do that in, say, 30 minutes? like, could you get to it and do a couple of 100 meters, or say like a mile, or is 30 minutes, only a few hundred yards or something?
Yeah. I mean, for accuracy, to do a mile, I would say you would need a half a day to do it.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
To get, I call it balls ass accurate.
Sure.
I mean, if you just did it quickly, and let's say you created a trough, a horizontal plane, and you created a trough out of that, and you filled it up with water, you would find your imperfections. Wherever you were off a little bit, that water would run out, or you could see board or whatever above the water. You would know your up or minus, plus or minus in that area. It's usually human error more than tool error if your tool is calibrated. Now, when you go above 300 feet, 300 feet is a long way to be accurate. When you go above that, the conditions really take effect. Like, the sun angle, the humidity, everything starts to affect what you're looking at. When you're looking at that story pole, those crosshairs may appear they're hitting at a certain number, but the conditions could be affecting that. It's strange to see.
And so what, at 50 feet or 50 or 100 feet, where's the point where you are very confident that it's pretty fucking accurate?
If you have a calibrated instrument, 100 or 200 feet, you can go back every day and check it, and you're going to get the same measurement if you set up right.
Nice.
Now, when you get above 300, 400, 500 feet, you're gonna start seeing some error, plus and minus. You can go one day and you'll be 1/8 of an inch off, low, and then you'll go back 2 days later, set up again, you'll be 1/8 of an inch high. You see what I'm saying? Like, it would be a plus or minus. It wouldn't be a consistent drop or a consistent whatever, unless you just set up in the same way and have the exact same weather conditions. Then it wouldn't be consistent.
And that'd make it hard to do a long distance, like you said, if it takes you half a day or whatever, because the conditions obviously change quite a bit from morning to lunchtime or whatever.
But I mean, you can double check several different ways and take out the error. Go ahead. And I'm fixing to get off. I'm going to a family function, but
I posted an image. So you have a stick, and normally, as far as I understand, normally when you do like you could if you were to do several segments, you have to like be some way to connect the different segments together, and then you use sticks, I assume, and you write it down or something, or make a marker or something. Right, Ricky?
Gone to his family function, I think.
Because like the thing is, when I read on it, I've seen examples, I've seen them do it, I've seen like videos, and every time I watch how they do this, they normally, if they use auto level, would they always place the equipment in between, or at least close as you can in between. So something like this. And that would be like relevant for, oh sorry, I didn't post it. This would be relevant for this is relevant for building sites or parks or whatever you want to survey. But they always place it in between. And what I read from this is like, this is type of error correction. When you place it in between, you remove like systematic errors, because if you have systematic errors in both ends, it would be this. It would what do you call it? It would compensate for each other, subtract each other.
was essentially what he would be doing when he does a longer distance. He does shorter segments forward and back, no doubt.
Yeah, but if
So
it does it the
essentially going in the
way,
middle in point.
yeah, but if you
You
do
know,
that,
like,
you compensate for curvature and refraction. That method. That's why you use that method. That's like it specifically describe why you're doing it that way. Because otherwise,
okay,
it specifically
so
say you need
but
to
look,
compensate through
you then
calculation.
need to say, you then need to go, shit, excellent, that's handy. I've now got definitive proof of that said curvature and said refraction that needs to be accounted for. Right,
Yes,
so
and that's why I've read that's why I'm saying if Rakia doing this, he can say, well, there is no curvature, but he doesn't
no.
need to
You
take
need
into
to
account.
prove that that's there for that to be applicable. Definitive. Oh my
It's
god!
definitive.
Without question. Without question.
I don't know what's without question.
Okay. So, do you understand? If you have a question about something, you wanna get an answer.
Yeah, but I wouldn't accept everybody.
Right.
Like if a crazy person asks me a question, I sometimes dismiss it because he's being crazy. So just because somebody
Okay, but
something,
your definition of crazy might not be someone else's. So
yeah.
when it comes down to the
Therefore, I would
facts,
say so.
if
Therefore,
you're
nothing
being asked,
definitive.
oh,
Depends on who asks.
So my definition of you being crazy for thinking definitive evidence is what, weird or too much or not fair or what?
That means I would maybe dismiss your claim that something is not definitive because you have a question, because I think your question is being ridiculous or something. No, I'm not saying you are, but if you were.
Right, no, that's fair, but that would just be your opinion.
That's why I'm
ridiculous.
saying I don't necessarily accept your oh, that's not definitive. I would say, well, yeah, it is, and then it will just be back and forth.
Well, no, it wouldn't, because then there'd be other people that would chime in and say, here's why it's definitive and here's why it's not, etc. We'd be having a talk about whether it's definitive
already at
or
that
not,
point, dude.
not what evidence
Everyone
you've got.
agrees the globe is definitive already.
So then there's nothing is
No.
definitive, because there will
There's a
always be
fucking
somebody who
server here.
disagree, right?
There's obviously questions. No.
Always
like I've said many times. Okay, where is the server where they're debating why fucking water boils at sea level? Right?
It
Where's that
doesn't matter.
server?
That doesn't
No, but
matter.
it does. Because it's
No.
without question. No one
Science
fucking
isn't done on
questions it.
Discord. Science isn't done on Discord servers.
Oh, science. Okay, so that's actually your answer to that. It's not the honest
I would
answer.
never use
because there's no
Discord server
question. No one has questions about that.
You can have
That's
questions
actually the
about
answer.
stuff. It doesn't mean that it's scientific. It just mean that you
That wasn't
know
the point.
where just know where a little
It's
maybe
about
you're
whether there are
uneducated.
questions or not. When
Like,
there are questions about something,
schools
people
exist
discuss
because people doesn't know stuff
even
yet, and
debate
then they
it.
know stuff.
And here we are discussing and debating.
But White's word,
because there are questions.
White's word, schools exist because people don't know everything yet. It doesn't mean that it's not definitive yet. Just
No,
because
they don't, mate. Look into schools. Schools exist to manipulate generations of people into doing what
and
they
Discord
need to
servers couldn't do that.
Oh, look, you can manipulate people who you like with your global bullshit.
So what's the difference
doesn't mean
between a
everyone's gonna
school
fall
and a
for it.
Discord server then?
Well, no difference, but not everyone gets brainwashed or is gullible.
What do you know? A gullible or person being manipulated would know that. It's like the point of being manipulated.
He who spruiks from a book. Okay.
But anyway, and regardless,
so where's that
a little bit of
you've got?
that
the calculation, is it?
I regardless, it's changing the topic a little bit, because what I was
the
talking
topic
about
was definitive proof, and you said what's definitive. I said it's without question. And you said what's without
if
question.
your
and I
question
gave you an
marking on
example. I said
everything
there's
is
no
dismissal in
server
itself,
debating that, and you've detracted. So
sometimes
meanwhile, there's still nothing definitive.
Wise word. Sometimes, if people have questions, maybe people aren't fitted with the abilities to understand everything. So we just say fuck them, and we just accept.
So you just can't.
Other people accept
So
it.
instead of actually coming out with something definitive, or
no, it's definitive. It's just that the
understanding
person
things
doesn't
enough to
understand
explain it in a way
It's
that people
sometimes
can understand, you just go, "Oh no, that's it."
no, it's not for everybody to get the degree PhD.
Oh, is that what it requires? You've got to be able to regurgitate shit from a book, do
No,
you?
it's
And
not
sit a test
regurgitation.
and then
PhD
regurgitate it
is
well.
not regurgitation. That's it's
sure.
research. You find out stuff which you can't read in.
Research. Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder what sort of research that involves. Does it involve anything definitive?
I learned
Or
from other
fucking not?
stuff, from what other people told
Because
me.
there's research that says, that saturated fat is not good for you.
Yeah, this is.
And we all know that saturated fat is very good for you now. So was that research, worth sort of listening to?
You need to get your head out of your ass a little bit now.
My head out of my ass. What about all that research from scientists that said smoking didn't cause cancer and wasn't addictive? What about that research?
Well, that was weighed against the
I'm
hundreds of
pretty
other
sure
scientists
that
who
wasn't
told you that.
definitive, and it was questioned heavily. Yeah, things
was.
that aren't without question.
I would
debated.
never deny. That's why sometimes you just dismiss people who are stupid. So if people are stupid, tell you that
You
smoking is
provide
safe.
definitive evidence or support for your claim,
Well,
and you leave people without questions.
You can be religious or something and still dismiss it regardless of what you provide. That doesn't mean it's not.
But okay. So are you saying you're in a religion, and you don't like people questioning your religion, therefore you can just disregard them? Is that what you just said?
Can be religious, as in you don't care
You can
about
be
the
religious if you want to. That's fine. If you have a religion and you have faith, that's
and then
fine.
you question everything.
But I don't like you
regardless of
coming and knocking on my door and trying to spruik your religion to me, because I'm going to have questions if that's what you're going to do.
Yeah, but I think the thing here is that if somebody says, "Here is if I provide evidence," and he says, "I don't care," what can I do about that?
Okay, it wouldn't be definitive evidence then, would it? Because if it was definitive, they wouldn't say, "I don't care."
Are
they
you
would
saying
say, "Oh,
everybody is completely
fantastic,
rational
thank you
and
for that."
sane, and there are like no way crazy people exist?
Of course there are.
Okay, so the crazy people will say, "I don't care about the evidence," and would
Who
you
cares
say,
about the crazy
"Well,
people
then the
then?
evidence aren't
So
facts
how many?
anymore because I need
How
to
many
consider
people
that
do you need to
crazy
come up?
person."
How many crazy people do you need to see before you go, "Hang on a minute, shit, maybe, just maybe, what I'm presenting isn't definitive"? Because there's fucking awful lot of crazy people.
See, the background on Funk is that he actually helps crazy people in real life to make himself feel better. So then he comes on here and helps who he thinks are crazy people.
Doing this, Riggs?
Well, this is exactly what this is exactly what you're doing. Well, do you not understand that this is also a personal attack? Like, we're not living a double life by being on this server. We're living one single life. You help actual insane people in your real life, and you come in here and basically pretend it's the same thing.
I didn't say that any of you guys were crazy. I was just arguing from philosophical point of view.
I hope you look at their blood, Funk.
I did. I mean, did you feel hit by it? I'm sorry, but I didn't really try to hit you guys. I'm just telling you. I cannot consider everybody's opinion just because somebody dismisses it.
Well, we're not trying to be psychoanalyzed.
I'm not trying to psychoanalyze you. I'm just talking from
well, then stop calling us crazy people.
I didn't.
You've been the one who keeps talking about crazy people in reference to us.
It was an example. It was used as an example. I'm sorry
if you keep using that example.
By it.
It's insulting.
I'm sorry.
Like, you're the one who's here voluntarily. Like, we're not here to make you feel better because you have a presupposition.
I don't care, Riggs, about your opinion, Riggs. I don't give a shit.
Knocked on my fucking door and you're spruiking your fucking religious nonsense. I've got a couple of questions and you're going, "Oh, you don't understand my religion. You suck." And it's like, fucking hell, just leave my property then.
That could also
just
be
get
the
off
case,
the property.
right? But my point was,
clear out. The shotgun's going to come out very shortly. You're like, fucking get off, mate.
My point was somebody just dismissing it because they. Well, in this case,
it's
not me.
Jehovah Witness.
In this case, it's not me coming on your lawn and spreading it. It's just other people just giving in point of view, which I don't think are valid. I'm not trying to hunt people down. I would like submit my paper to a crazy house and ask what they're thinking about it, like an asylum. Like it's stupid.
But that's essentially what you've done.
Is your point, Funk, that if
well,
we...
I'm telling you, this is what the fuck?
Am I coming
I
through?
don't understand.
Well, no, but that's essentially what you've done. You've come to somewhere where you know you're going to get answers that you consider crazy, and yet for some reason you're here. So that's weird.
I'm
just. I'm not. Well, I'm asking why. I'm telling you from a principal point of view. Before any evidence is presented, I haven't talked about it at all. I'm just talking about in general. This is like nothing. I would never. I would never dismiss something just because somebody has questions, which I don't think are valid. For example.
Really? So if I come and told you that I've got photos of your missus cheating on you or whatever, and she was doing all sorts of funky things to someone, and you just dismissed it because you just think it's crazy, like would that be rational, or would you want to see the evidence?
Well, in that example, I would say, depending on the evidence, maybe it's actually
hang on.
valid.
Oh, depending on the evidence. All right. So if it was definitive and it left you without question, how would that make you feel?
If you left me without question. Well, in this case, if it's good evidence, then I would accept it.
Right. So can you do that for me with the globe?
Maybe, maybe not.
Provide me with enough evidence that I'm left with no questions. I'll have nothing to fucking say. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I have provided evidence. Most of it are presented as not being real because I'm using my eyes or something.
So not definitive. All right. Okay. Now that's fine.
That's my
point. When you've got something definitive or anything else, bring it.
It sounds like a way to move the goalpost, to be honest.
No, not at all.
It
definitive
is, because
means
anything
without
can
question.
be definitive.
Clearly, whatever
but
you have
question is
presented
subjective.
had questions that you couldn't answer.
Yeah, but questions is just your subjective opinion. You can just dismiss it just because you're saying I don't feel like accepting it.
But you calling the questions crazy is your subjective opinion. And that's very convenient, isn't it? So if you can't answer a question, you just you're crazy. Like,
well, I can
substantiate
it. I would substantiate it. And if I can't, then I would be the crazy one. The thing is, what you're doing is
you wouldn't substantiate your evidence, but you'd substantiate.
You're saying
me
you're using the word definitive without actually explaining what it means.
It means without question.
And you're just that's like what you call it when you're just using a different word for the same meaning, tautology or something.
Oh my god!
It is. You're just changing the word with the same meaning, but it's this word which is the same thing. It's just your subjective opinion, everything, all of it. So, you're not explaining.
How else would you use? Like, what else would you call it? To have an answer that leaves you with no more questions.
I would say, well, what questions do you need answered before I even started going down that path? But the problem is,
no, but that's what. So you can't even think. You can't even think of a term to use.
I use the term
to be left with no more questions.
I explained to you what.
What else would you use?
It depends on you not having questions. I can't help you with that. If you always want to have questions on something.
But it's not that I always want to. I'm here looking for the appropriate answers, the ones that leave me without a question. I'm not looking to just question everything. If you assume that, then I'm sorry. That's incorrect.
Yeah, but you're not explaining exactly why. You're just saying I have questions, but you're not saying what is the question.
No,
and I'm asking you that.
No, you
and then
provide
you use a different word for a question.
Evidence. I tell you exactly why I have questions. I give you the questions, and you say, "Oh no, that's not good enough."
No, you didn't. I asked you what's wrong.
God.
I asked you about the auto level thing, and you said, "But then it's not definitive." And I asked you again, "What do you mean definitive?" And you said, "Without question." And I ask you, "What do you mean?" And then you say, "Oh my God, you're stupid." You literally said that. So you didn't explain.
Never said, "Oh my God, you're stupid." Please fucking find where I said that.
Yes, you did exhale and did it
Oh,
didn't
I
make sense
exhale.
why I would ask
I
that.
do have to breathe.
Yes.
Well, yeah,
So
no,
when
I do.
so
Because it
doesn't it
means
make
without question. Everyone else
that?
understands. You're just being difficult.
And then I'm asking you, what the hell is your question? You didn't explain that.
Optics aren't definitive. They leave questions. There's all sorts of medium at play. There's all sorts of things at play. That's why there's error.
There's error
You've got
in
someone who
everything.
uses. Yeah, so provide something that is definitive to the point where the error is so minuscule and the margin, that the discrepancy you're pointing out is so big that it is definitive.
But in this case, I didn't even present
through?
I didn't even present anything with error. What the fuck?
Give me a mic.
You're just making stuff up now.
No, I'm not.
What
you can have
measurement did
error
I
and still
provide you then?
provide definitive evidence, mate.
What kind
You're
of
just you are deliberately failing to understand this concept because you can't provide it. That's why.
No,
And
but
I understand.
you're saying an auto level cannot be accepted for anything because they have errors. Because I didn't
I
give you an
personally wouldn't accept it.
exact.
No, I personally wouldn't.
So
Because
there
it's optical.
there is no error margin you're accepting at all. You don't care about the error margin.
No, do it physically. Do it non-optically. That removes the optical margin for error. Oh,
So there is no
How
error
do you
doing
measure?
it
How do
physically?
you fucking measure your height? Do you measure
I
your height
mean,
with fucking, an angle from the horizon, or do you get a tape measure? Do you do it physically?
a laser measurement is more precise than doing it physically. You do realize that?
A laser measurement. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Before
do
you
that.
had a laser measurement, and that's not more precise at all. So
Yes,
if
it
you had a
is.
tape measure,
Tape measure.
but it's not.
It
Yeah, a
is.
tape measure or a mark on the wall. Okay. What's the difference there?
That's one way to measure. It's not as precise as laser measurement.
Why not?
Because you're eyeballing and you're using a thick fucking ass
No.
marker.
You go to the hospital and they've got the little bracket. You know, the right angle bracket thing. You stand under it and they slide the bracket down and it touches the top of your head at 90 degrees to the wall where it's measuring. That's pretty fucking accurate, dude. I can't see why a laser would be any more accurate than that.
It can if you're gonna measure something within the regime of nanometers, you can't use.
Well, hang on a minute. What happens if someone's got puffy hair? Where does the laser bounce off? Is it their scalp or is it their fucking hair? Come on. Seriously.
That shows just how precise it is because it does actually care about it.
Yeah, so it's not going to measure the height of the person very accurately then, is it? So it wouldn't be very definitive because you've got all sorts of different fucking people standing under it.
Are you saying
so I wonder why they don't use the laser thing at the hospital.
That's
Probably
because
they
don't
want to be
care
accurate.
about precision, Whitesword.
Oh, really? Interesting.
No, they don't.
Shave your head. Everyone has to shave their head to get a laser height test.
Well, within a cent, they doesn't provide. How many decimals do they provide there? Whitesword.
Quick, everyone shave your head. You've got to have a height
How
test.
many how many decimals do they provide? Whitesword?
No. Fucking
Whitesword.
Funk says you have to fucking have a laser test.
No, I don't
Yes,
say
mate.
that. You're being fucking stupid.
All right, go on. Oh, really?
Because you're
I'm being
ridiculous.
stupid. You're the one obfuscating from anything definitive here, not me.
No, I'm not.
I'm
You're
having
saying
fun.
that
not
you're saying that any measurement tape measures are more precise than laser measurements, which is being kind of stupid.
I just gave you an example why in that instance for measuring height you would not use a fucking laser. Would
Hospitals where you measure just for the sake of within a centimeter. Not very precise.
But when you drop the physical bracket down onto someone's scalp, that is a more accurate fucking thing than a laser test that's bouncing off someone's fucking hair that's an inch above their head, eh?
Well, if the hair is a problem, you
that.
can press it down as well. Still not more precise.
Still not more precise. Okay, you believe that, champ.
It's not. It's
In
true.
your own little mind. No, it's not true at all.
Can you measure something within nanometer precision using eyeballing.
Was that the scenario I just presented? No.
No, that's the scenario I presented. That's more precision.
So do you think a laser rangefinder for targeting some sort of target out the distance is more accurate than running a fucking tape measure to it?
Yeah.
No.
No? Why not?
No. Well, how
No.
could it be? How are you checking?
Because
so
they have
you're going to
calibrated.
shoot your laser. No, you're going to shoot your laser at something, and it's going to come back and it's going to give you a fucking distance, right? How do you check to see that that's accurate?
They calibrated it.
How do you? No, but how do you think they calibrated it? How do you think they actually checked?
They calibrated it with something that is more precise.
Oh, something that was measured physically. Something that was a known distance, perhaps.
I'm not sure how they
Very
calibrate
strange.
it. Do they calibrate
Oh, they
it?
calibrate it with fucking pixies, did they? Did they get the pixies out and go, quick, calibrate the fucking lasers, boys, go?
Well,
is that what they did?
I think this is becoming kind of childish, to be honest. I feel like I'm arguing with a 12-year-old or something at this point.
Well, good. I'm glad you do.
So
I'm glad you feel like that because you've got nothing to offer. So it's
You're
all
being
you've got to say.
very childish now.
Sure. So how did they calibrate it then? I'm sorry, my questions are childish. They must be crazy questions.
No,
you're
acting very
Just dismiss them. Just dismiss them, mate, because they're so crazy. You don't need to answer them.
I'm sorry.
The calibration just magically happens.
Earlier.
Maybe they calculate it. Maybe the maths they just
I
know.
swear. Don't worry
champ.
about me. I'm just a guy on the internet. You feel very you're very offensive.
No, I'm just playing with your obfuscation. I like it. It's pretty humorous.
No, that's why I killed the whole thing, because you're just being very defensive and childish. It doesn't go anywhere.
Nothing defensive I'm being. You've got no answers, so I'm having fun with you, and I appreciate your.
You're
candor.
acting childish. That's what a child would do when they want to have fun with a grown-up.
Really? Very interesting.
It's like having, I don't give a shit. It's just being very childish now.
Yeah, no worries. When you've got nothing to offer, that's all you've got. Is to fucking now personally attack me.
Offer out anything to somebody who doesn't care.
I care, but you don't have anything to offer. So now you're personally attacking me, and that's pretty sad, champ.
I don't personally attack you. I just kill the whole thing and tell you to stop talking because you're being just very
you just called me childish.
Yeah.
Oh, so there's another personal attack. I'm not a child, mate. I'm asking you questions.
You're
you can't
acting
seem
childish.
to answer them. Am I really?
Yeah.
I've got kids, mate. They don't act like this.
So they are more grown up than you then? Yes.
Go on, you define childish for us.
I'm not going to define. You are childish, right?
Oh, you're not going to. Okay, sure.
I define it. You are.
Continue not to answer the question.
Well, it's not about that.
Nothing definitive, champ.
Am I here?
Eh?
Yeah, you're here.
Okay.
Funk's just been funked up.
I mean, we're all a bit childish in and out through different phases.
I've been childish before, but
I wanted to say, Funk didn't really mean to call Flat Earthers crazy. What he meant was, if there was a server where people were trying to deny 100 degrees boiling point, that wouldn't make any difference. Most people will still find it definitive that water boils at 100 degrees.
Yeah, I would dismiss them. I would just why do I even care about their opinion?
Wise word. You not finding something definitive doesn't really matter in the big scheme of things. That's what I think I'm agreeing with.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can have that opinion, and I'm allowed to want something definitive. That's fine. We can each have our opinions.
Yeah, but I think there's nothing wrong with that. You have a weird standard, so we don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're allowed to do that. But if you're going to continue to spruik something and still not provide anything definitive that people are asking for, then I personally wouldn't understand why you're even here.
It's
in all honesty,
everyone else.
That's why I killed it. That's why I killed the whole discussion. I said it doesn't
You
matter
didn't
what
kill
I say.
anything. You had
Yes, I
nothing
did.
definitive.
I said I'm stopping this now because it's pointless.
Well, mate, it was pointless
doesn't
from the
have a
get
say
go.
in your White's doesn't have an opinion.
He can have his opinion, but I don't care at this point.
So why did you engage in a conversation with him then?
I did because I had hopeful that it would lead somewhere. But when I see that it doesn't, then I'll just kill it and say, "Well, fuck this."
Yeah, that's your prerogative.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm taking from this, White's word, if we show you thick obstruction of a boat really hard on a clear day, and we say this is the measurements, look, it looks like it's behind the water. We think it's behind the water. This is definitive for me, my wife, my family, my kids, the whole school, everyone who I've ever spoke to in my life, except flat earthers in Discord. So maybe, and then you say, no, it's just an optical illusion. That means
I
you've
wouldn't
got a
say
weird
that,
standard of what's definitive.
No. Consensus is not fucking proof of anything, champ. It doesn't matter how many people say something.
That's not what I said.
No, you did. You said if the school says this and everyone says it because we've got measurements
if we have
and here they are.
measurements of perfect obstruction.
Well, then it would be definitive to me, mate. Then I would agree with you if you had something
We've
definitive.
already shown that.
Dawn.
You say it's an optical illusion.
No, there are. Oh my god. It's
what did
not
you show,
definitive.
Don? A picture? You showed a picture?
Yeah.
Loads of people have measured it in different ways.
But you realize that that's really not definitive, right?
For you, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You've got a warped view of definitive.
Do you understand peer review and why it's not scientific? It's because it's fucking consensus, Dawn. You're doing the same thing.
Dude. Globe's been peer reviewed for hundreds of
Yeah,
years.
and that should concern you. It's a consensus. It's not scientific in any fucking way, shape, or form.
Yeah, peer review. You should at least question peer review because that's highly questionable.
Is good. So you're now saying we shouldn't review anything?
No, the peer.
No, review stuff scientifically, mate.
You shouldn't ask other people questions.
No, you shouldn't get a group of good old boys to ask them to ask them to debunk their own theory, therefore getting less grants the next year.
But their peers are also people who actually disagree with their theory a lot of times.
It's all about funding and grants. Once you realize that, you'll understand that science today has been, shall we say, corrupted.
Could be.
Yeah, let's say, for example, Funk, you're getting grant money to prove that laser light is coherent, right? And somebody comes along and says, no, well, I found this and it's not incoherent, and he's going to get your grant money the next year.
That's not what they do in peer review. The peer review just look through the methodologies and that it's like that it makes sense what the paper is saying. It doesn't say anything about like retesting it. That's something you do afterwards.
Yeah, but the people that review, they send the paper back with suggestions, don't they?
Yeah, for the paper, but the experiments are done already.
Crazy. So they don't even actually fucking check the experiment.
They do
just look
after
at the conclusion, do they? And go, boom, yeah, we trust you.
No, but that's only part of it. Part of the process. The part of that's only for getting it admitted, so that like there needs to be some kind of review process.
Yeah. So what are the chances that those ones that are doing the peer reviewing are going to vote in favor of your paper, which in turn may cause them to get no funding the previous year?
Well, it's
the next year. I mean, sorry,
it's other people. Sorry,
but you get my my question.
People have went against the grain and been straight blackballed, but careers ruined. You ain't getting no funding, no grants. No one will hire you. As soon as they know you're going against, as soon as they know it's happened. What do you mean? We have
No, I know, mate. I was pretending to be Funk.
Oh, all right.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Yeah, no.
Fear, the most corrupt thing there is in science.
There could be issues with it, I would admit. There could be like, for example, I think that with the grants, is like heavily relied on like what people want to research. Like, let's say, oh, I'm interested in this, or I think this theory might have some something to it. But it's pointless to actually think that unless somebody actually pay you to do it. So, like, that's sort of like it can become like a popularity bias. Where I read somewhere, it's like it was that on like string theory, because string theory showed some things that were like very convincing, and because of that, like everybody thought that, oh, let's just go down the path of string theory. That means if it's wrong, you don't get any grants to other things to look at it, see if other paths are correct as well.
Yeah, but how are you going to
string
test?
theory? My bad. Go ahead, Essie.
I was just going to say, Jeremy, how do you test string theory? See what I mean? It's like who can make the best pit? Guitar,
but that's there are parts which we probably will never. But I think there are somebody who makes theories which can, at least as far as they know now, there are no ways to prove it. But in string theory, I think there are parts which they can prove.
Yeah, which dimension would that be? The fifth, the sixth, the fourth?
String
I don't
theory
think
is
that
big.
the part of the dimensions are not the most important part of that, but
the dimensions is the most important part for me, because it shows me that it's absolute bullshit. You realize there's one-dimensional objects in string theory, right?
And I think we need to move away from string theory.
I think I've read what I read on it is that like there are many theories, or not several variants of it, which have different amount of dimensions to make it basically make sense, to make it
Let me
logically
know when you get one
valid.
theory down. I'll debunk that shit in my sleep.
Well, yeah, okay.
While drunk.
But I think they see it as the many dimensions. I think they see it actually as a problem. I think they do see that as a problem, because it's like it makes sense in some parts, but then you need like several dimensions to explain it. That's I think they see that as a problem.
He went up to 11, 12, 13 dimensions.
One is the problem for
some
me.
of them.
For me was they went down to one. I don't care how many. Yeah.
It's sheer fantasy. That's all it is. Grown men getting millions of dollars to come up with cockamamie ideas.
Yeah.
There are some good podcasts on that subject if you want to read. Some people who criticize it. It doesn't get that much praise as it did. Like people are looking into other things. So
because people aren't idiots and they realize that it's fucking nonsense.
Well, it has some. I think what they did was that they were trying to explain like the strong force or something like that, quarks and stuff like that. I think they call gluons or something.
They're trying to do a theory of everything. Like they want to wrap life up in a nice, simple, neat package.
It wasn't supposed to be that.
Fundamental stuff. They're saying that the strings are fundamental.
That was what was a little bit special about this, because I think they initially was a hypothesis to only explain the strong force between like the nucleus, the quarks and stuff. And they made this theory, and they also out of it came like it fitted very well with gravity as well. So therefore, it got a lot of traction, but it didn't lead anywhere. I think from from there. You have to read on it if you want to know more.
I read on it. It's all bullshit.
Okay.
Save yourself a lot of,
I
a lot
haven't
of
spent a
hours.
lot of time on it. I don't care so much about that. For some theory to be more exciting, I would say, well, then there needs to be some kind of thing that could be provable, at least in the very like for example, like the whole Higgs boson thing. It's kind of more exciting because they can actually find things out. But if it's so far fetched or far away into the future that we would ever have any instruments, then yeah, it's just a theory at this point.
That's another fantasy.
Really?
The massless particle that gives all other particles mass. Who comes up with this bullshit?
Hold on. When you say it's just a theory, you mean not scientific theory. You mean just an idea in someone's head.
No, it's a scientific theory. It's just that it's not.
Look out.
So they got they validated a hypothesis.
It fits
via experiment.
Part of the.
You don't even know what a theory is, dude.
I think part of the theory isn't only that it's the part of what makes it a scientific theory would be that it's also a building on current science. It's not made up from scratch.
Current rubbish. More rubbish based on current rubbish. Wow.
You realize in order for something to be a scientific theory, it had to go through multiple experimental verifications and hypotheses. Is that what happened with this theory, or do you want to change your stance?
Yeah, what's the cause and effect, for example? A simple question.
I think there are many causes to that effect. It's very complicated. I cannot explain it.
So then you have no clue of what you're talking about.
Well, it's not like one function of x and then put in x and then you're done. It's not that simple.
Why not? Why not?
Because it's not that simple.
Why not?
I don't know. Because it's not. There's no reason. It doesn't have to be simple.
So you don't understand it, but yet you believe it, and you feel that we should believe it as well.
Did I say I believe it? I earlier said I don't believe it, or I don't care about it, even if it's true or not. Maybe true. I don't know. I don't care.
Hang on. Scientific theory may be true. Those things don't go together.
It's okay. So I understand what you mean. When we say scientific theory, it normally means something that has been validated. But in this case, what do you call that? It's a theory, and it's
theoretical.
You can validate.
It's theoretical.
Yeah, it's theoretical. That's better.
But because it's not a scientific theory. Theoretical is something that just is an imagination. They imagine this to be true.
It's a prediction, but it's not baseless. I would say
a prediction. A scientific prediction.
Yeah.
Or that now you're in different territory now.
Well, that's a hypothesis. Let's hear it.
Yeah. Now you're into science. Now you're into a different kind of a theory.
Let's hear the hypothesis. The scientific prediction is a hypothesis. You're predicting the cause of the effect.
Yep. So what's the cause? Let's start off with the cause.
There is no.
No.
End of story.
Come on.
Yeah, you have nothing, bro. I mean, you know that.
So their predictions are that there are extra spatial dimensions.
Yes.
These dimensions are hidden. They're microscopic, spherical-ish in shape, and embedded in space-time itself. It also predicts supersymmetry.
Of course,
how do we go about testing that?
I don't think that's the problem. That's why I'm saying I don't care so much about it, because these are things that we don't have any equipment to prove or anything like that.
So you're saying it's kind of like nonsense, somebody's made up story?
No, it's just
it's an idea.
It's just an idea. Yeah, it's an idea and it's a theory which has
what's an idea? A theory is an idea.
Yeah, but I would say it's more than that, because I know you can have an idea, but it doesn't. It can still be like incoherent at that point. But that's
so it's just imagination.
A theory, yeah, it is imagination, because a theory in science is a tested experiment, right? You have your hypothesis, you test it, you have your results, and then you have your theory, right?
That's if you have a scientific, if you want it to be like validated scientific theory, yes, then you need to validate.
Well, that's why I asked you, and you said, yes, this is scientific.
It is scientific. If it was like a Lord of the Rings story, then I would say, no, that's not. It's both of them are
but it's the same thing.
One is not based on reality.
It is, but it isn't.
No, Lord of the Rings isn't based on reality, so that's not science. This is has a basis in reality, and it has predictions from stuff in reality.
So we went from a scientific theory to Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I use that as an example to say what's the difference between fiction and science.
Ah.
Okay, good.
Crazy.
So which is this? Is this Lord of the Rings we're talking about, or science?
Are you talking about string theory?
Yeah.
That's not Lord of the Rings.
You sure? Maybe Lord of the Strings.
Yeah.
About Lord.
Yes.
Yeah.
I read Lord of the Rings, and I have also read a little bit on string theory, and they're not the same.
Let me show you the first article from. I'm going to read you the first part of the article from space.com on string theory. What is string theory? String theory represents a major dream of theoretical physicists.
So it's not even a science.
Well done.
Theoretical physics is not even a science. You guys are funny.
And it says it's a major dream.
I mean, I've been told you can get a hypothesis from a dream. Like, that's where you could. The Glober said that.
No, don't you have to observe like a natural phenomenon?
Was it Zanuck?
They were all backing it. I don't know.
I gotta go. Bye.
Oh man, why?
I've been here for fucking 4 hours now. I think.
That's the best.
4
man.
hours.
I'll post you the link if you want to see it.
Later, he left.
Nice. We have Lord of the Strings now.
Lord, that was good, Ezzy.
I swear they moved away from this freaking. I remember I was into this. I remember listening to Mitchell Kaku a long time ago. This is time ago. Like, shit, way before I even got married.
Mic check.
I used to love
check.
all this.
What's going on, guys?
What up,
Hey,
Matrix?
for whatever's worth, guys. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
No doubt. We got a lot to be thankful for.
I mean, listen. At least it's good to get the family together. Although deep down, I kind of tend to think that I have no idea what we're actually celebrating this day. But for whatever's worth, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it's fine. We give thanks. Give thanks for what you got. We got a lot to be thankful for. It could always be worse, no matter how bad you got it. There's some guy walking around out there with no legs, all kinds of fucked up shit. So
walking around with no legs. How's he doing that? Shit.
You know, I know. I didn't realize the laughter, but you know what I mean.
Yes, very thankful. Many people less fortunate. You're right.
Yo, I fucking killed him yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think, it was yesterday. I went in the gym. Oh my god, I killed them all day long. They don't stand a chance. Like the guy with no legs.
So what?
I mean, this should be.
The gym that hit you with the. You think you're smarter than all the scientists? You think you, Jeremy?
He's hit me with that so many times. Yeah, not yesterday, but I've heard that from him fucking at least 3 times. And you don't want to know the truth. He's hit me with the "you don't want to know the truth" thing a few times. What else? He's got some like standard like rants that he goes on.
You're asking me, what are you? You're not the smartest they are, or you're dumber? Are you a dumbass, man? Did you flunk high school?
I graduated barely, but I mean, I never really. I used to think all this space shit was cool when I was a kid and Star Trek shit, but I never really was like smart or gotten deep to anything like any kind of like crazy field. Somehow everyone's an expert in this field and everything we talk about here. All of a sudden, like we'll be talking about airplanes. Everyone's a fucking plane expert. Then we're talking about, you know what I'm
Everybody's
saying?
a pilot, bro. Haven't you seen them, man? Everybody has freaking. They come in as a pilot.
Bro, like everyone's a pilot, then everyone's a physicist in the next second, and then everyone's something else. It's like, yo, how can all you people be so specialized in all these various fields?
And how they have these definitions just packed in their brains that they just know all the definitions to everything. I mean, it's very weird to me that these people just have all this time in the world to be so smart and just be so lazy at the same time. Because if they're on here 24/7, what the hell are they doing with their lives?
You don't catch me in the concave server giving them shit about trying to prove their fucking crap.
You sound muffled, bro. I could not understand a word you said.
Sorry.
What did you say again? I understood the last part.
Oh, look,
but...
Yeah, it's strange that they're even here. Like, I'm not in the concave Earth server giving them grief about proof. It's just strange they're even here.
Always ask myself, like, why would they, unless they're curious and they're socially cowards, they can't really say they're flat earthers because they'll get ridiculed. Some people can't handle the pressure, but unless they're naturally curious about the nature of your reality, what will be the purpose of just keep coming back? Like, I've known some of these detractors for years, bro. Rump has been doing this shit for like 6 years already since the start. Ruhiv, a lot of these people, they just keep coming back. And if they believe that they have the truth, why wouldn't they just accept it and move on to something else? What keeps them coming back?
Well, that's why I keep thinking there must be an incentive, like a financial reward. That's all I can think.
I mean, the thing is, man, that all right, because it sounds conspiratorial, right? And people, and we would never want to there's a saying that says that it's not the same to call on the devil than to see the devil, right? So we tend to say that these people are paid because it's like a default response. But the thing is, we've never actually considered that these people might actually be paid by someone. You know what I'm saying? Like, really consider it that they're talking to us, and then half hour later, they're talking to whoever their handler is and telling them about us, and probably picking one of us for some sort of false flag event based on who the fuck they think is crazier and type shit.
All I know is you'd have to pay me a handsome sum to go into a concave Earth server and give them grief for 6 years.
Bro, I'm about to go fuck those dudes up in the concave server. Who is that a real thing or?
I was about to ask, is there an actual concave server? Shit, I would definitely love to join just to talk about the nature of your reality.
I want to try to get him in on I want to try to get him in on my straight line thing. I'm not really gonna fuck him up. I want to get him in on my straight line thing.
Bring him
Because
over.
those people have incentive. Like the Globers have no incentive. 99% of the world thinks they are with their thing. They don't need to do anything. But these concave earthers, they might actually want to do something.
I think the concave is just the globe, like in reverse type thing.
That's just crazy.
Yeah, because think about it. Instead of being on the cross of some ball, we're like on the inside of some ball. So everything, so the sky it could possibly work the same way, right? But the ground doesn't because it's concave. It's like the reverse of the globe.
Yeah, at least they have their gas pressure. Globe. At least they have their gas pressure contained. It makes way more sense than the globe. It's still pretty fucking nutty, but you know,
yeah, better head over there.
They wouldn't have to deal with the gas pressure with no container thing.
The issue to the I'm sorry, the issue to the concave earther is that they don't have the curvature measurement. That's it. Their claim is that the light is bending upwards towards heaven and towards the sun, right? And that's why when the light reaches your eye, what you're looking at is this light that is actually curving, but it looks flat. It's curving upwards, like you're inside the ball.
I mean, technically, the light isn't doing anything. It's all on how we perceive the light, right? Because it's a visual thing. We have to be able to see it and
the light is a spectrum. It is like when the light is reaching everywhere. That whole thing. There's light that you don't even see, right? I mean, you see all the light because you see colors. So we can see all the colors, but the infrared, the electro-optical infrared spectrum, we actually don't see that too clear. We see the stars, and that's electro-optical. You know, gases sliding with energy and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, their claim is not verifiable because when you go to the Earth and measure it, it's not curving. So, but the light is coming from the sun and everything. But they claim, they claim that we are inside the ball. Yeah. Do you know what? You know, one of the things that I actually learned, because obviously we talk about the ground, and the ground is what we speak about because that's where we stand in, and we can verify it, and go out there and measure, and we can work with it practically. But one of the things about the light is where it's going, and it's going to a focus point of light, which is up above on the area of the heavens, the whatever layer is, the firmament, whoever call it like that, or that area of the sky. We can see there's the sun, the moon, and these luminaries, and they're doing something that is very, in a way, specific because it looks designed, because it repeats it in cycles and all that kind of stuff. It can be, followed in a way of cycles. But what's causing that's what we observe from down here is the effects, and the cause of that is above the sky that we observe. That's where the light is coming from.
Jamesy, you're not the globe. You're not the globortian guy, right? That's not you, right?
The what?
The guy that used to say globortian and shit on Jose. That isn't you, right? You kind of sound a little bit like.
It's funny. That's the first time that I've heard that term, but this is the second time that I hear someone asking me a similar question, asking me if I'm Jose. And the funniest part is that my name is Jose, but I'm not that Jose that you're thinking about.
Jamesy, you know what's more ironic? My name is also Jose.
Oh, there you go, bro.
What up, Jamesy?
Hey,
yeah,
bro.
we would see way too far on concave Earth. I already got these guys are making just to prepare you guys. The new argument is we see too far for a flat Earth, or no, we don't see. Or that's the new argument. We don't see far enough, right, SC?
No, that's always been the argument that we don't, because they're expecting the eye to just have like an infinite spectrum of picking up everything.
We see too far. We see too far for a flat Earth. Not we don't see far enough.
The thing is that what we see is what the medium is allowing. Because if there was a wall in the medium, you're not gonna see past that wall, right? So That's why we don't see the heavens above, because there's a huge wall up there. Okay. Another thing is when we're looking through the medium down here, you're looking through a layer of molecules, gas, all that kind of stuff mixed, heat and cold temperatures, and even there is electricity in the air because it's a positive charge all above in the sky, right? And it goes higher and higher. So you see all that stuff mixed up, and when you're looking through, it's gonna be blocked. But there's different spectrums to this, because when you look through infrared, a lot of that blockage is gonna be cut through. But still, there's limitations. Still with the infrared.
You mean a lot of the noise, right? The visual noise or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, and also they haven't never taken into account, I think, the gradients, right? Because all these gradients are different layers of medium or whatever. So they have never taken into account what we're seeing in the ground with what we're supposed to see in the sky, and all the gradients in between us and that, and the miscalculation that they could possibly be having without understanding what they're looking through. They assume it's just air.
Yeah, the Glober's saying that gradient and that medium is curving downwards, and the concavers is saying it's curving upwards. But what Jeremy is saying, that they're saying now that we see too far for a flat Earth. So what is the specific about that? Break it down for us. What is the actual claim? Because just saying that you could see far, we see too far for a flat Earth. That's sort of just a short sentence of a doesn't say much for me. Can you be specific? What do we see far on a flat Earth? What is the actual claim?
I don't know. They're saying we shouldn't see that far on a flat. You know how they are. They know everything that would happen on a flat Earth. So they're saying that we see too far for a flat Earth. Like we shouldn't see as far as we do from certain heights and shit. I don't know. You'll have to hear it from them.
Oh, but that's a complete contradiction to the claim that we don't see. Oh my god! Like who is saying this, bro? who has the nerve to say this after oh my god, bro! How is that possible? That used to say that we don't see far enough. He used to be one of them components that used to say that we don't see far enough. We should see infinitely.
Now they're saying we see too far enough.
Bro, that is fucking people have no shame, bro. They just switch tactics and expect us to just like roll with it, like we don't notice that they're bullshitting.
It's pretty simple. For those claims about the curvature, there's no measurement. That's it. It's really not that complicated. You can't measure it. And to claim that the whole medium is curving downwards or the concave is curving upwards, that's a really tough one to say that's actually happening. Because looking through the medium is one thing, and saying that it's either curving either way, you could see that might be happening visually, but when you bring out the tape measure, the tools, and use the metrics, there is no curvature either way. I will say, obviously, there's topography. There's mountains and hills and valleys and all that kind of stuff, and sea level, lake level, even the frozen areas. Because when you go to the frozen regions, even on the north or the south, you're gonna see elevations of ice and icebergs and all that kind of stuff, and icy mountains. But there is no curvature. It's not that complicated. Yeah, the medium is curving. Bro, if you go really high up in the mountains, you can see really, really far on a clear day. And if you pull out the infrared, wow, yeah, you can see really far.
James, you been getting your crypto on still, or did you stop fucking around with that?
What? No, bro. This stuff is just gonna keep going.
Yeah, bro.
I'm how do you say?
I'm making I'm making over $50 a day right now. It's close to like 75, 80 probably, just passively. Fucking awesome,
yeah.
Dude. Yeah.
You put in it staking in good places.
I got it in like 30 different places. Yeah, it's all spread out. I'm nice and safe and diversified. Straight, bro, killing it.
That's good.
I don't
That's
even.
good.
Yeah,
You
I
know
don't even have to
something?
work.
I had some stuff in Binance, right? And for certain assets, they freeze the withdrawals whenever they want, for however they want, however
Well, you
long
know
they
what it
want.
is? They do wallet. They do they have wallets, so they got to do maintenance on it, right? So sometimes they have to do maintenance on a wallet, and yeah, it'll take a while.
What if the market goes down 20,000% or something in something that I'm holding, and they say, hey, you cannot withdraw
Oh
it.
yeah, that screams out market manipulation huge, because if you know Binance is about to do an update, like if you're one of the guys that knows the update's coming, you could
Yeah.
That's why I fuck with MetaMask, bro. Aren't you on
Yeah, I use
MetaMask?
MetaMask. Yeah, I use it. Yeah, I use it.
Just use that.
Yeah.
I do all my Binance business. The wallet never gets froze up. I could trade it. You could trade anything, anytime, ever.
Yeah.
So, and it's safer because I don't know. I've lost out so much on exchanges.
Oh my
But
goodness.
yeah, bro, I'm making a straight up income off of that shit. It didn't take a lot of money either. Like a lot of places, I'm getting. I just put something in a thing last night where I'm getting 0.8% a day on a stable coin, bro. On a stable coin.
On a stable, yeah. 12.8. That's crypto. Crypto.com does something like that. I think for what is it? USDC. USDC. I think they do like 8% or 10% or something like that. But you're doing 12 on a stable coin. That's really good. 12.8. 12.8. So what are you staking the most? What is the highest that you getting from which coin?
I got shit all over the place. So I got some in Baby Swap, Auto Shift, Anchor Swap, Panther Swap. Like I just have it chopped up $300, $400, $500 here and there.
I'm getting 33 point something on my Binance.
33% a year.
On BNB, yeah.
Bro, I wouldn't even get in. I hate when stuff's that low.
Yeah, that low.
This one thing I got in on last night. I got on the Phantom network. So on my MetaMask, you can go to chainlist.org and you could just add other chains. Like that's how we get the Binance chain now. You don't have to add all that whole field in. You could just go to chainlist.org and just connect your wallet and it'll add chains for you that you want. So I added the Phantom chain and the Avalanche chain, and the Phantom chain's crazy. I'm doing good on that. The Avalanche chain's all right, but I go to all the passive income places and just throw a few bucks in. If that shit bubbles, my Baby Swap bubbled again recently. That shit's at like $1.40 a coin now.
Yeah, and you got in there.
Yeah, I mean that's how you do. You just throw a few bucks in all these places, and it's easy to make like $50 a day or something. I don't know. I don't need a lot of money, so my goal is to get 200 a day by the end of 2022, though.
It's good that you actually actively doing that kind of stuff and getting some passive income that you can move around as well, and maybe put some back into it, right?
Yeah. I was putting it back into it for a while. I need to live off it now, but I've been stacking up stable coins just in case anything happens. I can always rebuy more passive income.
Yeah. Something. Yeah, if you stack in your stable coins, which one are you stacking? Are you wary of USD?
I chop it up between three of them. I do BUSD, USDC, and USDT.
Okay, USDT is the biggest one at the moment, but they're having some issues, right?
I don't like USDT at all. Yeah. Okay. Are they having issues?
The government is asking them for paperwork, like a lot of it.
Yeah, I've heard very bad things about USDT before. Hyder warned me about them a long time ago.
Yeah, I heard him talking about it, and I heard other people talking about it. They said, "Be careful." But there's a lot of money that is being moved through the Ethereum network, and Bitcoin through USDT. the thing is that when you put into account all the exchanges, a lot of them will say there's certain liquidity, and I think some of these, even the stable coins and some of the other assets, many of them doesn't actually have the liquidity, the actual fiat behind them to back it.
No, they got the liquidity, bro. I do the liquidity. That's how I make a lot of my money. Is I do staking pools, but I also started doing
So
recently.
you're providing the liquidity. That's why you are getting money back.
Yeah, I
you're
also
providing liquidity to be exchanged.
I recently started getting into the farms, which is all the LP tokens. So you get, if you want to do Ether USD, you would buy half and half. So you buy $5 or $50 or whatever worth of each coin, pair them, and now you have this one coin called ETH USD LP or something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, and you make some of those pairs can make a really good interest. It's risky, but some pairs can really do good, like passively.
So when you're showing in percentage wise, what numbers are you looking at when you
I gotta go hit me up in DMs.
Okay, yeah, all right, that's cool. So what about long term? Because you remember I've been having XRP for a long time, and I still put into it because there is these coins that we've been I've put some low money, and they go up a little bit, and you could here and there. But long term, you don't think about just having some assets there that you're gonna be holding long term, like the altcoins, and then because I think I heard you once saying that you sold your XRP, right? I'm just wondering because I'm thinking the regulations are coming. You know how the government, and they're talking about all these crypto markets, and they're selling all this stuff online. I mean, on the propaganda machines like Bitcoin. Do you think there's like a big correction coming on the markets? Or I think the thing might have a big correction, but these markets are just gonna keep growing and growing really big for some time. I think the utility on some of these assets that are gonna be utilized by the financial systems, like the banks and stuff, they're gonna be doing really, really big. Yeah, that staking is good. Gotta check more. You gotta look more into those staking stuff. Glober's DMing me. Bro, there's so many scams too. Gotta be careful with the scams. My goodness, just be wary about scams. So many people getting scammed, bro. Scammers are fucking everywhere. You just gotta avoid them. Isa. Long time don't see Isa.
Hey, what up, brother?
How are you, sir? Glad to hear you.
Yeah, man, just chilling. I did the Turkey Day thing.
Yeah.
What are you up to, brother?
Here with the family today. here with the family, resting, and about to go get some food with the fam.
Right on.
Taking care of the family, you know, and chilling
Yeah,
here
that's
for a
good.
little bit.
Nice, brother. That's good. Yeah, give thanks. You know, it's cool. Like I sometimes think of it how like, you know, we live like kings. You know, give thanks, man.
Oh yeah, I give thanks every day. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, thanks for the family. Thanks for this community too. I like coming here and listening to people, talking to people sometimes. Yeah, it's good to be around here. I'm really grateful of meeting people in these communities.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna roll up this little thing and then step in the other room and talk a little louder.
Oh yeah, gotta keep it quiet sometimes. Reconor is here. Haven't heard Reconor in a while. How's the lawful business going? The legal lease of this world are turning upside down. A lot of things are being tested these days, huh? A lot of the
Well,
legal
everything's going according.
lawful stuff is being tested and going to many places.
We got to look at it like, yo, people need to learn their rights. So, like, you know, how better of a way to teach them than to take their rights away?
That's a good way to put it, brother.
Right? I mean, shit.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, and either you have rights or you don't, man. You know, it's like when I hear people say, like, oh, nothing, we're nothing but slaves. It's like, okay, well, you're a slave. I don't know about anyone. I don't know about the rest of us.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers to that, but it's in the practical sense of things, if you stay active and productive, I think you can you don't need the slave mentality. If you're proactive and doing things and being productive and, you know, bringing something for you and your family home and providing an input into the systems in a way that you can do it. That's not being a slave.
Yeah, no. It's like, I'm just saying, like, you know, I just think, you know, it is a weird time, man. Like, you know, people, you just got me thinking in a way. Like, when I was thinking about the idea of, like, you know, what a better way for, you know, to make the people learn their rights than to, like, you know, take it away from them, because they didn't take anything away. All they're doing is making a suggestion. And that's what's interesting. Like, you know, some people talk about, like, the difference between an executive order and, like, a law. You know what I mean?
You know something? they doing it in a way that they are firing the medical professionals for not following the mandate from a non-medical professional proponent. Like the president saying, "Hey, I'm gonna put this mandate, and we're getting tired if you don't listen to what I'm doing." Are you a doctor, sir? Are you giving medical advice?
Yep.
Yeah, and he is giving medical advice. It's up to people to actually take the advice if they want it or not, right? And companies, because let me give you an example. And I know someone that her work told her that by certain date she has to provide evidence that she took the medical procedure proposed by the agencies, and if she didn't by that date had the proof, she couldn't come back to work, right? And we sat down, looked through some things, and I've been looking into this stuff for some time. I told her, you're gonna write a letter, and you're gonna put in that letter that you're exempt from their medical from that you're not gonna take their medical you don't agree with their medical proposition, what they're saying, the medical procedure, and in the letter you're gonna say that you're exempt from that. And she took this letter and everything in her writing, right, and provided some evidence about what that that procedure will go against, her beliefs and all that kind of stuff, and they say, okay, that's fine. They couldn't. Oh, and she also asked in writing that if they didn't take her exemption, because they were saying, no, this is not good enough, whatever. Say, okay, give me in writing why you wouldn't take an exemption. And they said they didn't provide anything in writing. They said she's fine.
Fuck yeah. So she kept working.
Go back to work.
No problem.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. That's really good to hear if that's the case. Yeah, man. I mean, I firmly believe, like, we don't we don't give enough credence to what our rights really are, and when you press them, and you make it known that, like, the laws and rules are more strict on people who are licensed to enforce the government, or to enforce the protocol, whatever the protocol may be, and so they are held under more strict observance of the law than even you are. And that's what makes this so interesting, is that when you hold the rules up, they actually favor us if we knew how to apply the rules. Like, are you trying to give me medical advice and you are not a medical professional? Is that right? And if that's the case, prove to me that you're a medical, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I don't know what to say. There's 1,000 ways to do it, but I think
when you sit down and put it down, yeah, because it's in the practical sense when they say you have to. I mean, you already have a contract with this company, right? You work in this company. There is a contract signed to work here. Nowhere in there says that you have to take medical advice from the company. And now they're these years after that the contract, and they say, hey, you have to take this medical advice from us and do this medical procedure because we say so. No, thank you. Thanks for the offer, but no, thank you. You put it in writing. Thanks for the offer in your own way, so whatever. Thanks for the offer, but no, thank you, right? And if they say, hey, this letter, that you're saying is not valid. Okay, put in writing for me why it's not valid. And you know what their answer is? Okay, we're not gonna. Don't worry about it. We don't have to put it in writing. I found that very powerful when I saw that happening.
I think that another really good one is, like, hey, so long as you accept full liability.
Oh yeah.
And you give it to me in writing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that's where, and you're not saying no. Like, I noticed on certain documents they'll put like refusal. You can. I mean, you have the unlimited right to negotiate. So essentially, when somebody offers you a document, you have some right to reauthorize certain wording in that document.
Yeah.
And when they put a refuse, like exemption is a great one. I like that you use that word because it is. It's an exemption. It's a religious exemption. Period.
And it's written by you, not like you copy some words from someone and put it on a piece of paper, like in printed out. No, it's written by hand. I think that's kind of important in a way, for my understanding.
Well, also too is like, let's say if they hand, if one were in a situation, for entertainment purposes only, like the idea is you could cross it out and you could rewrite it and put your initial. And that would be, you're allowed to do that.
Yeah. Oh, that's great that you added that, because that's definitely steps and layers to the whole thing and the language.
The thing is this, is when you gave it to them, did they take it?
Oh yeah, they did.
If they took it, it's received.
And the thing is that they asked for it. So they asked for documentation, right? They asked for documentation, and this is what I got, right? Take it.
That's what it is. And if anyone goes back to look at it, you can say, hey, isn't this what it says?
Yeah.
Like I did it one time when they wanted to search the car, and so they said that on the paperwork it said that there was no threat. So I canceled that part out and initialed it. So like there was a threat. It wasn't implied threat.
Yeah. You canceled that, initialed it, and you can sign their document. How? Oh, that's a good question that I have. I know it's gonna jump into signatures, and how do you sign your name, or can you sign your name? And if they forcing you with a gun, they go, okay, I'm about to pull out the guns and the batons to beat you up if you don't sign here. Okay, I'm gonna sign, but it's under duress, right? Can you put that kind of stuff?
Yeah, you could put, over my objection, under threat, duress, and coercion, or under duress.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But also like if you got to the judge, you would ask the judge, Your Honor, show cause how the state isn't liable for deprivation of rights, for making me do stuff over my objection under threat, duress, and coercion, making me sign things. So, like, if you're on the side of the road, you don't want to fight with the officer.
No, I don't want to fight.
With the judge.
Or the judge, Isa, it's actually a bad idea to reveal the trick. So it would be the smarter move to take care of it procedurally instead of exposing the game, because remember, the game is actually meant to benefit us. By exposing it, you're putting that judge in that position, and
but
you're letting the public.
You're not exposed. First off, you wouldn't be exposing it in the open court. You'd ask for a hearing in chambers. Secondly, you know what I mean? Like what I want to do is deal with the officer on the side of the road and be done with it. I don't want them to advance on me and think that I'm an irresponsible person. Patrol, you know what I mean? Out there roaming the highways with any kind of disrespectful notion. I want to disabuse. I want to disabuse them of that, so they feel comfortable dismissing everything right there on the side of the road, because it's just like they're doing their job. It's like just as like I'm doing my job in protecting and utilizing my constitutional protections.
But you do realize that these people are specifically trained not to listen to anything we say. In their minds, they think that they could do anything they want with us. That's what they actually believe.
Let me explain why I think that that's not specifically 100% accurate. Although
100.
I do agree. Check it out. I've been in enough situations where they steamroll. Dude, I've been, I've been jacked up by cops on the side of the, dude, all kinds of situations. I understand what you mean. What I'm saying is, like, I was also on the side of the road one time where I had a fucking joint blazing. Literally, I just put it out on the side in an ashtray. And I thought, fuck it, I'm just going to leave it there. Fucking, the officer comes over and he's like, how you doing? He goes, it smells like, marijuana here. I was like, well, how do you know nobody's smoking pot over there? And we both looked over. And he looked back and we laughed. You know what I mean? And like, it started an interesting sequence of events. But my point is, they do listen to you. They're actually, some of them anyway. Some of them are quite intelligent. But I've said this before too. As an officer, if someone's going to save my freaking family out of a burning house, God forbid, I don't want like some constitutional nerd. I want the fucking muscle bound fucking dog who's going to go in there and bust through the window and save everybody. So, you run a thing, you run a weird fucking parallel between like, this is a public servant. And what I've learned of most men anywhere on the earth is that when you treat them with respect, they usually respond as such, with such. You know what I mean? And I just think like, I think that ideally you want to make it known that you're a respectable person. You're willing, there's someone you're not a threat to society, but you can also tie them up in the constitutional protections, which is, one of the first things I've often said is like, hey, what's the emergency? Because technically you're not supposed to turn your lights on if it's not an emergency. And if they're saying I was speeding, wasn't speeding, like, just an infraction. So aren't you making a cause with, aren't you pulling me over without probable cause of a crime having been committed? So I've got you there.
It's not more of a law. It's more like a suggestion.
Right. But the point is also, it's like, or couldn't we agree that, hey, we could forgive one another and I'll slow down. You know what I mean? Like, I'm willing to negotiate is my point. And I'm willing to give them something. It's when you become unnegotiable that you run into trouble. When you say no or like this, that, you know what I mean? Whatever it may be. But it's like, it's a complicated scenario, but we were kind of getting into like, it opens up a whole can of worms and it needs like the 10-hour explanation otherwise. But
so what do you think is going to happen? Just changing a little bit, speculating here in the terms that is going on at the moment, with people suing their companies and hospitals and that kind of stuff. And I've seen some precedent that these enforcement measures by the administrators, that whatever they're saying you have to do because they say so, that's not gonna survive in the legal, in the lawful sense.
That's actually been going on through eons, right? This is how they get people, how they bring so-called people over from Africa. It's all about indentured servitude, right? The slave class. And as long as there's a slave class, there will always be these crooked administrations. You know what? It's almost unavoidable because it's actually the people's fault. We don't know. We don't understand the system. We ignore all the signs and how things are actually supposed to be. We go about believing propaganda and TV and radio. They have made us think that the system works a certain way to the point that we fuck it up, right? We go about living the wrong way. So it's actually most of our fault. Like they got shows fucking what is that that law show called Special Victim Unit, Law and Order, right? Those kind of shows are designed to make you think that that these cops that they have a different goal, that they're supposed to save you, right? So we go around every time they stop us. We're thinking that these are like their intentions are good, that they want to protect us, but they don't want to protect us. Their actual job is to fleece us. That's their sole purpose, to take as much money from us as they can to give it to the state. Things like government as well. Government doesn't work like we think it works. The courts doesn't work like we think they work. Judges don't do what we think they do. Everything is not the way we think, but I don't know, propaganda has us thinking that these people are supposed to do right by us. I think you're supposed to do right by yourself and your family. Nobody's supposed to take care of you.
Is that an adverse reaction or an effect of I will describe as the inefficiencies of the system, and you can add corruption to that? Because there is corruption, I will say. There's people that cheat and don't, they steal, they cheat, they scam, and there's a lot of that going on, even in the administrative levels. So we see...
It's always going to go on.
Yeah, but the policies in place, all these policies... And even because we're talking about the government level, right? But I don't know. I'm just losing myself into this thinking.
so for example, right? For example, let's say somebody comes up with a corporation, and this corporation, the benefits of signing up to whatever this corporation is, they give you a free cell phone, right? So most people would just take the cell phone, sign up, sign whatever legal papers, signature, dates, or whatever, and that's it. As far as they know, they got a free phone. They are completely unaware that the company's making millions of dollars off that document that you signed, right? Signing over whatever rights. This is what's been going on. But it isn't that they're committing fraud because the people are actually accepting it. The problem is they're so blind to the benefits that they don't realize that they're actually losing way more than what they think they're gaining. Jamsey, are you into the legal system, the whole sovereign thing? Have you heard about that?
Me into the legal system? I'm not an expert or anything. I just read a little bit here and there, and read about cases and hear this and hear that, and been talking about people like Isa for some time about this, and so I just probably more on the surface of
so
things.
You know about the legal name change, the legal name fraud, and everything is about what you actually say in court. Like when they ask you for their name, they're trying to.
I know you're not. I know I'm not a name. I know for a fact that I'm not something on a piece of paper that someone wrote down. I'm not that. And when they say, "Hey, are you this guy right here on this piece of plastic? This ID says Jon Snow, right? Are you this guy right here?" That's an ID. That's a piece of paper. I'm right here standing, flesh and blood. I'm not that ID. I'm not that.
Right, but you're the priority security interest holder in that, so you would care about that. You know, that's the difference.
You would have to establish. You would have to establish whether you UCC or whatever. And
I agree. What you say, I expand on that.
It's already their rules. It's already their rules. Their rules are like, and if they're going to say, well, are you the priority? How do I know you're the priority? Well, is there anyone else here that's claiming that that's theirs, they're the priority security interest holder over it? Yeah. And if not, let the record show that it's mine as the priority security interest holder. How can I help you? Because you don't want any encumbrances on your property, right?
So when you ask that question, how can I help you? And the judge says, it's been brought to the court's attention that you owe this amount of money. The prosecutor has this paperwork with your name on it, and
well, I'll tell you what, Judge,
it says that you own $10,000 on child support that you haven't paid this amount. And
okay, I think that's a rough one. But let's say if it, sure. Where's the bill, Your Honor?
So you asked for them to provide the bill and the itemized charges of the claim.
How about this? You drag me in here. I asked the officer for the bill. I asked the bailiff I've asked everybody for the bill, Your Honor. So I record the court to dismiss the case on the grounds that you failed to provide any a statement upon which relief can be granted. The whole time I was asking for it. Let the record show you and the state may have denied equal protection, due process of law, and let the record show that we can forgive one another and dismiss the case. I move the court to dismiss the case, or let the record show that the prosecution accepts a $10,000 penalty for deprivation of rights under the color of law.
I think you're right, Issa. Right? I think what you're saying is technically right. What I'm starting to realize is that there has to be another way for us to be able to do that without sounding like a sovereign citizen. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
no. Well, do I sound like a sovereign? Check it out.
Yeah, you do. You do. That's, to a regular person, you would sound like a sovereign citizen, and that would be for them.
Who am I? Well, check it out. Who am I? I'm addressing the judge, not some regular person, right?
Sure. Isa, what will be? Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. But what will be there? Because I wanted to follow the conversation on when you said that to the judge, right? What will be the judge answer? He will say, "Hey, we take Visa card and checks. It's $10,000."
Well, here's the thing. No. I'd be like, well, Your Honor, where's the? I would say this. Excuse me, Your Honor. Are you telling me how I have to pay? And have you not failed to provide me the charging instrument already?
So the prosecutor comes and the judge asks the prosecutor, "Hey, he's asking for the paperwork," and the prosecutor comes and hands whatever paperwork that has your name, and it says $10,000.
Well, check it out.
Here it is.
Check it out. It has the defendant's name on it. And I'd take it and I'd turn it over and sign the back of it and hand it back pursuant to UCC 3603. And if they accepted it or refused it, it's considered to be discharged in light of the fact that I'm the priority security interest holder of the collateral, the defendant. Therefore, I have the priority interest to step in and waive the debt that that citizen owes to. So the idea is this, is that you're the guarantor of the relationship, of the financial relationship. The United States collectively owes you, and your citizen is a part of the United States. Therefore, as far as the banking goes for the United States, they could take that bill and knock it off what they owe you as the priority security interest holder because you gave them a birth certificate.
That's supposedly what the national debt is truly about.
That's right.
It isn't that we owe them; it's that they owe us, and we're just
right.
so.
And then the thing is this: can you look to the Bible and can you forgive your enemy? Because you have to be able to forgive the United States obligation to have to pay you back.
You think that's what the
no, real quick, I wanna ask Isa, my bad, bro, for interrupting you. Tocayo, Jose. Isa, so you're basically saying that that you're gonna facilitate the promissory note, and you're gonna, because what they actually doing, what the prosecutor is doing, the prosecutor is saying, "Hey, I'm gonna do this job for you, and just sign here," because they're gonna ask you for a signature on this
Jamji, let me explain it to you like this: if let's say.
No, I get what you're saying. I just want to go on the paperwork.
Listen to me. Let's say I gave you $500, right? So you owe me $500. Now I take my motorcycle and I ride it all over your fucking lawn. And you come to me and you say, "Yo, I had to fucking pay to get my fucking lawn fixed because you rode your bike on my fucking lawn. And you owe me this much money for it." Well, I would say to you, "Okay, bro, where's the bill?" And you go, "Here, it cost me this much." And I'd say, "Here, let me see it." And I'd turn it over and I'd sign the back of the instrument, put my signature on it, and I would give it back to you.
And
now,
that will be a promissory, that will be a monetary instrument when you sign it.
Please, let me finish. Look, it's like this. I've just given you a piece of paper for the $100 it cost you to fix your lawn. And I say, knock it off what you owe me. So now, when the day comes a month later that you're supposed to pay me back my $500, you have $400 and what? Hello?
You got $400?
$400. Now, ready, you're coming to pay me back. You have $400 and what to give me?
And the bill and the receipt.
Right. And the piece of paper worth $100 because you owe me $500. So you've got $400 and a piece of paper with my signature on it saying that the $100 is good. So you got $400, a piece of paper, and now you're giving me that to satisfy the $500 debt. So I have to give you, if I break the law in your state and you owe me anyway, and then you ask me, "Hey, you did this, that, and the other thing, you need to pay for it." I say, "Cool, where's the bill?" They give me the bill as a priority security interest holder, not the citizen, because the citizen works for the United States. The citizen's on the hook for all those fucking bills.
And the citizen has to pay in cash. The citizen will have to listen to the prosecutor and follow what the court says and pay in cash and sign the back of the document as well.
Right.
Signs, yeah.
And so and that's the public side of the banking. And on the private side, as the priority security interest holder, I have the right to discharge the United States for owing me.
So what I'm saying is that you are on that standing from what approach where you're saying you are acting and providing settlement and remedy at the same time, and they have to accept that.
I was gonna ask Isa, is that what redemption is about? To redeem yourself? Is that what it actually means?
Well, no, it's just that in the UCC, the laws of it, they have it where it's like it's a bankrupt system. So any kind of paperwork for the obligations essentially create currency, create money. And it's a bankrupt system. It operates in debt and credit. It's never it's fascinating, really. And it's fascinating.
It really is fascinating. It really is how they turned us, instead of being the creditor, they turned us into the debtor.
The thing is this, though,
actually
brother,
fascinating.
check this out. That's when they took this, and that's why they want to stomp out all religious connotations in our life, especially the Christian tradition, because it has so much legal ramifications to our law system that once you understand, you would never solely look at yourself as just a citizen. You're a child of Adam. You know what I mean? And so but you have a citizen because you're a steward of the earth, taking part in a bankrupt system and in a legal system that insists that you have to self-govern in order for it to work.
And if you don't know that the prosecutor is acting like that, the court is saying, hey, you still can't take care of this business. We're gonna do it for you, and we're gonna charge you a fee, which is the cash that you're gonna provide if you don't do it yourself.
Isa, I think that's what the Bible is about, man. I think whoever is really behind the Bible, whatever power elite controls the actual Bible, I think is an opportunity for us to understand the system. The problem is that the enemy has also created religion to confuse the people, right? Because you know how we have this thing that we just want to worship something for whatever reason. So they gave us the Bible as the way to understand the system. And instead of understanding the system, what we have taken from the Bible is bullshit religion that leads us to nowhere.
Well, I mean, anything, like religion can be used to build up your own spirituality, or it can be used to divide the people. You know what I mean? It's like fire, man. You know what I mean? It can warm your house and burn it down. So God knows everything.
Because when you build a house or a community, or you build it, every block you take every step, you dig for the ground level of the house, you have to dig a hole and then pour the cement and push each block and build everything step by step. And then you have certain rules in the house as well, right? And you extend those rules with the community, and that's for the benefit of everybody, right? No harassing the children, no doing this, no doing that, no stealing from your neighbor, that kind of stuff. And then when you imply the economic system that you're talking about, there is a public side of that, and then there is a private side of that, right? And that's when the government says they're gonna provide a service, they're gonna administrate for the citizen, because the citizen is not capable of is not an adult yet. That's why they call some people minorities, right?
Yep, 100%. Listen,
you're a minor, so since you're a minor, we're gonna take care of you, and you're gonna today, what Isa was saying, to sign the document. I asked them to provide the monetary instrument. Once you sign it, it's a monetary instrument that they can utilize to settle off the debt or whatever they call it.
Right, but they can't also remember this too, is that, look, it's like the way I've looked at it, I don't know, remember, because it's not just like you have to do both sides of it. You have to do the private side and the public side. Now, the public side is the paperwork, even in the chamber side. But the private side is the understanding and respect for the society you live in, and to promise that you would never offend it again. You know what I mean? Like that's what you're willing to offer. You're willing to offer, you know what I mean? Like that you are going to partake to make society better. And that you are going to be a good person in the fucking world because you understand that it's better for everyone if that's the case. And that is the sentiment, in my opinion, that the judges, when they see it in your fucking words and deeds and actions, that's the key. If you don't have that fucking thing in the heart, that fucking whatever it is, people, they look at judges as though they're very cruel, and to some extent I think they are. But if you give them the technical way out, and they respect you, then I believe you meet the criteria for the discharge.
I can attest to that actually. In my job, I look for bikes sometimes when they break down. I take a van and I pick them up, and I picked this guy up, and he was a judge, right? And I just started talking to him about all this legal shit. And when I started talking to him, he looked at me like when you like catch somebody doing something that they open their eyes like wide. He looked at me and started telling me, you know that you understand the legal system a lot more than a lot of my colleagues. And I was like, really? The dude even offered me an internship, bro.
Dude,
he
when they
offered me an internship.
Dude, when they see, I mean, I will never forget the judge's look on my face, on her face when I one tutor to like she was trying to threaten me. Remember, I look at it like this too, bro. It's like the Marines. You go in to become a Marine, and they're gonna tell you from the minute you walk in that you should have fucking stayed home. You don't belong here. You're fucking weak. You're fucking. You know what I mean? Like your girlfriend's hanging out with your friends. You know what I mean? Just get the fuck out of here because they don't want a weak person to be a fucking Marine. And so in the same regard, it's like, when they see that you're fucking like, you're correct, like you're legally correct, because either they're telling you did something wrong or they're testing you. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, I think they view us as like some sort of like beast, like animalistic. You know what I'm saying? They view us like it was just their treatment towards us.
Well, think of it like this: is what justifies their treatment towards the people is their willingness to accept it. I mean, look up Black's Law definition of the general public. It's ruthless.
Oh, I have. Trust me, I have like two Black Law
dictionaries. It's actually, and I'm my boy. What World used to pull up a great fucking one of them, and it was just like it's
human. What human actually means?
Right, and that's why here's my theory: is that they want everyone to think that they're human and want human rights, because remember, hue is just a prefix for anything. So human is
color of man. That's what it means. It's not man, color of man.
Well, there's not. I mean, if you look up the prefix of hue, it means like like but not the same as, and it's like like but not the same as a man. And a man and women have God-given rights. A human is like a man but not a man. Comes from monkeys. That's how I look at it.
You guys remember when Mark Zuckerberg said in open when he was being interrogated by Congress, and he said, I used to be human, and people just started talking hella shit. And I understood that what he was trying to say was, I used to be a monster. Now I'm not a monster. Now I'm a man.
Yeah, he used to be a glober. He used to be a monk. Believe he used to be a monkey. So yeah, he used to be a glober.
Actually, when he was in college,
I mean,
he was a flat earther.
I actually think it's brilliant though. Like I think the whole system is brilliant. Whoever designed it, man, I would love to shake their hand, bro.
Somebody went to school with him and said that he had the flat Earth map on his wall, and he was always talking about it.
So if you look at the definition, like Isa was saying, or you said, Jay, a monster, right? Or the human is what? A monster, an animal, and then you look at the definitions. The people think that there are monkeys.
That they evolved from monkeys. Yeah, exactly. And if you come from a spinning Earth, possibly from evolution, you have nothing. You have nothing to look as a higher power. Therefore, you could think of yourself as insignificant. And if you think of yourself as insignificant, you will go along with the system. You will allow them to treat you like they want to treat you. See, that's the thing about the globe Earth. It's the mentality with it. It isn't about the shape of the Earth. It's about the nature of our reality. If we didn't come from a big bang and we don't live on a spinning ball, because that's the direct correlation to the nature of our reality.
I'm sorry for bringing it back to flat Earth.
I mean, flat Earth is like the root, man. It's like the thing that started the whole conversation.
What's up, Riggs? Glad to hear you, man.
What's up, homie? Glad to hear you.
I've been in this voice call a few times, and I've heard you speak multiple times.
Oh, okay, cool.
I barely opened my mic, but today I did.
Good, man. Yeah, I don't really. I only go to a couple servers these days anyway, so this is just like one of them.
You guys have any more Flat Earth servers that you guys could like link, put in the text chat or something? Because I only have like 1 or 2 of them.
I'm in here. I'm in Flat Earth, Science, Pseudoscience, and then Gems. That's it. I don't talk in Gems.
I have that. I erased Gems, man. That place is just it's too toxic for me, bro.
Well, I'm only there to do like like searches, like text history and stuff. Trying to find links and things that were said.
Isn't that called lurking or something like that? Just kidding.
Sure. Probably. I mean, usually it's to find stuff that like I posted.
Yeah, I tried that the other day in Gems, and I think they delete my stuff because I looked for my name, I couldn't find anything.
Oh, really? Yeah, just I've lost accounts and lost servers, and like all of my posts are gone. So then I'd go to Gems to go like find the posts that I had linked previously. So. Yeah, JJ's a fucking massive lurker. This guy. This guy. So yeah, happy Native Displacement Day, guys.
Happy today, happy every day.
Hey, we're gonna be next. They're gonna displace us next, so this might be the last Thanksgiving for us.
Well, they're gonna use floods or something. They're gonna displace us to the sea or something, or what? Like a flush?
Just kidding. I don't know how they're gonna do it. They're gonna do a bunch of things all at once.
I think by next year you might be in the same spot standing. So, what do you think? Most likely.
I don't think so.
No, you're gonna move? Where, to Mexico?
Dude, honestly, I might move to Mexico.
Oh, there you go.
Are you in Mexico?
No.
Okay.
Never been there, but I would like
Mexico's
to
right across the street, so I might just move there and build a bunker with lead paint and everything.
Well, you looking for freedom or something in Mexico?
I know, right?
Just kidding, just kidding.
Highly sought after, this freedom.
Or you gonna go to Guadalajara? Just kidding. One of the, Mexico is, people say it's notorious, but
shit,
I've seen people living there and they enjoy it.
No people.
The U.S. is good, man. The U.S. is okay. What's the big deal with the U.S.? There's a lot of good spots in the U.S. Just go to Canada. It's like being in the U.S. but not being in the U.S.
I have a friend in Canada. I could probably make a legal case for that. I could just get married to somebody and then move to Canada or go back and forth as I please. Yeah, maybe I could do that.
Hey, if you don't find a girl, you can marry a guy too. I think it's legal.
Oh yeah, they would love that. But yeah, there's a girl that would probably marry me just because Canada. Probably pull that off.
Just because of your good looks, that's why.
Hey.
and your brains, because she's lurking you in here. She knows how smart you are.
My big nuggets.
Though you haven't. She knows that you're a flat earther, but you haven't told her yet.
Oh no. This one knows everything.
Good. No,
could be a good business transaction.
A lot of transparency. That's good. It's transparent business. That's good for business.
Yeah, I think there's Discord's gonna get pretty quiet until later today. Everyone's gonna start eating in a few hours. It's gonna get really quiet. I just ate some chicken nuggets, so I'm actually pretty good. I might go take a nap.
Yeah, I got the family there, definitely cooking some food. I can smell it already, so maybe in a few hours I'll be eating something. I would have breakfast, but this will be almost dinner. Maybe around 3, I'll be eating something. Woo. I'm trying to work my way into some luck.
Hey, maybe you know, man. So Hank Hill did some kind of interview, like on
the round table.
Is it? Yeah, it sounded like the round table.
I was there. I was listening. I was here in my house, but I was listening from here. Yeah.
I thought he did a good job. That was a good interview.
That was good.
Yeah. He captivated the whole audience, got everybody in on the story, made really good arguments. Really good arguments. When was that?
What was it, like? I don't know, 2 weeks ago, maybe.
Really?
Maybe a week ago.
They were playing it. They were playing it on the live stream this morning, and I figured out it was recorded. I was like, oh, okay, this is recorded.
What was it, like? An hour or 2? It wasn't too long.
Yeah, I'd like a link to it if somebody's recorded it, because I mean, that's something I can send my family and friends. You know, that's something that's really gentle.
You know, at that server, there, someone wanted to go from our server and record. They say no, because I guess they're picky about. They have their own live stream.
Well, somebody recorded it.
Yeah, most likely, but they
it was on the live stream. Somebody has a copy.
Oh, somebody has a copy. They probably played it from. Yeah. I don't know where they played it from, but I'm just speculating.
If you could do me a favor, well, I don't know what chat room it would be in, but if you could try to find like what the link is they played in the bot.
Oh yeah, because you don't have access to a server, right? Sorry.
Well, I mean, I could go in there if I want, but I just don't like that server, so.
Yeah, I'll try to find it. Yeah, it should be under that, then under his name or something, Hank Hill something.
I don't know. I don't know if he posted it. Like, I don't know if he played it. Somebody probably just put it on the radio.
Riggs, what server are you talking about?
The 247.
247. 24/7 Flat Earth debate chat.
Not Flat Earth debate, just Flat Earth 2.0.
Oh, the 24/7 2.0 Discord, you mean?
Yeah.
What happened? They banned you from there?
No, I'm not banned. I mean, I might be on the banned list, but I'm not banned. And Jose said he'd fix it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I don't really want to go over there though. Like, it's usually just Helio being drunk all the time. It's pretty fucking annoying. I honestly just can't stand drunks, and it seems like a lot of people just get wasted over there, and it triggers my. I've had a lot of bad experiences with drunks, so it just makes me angry.
I mean, just kind of internalize it, right? Just go through some process in your head and understand that these people are drunk because they're obviously running from something, some sort of escapism.
Yeah, I know, but that doesn't mean we have to put up with it.
I mean, of course,
it's like
you're right. You're right.
If we're their friends, then we shouldn't be enabling their behavior. But it seems like everybody's just like, oh, just YOLO, whatever. I don't know. But
I don't know if you have noticed. I don't know if you have noticed me, but I call out Haley all the time because when he's drunk, I'm like, Haley, are you drunk?
I don't listen. I don't listen to the live stream. I don't go over there. I got to the point where every time I dialed into the live stream, I couldn't stand the conversation. It was actually infuriating, so I just turned it off. Not even just like the drunk parts, but
y todas las bolsas estaban solas, esas bolsas, una bolsa especial.
Loco, el micrófono lo tienes abierto y estás hablando.
Oh, my bad.
Nice. Yeah, I just don't think I just don't think the place is for me. That's all. I don't need to talk shit or anything.
To me, I'm like I said, I'm interested about the nature of our reality. Fuck the shape. I don't give a fuck because it really doesn't matter what shape of the shit we're on, bro.
Yeah,
I'm interested about the nature of understanding more about what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, knowing it's not a globe essentially pulls the plug out of the back of your head. And so then now it's like, okay, where am I? What's going on? You know, the whole spiritual question. What can I actually understand? Like, what are people going through? What can I do in this reality? You know, like everything changes. And then people come to us and they say, well, what would be different? I'm like, okay.
What would change? What does it matter? What you mean, what does it matter? Is it direct correlation to the nature of our reality? What the fuck do you mean?
If you lived your whole life asleep, then how the fuck would you know why being awake would matter?
I mean, but isn't it all right. This is the fuck of it though, right? It's good to be awake, but sometimes I sympathize a little bit with my man Cypher. You guys remember Cypher from the Matrix? Because all Neo did was exit a Matrix and enter another Matrix. Yeah. Right, and it seems like it would never not be a matrix. Like even in death, right? Even for those people that believe in heaven, you're still gonna have to abide by some sort of rules in heaven, and in hell, so it will always be some form of mind fuck matrix. It seems like that is the nature of reality. That some sort of matrix, some sort of construct with rules and shit that we have to strive to understand them.
Well,
the problem is that he never left the Matrix, because you remember when he got out and supposedly he got out and he thought he got out, but he still had powers and he destroyed the machines with his mind.
That's what I'm saying. He was
still inside in another layer of the Matrix.
So technically, the only guy that was smart was Cypher. Cypher accepted the nature of reality for what it was, and he said, "Fuck it, I'm going to accept it, and it's going to be under my conditions." So I think he was the real G in the whole movie.
The real G.
Yeah, everything Neo did is what messed everything up for everyone, because everyone was happy inside the Matrix, going to work, having a normal day, and then Neo started messing around, and he made almost like a negative copy of himself into the agent, and the agent destroyed the Matrix from inside. Remember, because he copied everybody into him. He copied himself into everyone. That's Neo's fault.
Yeah, but it's what I'm saying. Like people like to talk about let's rebel, let's destroy the system. What would be the intended consequences of destroying the system? Because I don't see how we're going to be able to live without establishing some sort of law and order, right? Because all right, everybody's happy on their side. What happens when resources start to become scarce, right? Then what is going to happen? Come on, man. You understand what I'm saying, right? Like we have a system that is being maintained. First of all, the elites or whoever they are, they created the system. So we are entirely dependent on this system, on the supermarkets, on the hospitals. If that were to go away,
yeah, in a big way for sure. Yeah, if that were to go away, but still, that's a makeup of the man-made system, right? But the system, the bigger thing that we live in, this designed by, let's say, the creator, this whole thing is designed for us to live in it.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that at all. But
it's
God
going to
can only
provide.
do
This
so much.
scarcity thing has been created and promoted and incentivized in a way that is we live in this system and we depend on it in many ways, but it's not the blood that goes into our veins. The blood is the resources on the earth, the food of the land and the sea and all that kind of stuff. It's gonna be there no matter what. I think, unless the creator decides to take that away, then we're in trouble.
I mean, consider this, right? It might be true, but consider that the foods that we're eating are like genetically modified foods, so there is no nature there. Most of the clothes that we wear is synthetic clothes, so it's inorganic. So we have no idea how these clothes actually interact with our organic body. Right? There's a thing in the Bible that says not to mix fabrics, and people just take it as that's ridiculous. But think about it. Fabric and stuff sometimes it comes from animal, which holds some sort of frequency, some sort of charge. And if we're mixing fabrics with these two different charges, we don't know how that's actually affecting our bodies.
I need to speak on that.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. That was just a thought.
I was flipping through fucking not TikTok, but like the YouTube shorts like yesterday morning. And this video popped up, and this video did some kind of like what you're saying. The Bible said don't mix fabrics and stuff. And there's actually a massive electrical purpose for that. And it comes down to that like wool. Okay, like if you make a cotton shirt, it's like a 1-for-1 electrical it resonates with the electricity in your body, so it doesn't steal from you. It's balanced with you.
I got goosebumps right now.
And then wool is 5,000 times more electrical than your energy, so it actually boosts you. And so then it facilitates your skin in cooling and heating to like way better than like other fabrics. But if you mix them together, like then they cancel each other out.
Dude, I have goosebumps because what I was saying was something that I had intuitively from all the research I've done. I haven't heard this or watched a video on TikTok, but you confirming what I'm saying. It just, bro, it gives me goosebumps.
Dude, I just got goosebumps too.
I knew it somehow.
Real, dude.
You know something that the wool, and there is certain fabrics that you can utilize to make your whole whatever you're wearing, right? Like hemp fiber, and those two have a similar thing that they're breathable, so the air flows through the fibers.
Wool and linen. Wool and linen are the badass ones that are like 5,000 like full electricity that are like the best shit for you. Wool and linen. Cotton is basically like skin. It's no different. But wool and linen. But don't mix them.
And Rick, it's a little deeper than that, right? Because consider even fashion, right? Like how they convince women that they need to shave their hairs off and for beauty or whatever. What if that isn't for beauty and it's to like disconnect them from reality somehow? Because these hairs, right? Whatever their intentions are, they have to be for our benefit. Because whoever designed us, designed us for some sort of purpose, and that means the hairs that we have. Right, I don't know if they're like antennas they pick up on the ether or whatever the fuck, but now you have these women shaving all these hairs, making them less receptive to whatever's going on around them. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's all fucking connected. Everything we think we know is all meant to destroy us.
Yeah, I'm trying to read. I think it's like electrical conductivity. I'm trying to read up on this.
And I think that Bible is front and center on everything, bro. Like people keep saying like the Bible is just an old book. Bullshit, right? The Bible is a collection of people's experiences during eons, bro. That's what the Bible is. It isn't no old goddamn book. It's people's experiences.
What do you guys know about the Cheerio effect?
Did you look up the Franklin's Bell? I sent you the video, goddammit.
I haven't yet. I've been very busy.
You bastard.
Thank you.
The Cheerio effect, if you add milk to it, the sugar content goes up.
It gets soggy as well after a while.
Yeah, after a while it gets soggy.
Listen, this is a real thing. It's science.
Is it as real as the Coriolis?
No, this is an actual thing. Listen, it has its surface tension essentially. All the Cheerios in a bowl, right? If you put some Cheerios in a bowl and then put the milk in it, eventually all the Cheerios will like go to each other. You know what I'm saying?
Is it kind of like how they try to demonstrate gravity when they put the ball inside that fabric and then they release the ball and the tension attracts it to the heavier thing?
Like Cavendish?
No. You see how NASA explains gravity in that one example where they have like a blue fabric and they put like a bowling ball and then they release a smaller ball, and because of the tension, because of the bowling ball is pulling on the tension on the fabric, like what you're describing, the small ball rotates and it goes down to the big ball.
This is something else. This is like real shit, bro.
I found it, dude. 5,000 signature frequencies. 5,000 units of energy. Yes, dude. I fucking found it.
The close thing, yo, post that shit out, bro.
It's a document here. And
post that and please post the Cheerio effect too.
Damn, you guys are needy.
All right. And you don't know nothing about blue holes neither. Listen, we had a mind blowing. What you know about lunar dust fountains? All right, we fucking blew the lid off of shit last night. We had lunar dust fountains, blue holes, and fucking the Cheerio effect. I couldn't even handle it all.
Cheerio effect. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I got that shit from Jose like 5 years ago. Nobody ever talks about it.
You only know if you eat Cheerios.
I mean, it's essentially just surface tension, but
it's pressure mediation over and surface tension. Yes.
You gotta test it in a vacuum to see how it works.
Wouldn't work in a vacuum. Surface tension might not. Yeah, it doesn't work in a vacuum because everything would like freeze or break or get ripped apart.
Wouldn't the water evaporate in a vacuum?
Yeah, it would just. It's not a thing. It's because that medium doesn't exist.
You gotta do it on milk. You cannot have Cheerios with water. Come on, bro.
Well, there you go. I posted the link.
I'm looking for that hand kill stuff.
And then I posted the other link with the wool and the linen shit. That stuff's dope.
Nope.
We got to get biblical up in here.
I had one little half an egg. One little half a devil's egg. That was it. You realize it comes back dead, right?
Closing thoughts. Let me read this out. Jeremy, you're dude, we can hear your old lady, man. Hold up. If you wear black clothing, ordinary dyed cotton, rayon, polyester, and nylon stockings, these will hinder your health by discharging and extinguishing one's electrical field light. When put into nature's law of weakening, in plain words, there will be darkness in the body. The human body will struggle with 9 areas of opened windows within the human body vulnerable for attack. These areas of windows in the nerve bundle regions of the human body leak subtle energy fields with the reserves of mineral charges. So, wear white clothing. Don't mix materials. I love it, dude. That's dope. That's dope. That's actually going to help me. And then let's see. In other words, the dead battery effect would drain until the cellular function would be termed useless. If you have good flax next to wool or other man-made fake fibers, the energy signature will discharge and one will suffer the consequences. This is the law of nature principle. What is at a higher level will come down to the average of the lower amount unless shielded. If you use cotton or rayon, these are not as strengthening to your body and may serve to keep your health average with the typical Western illnesses. If you want optimum health and healing and a strengthened immune system, you can choose to follow the instructions of the Holy Scriptures in getting your holy wardrobe, knowing that you have the highest blessings available. Bless Yahweh for this new knowledge and seek his ways. All right. Out of respect, I finished the whole thing. Dope, Jamsy. Thank you, man. You're the fucking boss, bro.
Yeah, thanks for what you were reading. That's interesting.
I'm going to send this to my family. I'm going to download it right now.
Gemsy, by the way, I'm getting like hundreds of % a day, or not a day, a year. But I mean, most of my investments are anywhere from 0.3 to like 1% a day, which is fucking huge, bro. I'm telling you, I'm making like
dollar.
I'm making like 50, 60, 70, 80 bucks a day or something. Trying to hit 200 by the end of 2022.
Hundreds of %. That sounds very tempting.
Some of it's super risky. Some of it's easy. Some of it's not. Though, like this USDC pool I got in recently. Last I checked, it was 0.8% a day, which is huge. That's huge for anything. It'll probably go down because the more people I get in it, the lower it gets. But I mean, yeah, I'm getting like, I try to get like a half every $100 I put in. I want to be getting 50 cents a day at least. So
yeah,
that's what I'm saying, bro. I'm getting like easy. It's definitely over $65 a day right now. I pull out every Friday. So last Friday I pulled out 500 for the week. Totally pass. I don't do. That's not counting no trades or nothing. I made like 3 G's from shit bubbling on me. Baby swap. My Jaws token went crazy. I don't even count that though, because that shit don't happen all the time. That passive money comes in no matter what. Like Bitcoin had a couple bad days or something. My shit still went up those days. I still made money.
there's a lot of there's a lot of coins that have been going up, and it's just about getting it before it goes up.
See, I don't even play that game no more. Buy a coin and hope it goes up. Mm-mm.
Yeah,
if that shit don't
do
have
that.
money
That's
ticking in
what I
every
told you
day.
about the long term. Yeah.
Yeah, if my shit don't have money ticking in every day, I don't want nothing to do with it. It's worthless.
Yeah.
Like that shit's got to be making me daily money for me to get in it.
Or you're taking it out every Friday, right?
Yep.
Well, so then your capital gains is 30%.
I don't think it's that much.
Yeah, it's 30%. So if you kept it in investment and you didn't pull it out for
a year,
2 years,
or 2 years,
then it's 15%.
I don't know what my accountant does.
Okay.
I know I pay capital gains. I don't know how much it is. So.
But hey, man, also if you just do Uber like once or twice a week, you can write off like half your fucking living. So
yeah, that's what I mean.
write off
I'm
your
still
car,
gonna
your
do,
insurance, everything. You know.
Yeah, I'm still gonna do Uber and Lyft like once a couple times a month or something.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Just go out for a few hours, make a couple bucks.
Yeah, just also make sure. I mean, I don't know what area you're in, but make sure you're doing Uber and Lyft. You're like mixing between the two, so it makes it hard for the IRS people to give a fuck. Because if they have too many things to track, then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, this guy's active.
Yeah, I got DoorDash, Uber, and Lyft.
Don't worry about how do you say inefficiency of the IRS, because President Biden is gonna hire 100,000 IRS agents or something like that. So.
I saw that. Yeah, I'm not worried.
Don't worry, they'll get you, bro. Don't worry.
I pay my stuff, so I'm not really.
Well, I think the best thing we can do. The best thing we can do.
H&R Block does my shit, so.
Is get everybody to just stop paying taxes. And dude, if we could get 1% of all the people in the United States to stop paying taxes, that'd be almost 5 million people. And, you know, like, they wouldn't be able to enforce it. And then if you can get that many people to stop paying and be like proactive about it, like
eventually the other, if you got 5 million people do it, eventually,
everyone else
another
is going to cascade.
Another 5 million people like, oh, these guys ain't paying, and you can't do nothing. I'm not going to pay, and then they really couldn't do nothing.
And the whole motherfucker would fall down. That's what I'm saying. Like if this is something that everybody could get behind too.
But how are we gonna live without? What are we gonna do without the government? We're gonna be able to live our lives without it?
Hey man, I don't know about
is the money gonna go to other more non-governmental efficient places like the marketplace and people?
Look,
the purchasing power of the people. You're gonna be able to spend your money on what you want and not what the government wants. You think that's gonna work?
Well, if you want to get rid of cancer, the first thing you do is stop feeding it. I don't know exactly how it's going to cascade down, but that would be a great start. Because if they did want to, if let's say that people did want to keep the government, they would at least have to come back within a capacity at which serves the people instead of overtaxing, overspending, and non-representation. That shit would just have to stop. They'd be like, well, fuck, if people aren't going to pay, well, let's make this bare bones shit and start over. Or get rid of it altogether. I don't know. I guess it just depends. But the only way we can know what the solution is that, like, you have to stop feeding the beast.
Imagine if the politicians weren't spending our money and spending our future generations' money, and you're the one putting the investment forward on whatever services you want and stuff. The market might probably be better, I think. Because these politicians, all they do is speculation, and they do promises.
Well, they're not representing us. They're representing their their CEOs. They're like their board members. They represent the shareholders. They give a fuck about the corporations, not us. They don't give a fuck about us. Care about the companies that are paying them behind the scenes. Like there should be no such thing as an industry is what's it called? Like the bailouts when they said like a business is uncrashable, or what was the word?
Too big to fail.
Yeah, too big to fail. That shit's got to stop right away. That shit's got to stop. That's some bullshit. If they've been messing around, they're working with legislators, they make all these loopholes, and then they intentionally bankrupt the whole nation using their know-how, and then get bailed out for bankrupting us intentionally while making tons of money. They're making money on both sides. This is This is like them working together to fuck everybody. So, like, yeah, get rid of the non-representation in government so that these corporations can just walk all over our buttholes.
Who's gonna protect us? Who's gonna protect the children? If not the government.
You know what they told me the other day? Well, who's gonna build the roads? You know, they ain't fixing the roads right now, dumbass. Come on, bro. I promise you. You know what? In Austin, Texas, right now, they've got roads they've been working on for 4 years. Projects that should have taken 3 months. Who's going to build the roads? Come on.
The government invented the roads? They're the only ones that can make roads?
Oh, man. I missed you, Gemsy.
They have like a patent that they're the only ones that can build roads.
That's what I'm saying, dude. They fucking invented the roads. They invented taxation. Like they invented fucking us in the ass and us being like, yeah, give us more.
They invented going to they invented going to outer space and to the moon and gave us Velcro.
There you go, man. Yeah, man. That's what NASA's good at, giving us Velcro. Good job, NASA.
Yeah, bro. Science.
Dude, I can turn my shit into coffee now.
So did you get that one? Too big to fail it was? Riggs, too big to fail? Businesses.
Yeah, were you listening on the live stream or something?
Yeah, I was, yeah.
Dope, man. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, Jerry hooked me up with the term.
Okay, right. Yeah, I was trying to get to it. Yeah, too big to fail.
Yeah.
That's the expression you're looking for, yeah.
Good to hear you too, Jen. Good to hear you.
Yeah, great to hear you, man. Great to hear you.
Did I heard you ripping it up on 24/7 this morning or something too?
Cheers, man. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm always going to be putting an appearance here because this is really nice and relaxed. So that's nice. I'm always going to be here, no doubt about it.
I like to keep my options open.
Yeah, I'm just doing my rounds, that's all. You just got to do the rounds, haven't you? You know? Yeah.
Gotta spread it out a little bit. Spread that love.
Yeah, keeping everyone in check, yeah? Make sure that the flat earth is being represented properly with some real emotion, man. Get it in there.
Get it in there.
Jin Sensei.
Hey, nan desu ka?
Nan desu ka?
Genki? Genki desu ka? That means, are you well? Then you say, hi, genki desu. Okay?
Ai genki desu.
Ai, arigato, yokata. When I say yokata, I'm saying great, fantastic, brilliant. When I say yokata.
Yokata.
Yokata. Yeah.
Yokata.
That means good.
I like it.
Good, great, brilliant. Yeah. Yes, it's now, you won't believe it, but it's now coming up at 3 a.m. here in Japan. Everyone's sleeping, and I've just done the laundry, so I shall be going out shortly to go dry it. But yeah, I have a few words.
What time do you wake up?
Well, I sleep standing up, mate. I don't sleep.
I believe it.
I do believe
like in
it.
Coneheads.
That's funny.
That's my argument to the Globeheads. I'm a committed man. I sleep standing up.
When Jin gets sleepy, he goes running or cycling.
Yeah. Now, sometimes I have a nap in the afternoons. You know, when it's quiet, I then switch on the alarm, so I get up like 30 minutes before my student arrives, and then carry on.
That's great.
Yeah, I do sleep. Of course. Otherwise, I'll be dead.
Oh yeah. Sleeping feels good.
Because of this medium, and when I was much younger, I didn't have this. Back in the 80s, this wasn't around, but I was awake. I was out there till 6 o'clock playing with my mates, and then going to work straight afterwards. You know, I was doing that back then in my teenage years. Yeah, man. So if I
talking about no sleeping and if you don't believe whatever, right? Have you guys heard this? It's like a news or documentary channel called Gaia.
No, yeah, it's like a
like
big
YouTube
alien disinformation thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember like months ago they were promoting like aliens coming and teaching humankind and creating humankind and all that kind of stuff coming from above and that kind of stuff. And now they're talking about secret societies and kind of like old structures and the communications they do with symbolism, blah blah blah, through history and the plans and that kind of stuff. And now they're talking a layer above that. I think they call them like immortals. Talking, there might be immortal people that are watching.
Dude, they're hosting people like Stephen Greer, and Graham Hancock. Like these people, they push aliens really hard, and then they push like dating methods for historical stuff. So they're trying to control the history and the future with these narratives. Yeah. And they're
what do you
all
think
like
about the
pseudoscience garbage.
they saying they're immortal people that might be watching us. Immortal people. Like they're the secrets to immortality. No, that they're talking about secrets of immortality and stuff. That there might be such a thing.
Yeah, where me and you or any of us would say it's purely speculation, they kind of leave it with it's definitely a possibility. You know, when they end this kind of their series or their program. But
I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
Right. yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's what annoys me about them. Yeah, that's exactly what annoys me about them. You know, and you look at the way they carry on. You know, when they're talking about it, it's real. You know, even though it's speculation, they present it like it's a real thing. All the energy they put into this thing. You know, facial expressions, hand gestures. You know.
Yeah.
You know, whereas if it was me, I'd be saying, well, I'm not saying it. You'd have to keep saying that. I'm not saying this is real. It's just a possibility, yeah? Because even if you end up moving your hands and your gestures, someone could see that as you're making it sound real. So to keep yourself in check, you'd be saying, this is purely speculation, by the way. I know I'm putting a lot of passion into this because I've looked into it, but purely speculation. I'm not saying that it is real, okay? But it's an idea. I mean, unless we get more evidence, blah, 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 you know, but they don't do that, do they? They deliver it like it's some kind of real thing, you know, because we weren't there.
Have you guys seen this video? This one right here? I uploaded to yeah, this is fucking hilarious.
Oh, go on.
Scientism?
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, go ahead and click on it. It's not too long. It's like
no, I've seen it. I've seen it.
We come from rocks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one. I know. Yeah, that woman. Yeah, I've got that. It's crazy. We're sophisticated rocks. Mad woman.
Bro, if you put this lady in a corner with a different shirt and no makeup, people will think she's the crazy lady at the corner.
Yep.
Yeah. She's definitely mad. She speaks. You know, I'm looking at her, I'm thinking, what else are you going to make up? Let me just, you know, everything she said is made up. Is there anything truth you're going to tell me? Only your name, huh? Or is that made up as well? Yeah.
I mean, in a cartoon, you need characters, and she's probably she's a character. Maybe her name is made up. Maybe it was made up.
She says, it is not okay to think the earth is flat. Okay? How? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it is not okay to think the earth is flat. We have evidence.
Sorry.
Yeah, you have no evidence, lady. Going against all the science.
She says she's a human. She doesn't have to deal with genders. She's a human. We were talking about humans earlier. Right. So humans is a monster, an animal, a monkey. So she thinks she lives in a spinning globe, and she evolved from monkeys. So yeah, she's a human.
Yeah.
I mean, she believes she is, but that's you know.
Yeah.
If you follow the family tree, I'm pretty sure the first one was probably a man and a woman, not a monkey.
I mean, just think about the logic. Just think about the logic of evolution, right? It would have to be something weird that multiple beings had to evolve at the very same time, right? So what was going on? What happened in the earth that supposedly one thing evolved and but also the one thing on another side of the planet evolved, and I mean it doesn't make any sense. How do they actually
Planet
explain
evolved
it?
and then everything evolved, but the planet had to evolve first.
Yeah.
Yes,
And it should still be happening. It shouldn't have stopped. Why would it stop if it's evolving? It should still be continuing.
I mean, the whole thing is just ridiculous. The whole thing, the billions of years, none of that shit is provable.
Yeah.
Wait, prove that you didn't come from rocks, and that your cousins are not rocks.
Hey, hold on. Listen. That might not be as crazy as we think. Have you guys ever listened to this guy called Mud Fossil University and all the other Arterial? Well, these people tend to claim that sand and clay and dirt and stuff that's actually skin from fucking giants. So the whole rocks being organic at one time, shit. I mean, there's a possibility that could have been the case.
Well, everything breaks down and crystallizes. So,
well, if you have a lot of, if you see worms, if you look when worms eat, if you have like a bunch of worms and insects, when they poop, when you look at that residual, it looks like soil. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they could eat anything, whatever food, organic matter, and then you kind of see it's kind of like almost like soil, I would say, in a sense. So
yeah, that's
then you have then you have a lot of we have all that soil on the ground, that processed matter, but then you have rocks and layers of the earth that what the most fossil people claim is actually fossilized organic matter, like animals and that kind of sort of stuff. So yeah.
I was always fascinated by how water could filter through soil and then become clean. And I always drank it. Never had a problem whenever I drank that kind of water, mineral water, straight from the source. Never had a problem. Even here in Japan, we're lucky to be able to do that. But I'm talking about when I was in the Army cadets, because that was when I first came into contact with nature in that way. And everyone would be like scared to drink the water, but I'd say, no, this is good, man. And I'd be right in there drinking it. You know, I'd move the green algae on the top, because you're not going to do it gently. Just slide it back and ease your cup in and your mess tin in and drink. I said, yeah, this is it, man. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful, man. I had no problems. Always had faith that nature would provide. Always. You know, I really enjoyed that experience of learning. And that's where you're talking about insects, that do the poop that turns into soil. That's how they add the nutrients back in. It's all adding in the nutrients, Yeah.
Well, I think poop is a great coffee bean. So, poop and pee.
It's all part of the. But it's all part of mixture. It's necessary. It's a necessary thing. It's part of Earth. Everything that's coming out of you came from Earth, and your body has a way of cleaning the stuff that you put in and extracting the most it can from it that it can use, and then throws out what it can't use instantly.
That's literally how the body works, right? Like when you the food, right? Like the food is it's like all chemically induced. Like as soon as you put it down your throat, it chemically is in charge of, I don't know, like relaxing everything to the point that the food goes down, and some bacteria take certain parts of it and then poop out some other bacteria. I mean, it's all really interesting how it all actually works.
That's correct. That's the magic and the beauty of this earth, you see. That's what it is. This is what they're trying to stop us from getting. They want to give us crap GMO shit that they want to give us.
I started to ask myself about life. How does life actually work? Like, for example, if I create some, like if I clone or create some sort of hybrid monster. Is that hybrid monster because it's alive? Is it as the same value as me under the eyes of God, or is it there something else?
The problem with the thing with that is that I think there's another layer to what we call life, but because we see the immaterial and the things that we produce, like let's say vehicles, technology, that we use the materials that that have no life, like whatever resources, metals or that kind of stuff. We produce products and we do that, but to produce life, that's another layer to this place, because I don't we can co-create woman and man, right, or female and that kind of stuff, but we cannot create life. If we decide, hey, let's make a bee or let's make a bird, we can't just make it.
Hold on. Now let's consider that maybe these metals and these bricks, what if these things actually come from organic matter, and what if there is no thing as no life, right?
Yeah.
So all right. So I saw on TikTok, right? There's this guy. There's a few of them.
Information thing.
Well, yeah, there's a few of them that they splice together different animal DNAs and they create other, like a completely new species, right? And this is going on. It seems that this has been going on for a long time. So who's to say that somebody didn't do that with us? They took DNA from something and from something else and created us, the human, the monster, the beast.
Okay, gene manipulation, sure, yeah. That's a possibility to that, yeah. That's doable, I guess. But
so now you have to ask yourself, under God, if we were created by something that wasn't God, right? Like, for example, by the Creator's creation, how would then what position would we have under God's kingdom?
Yeah, I mean, He made God created this earth. And the biodiversity is wonderful, so you can have an African marrying an Indian, and you're going to have children already mixed there already, and that's going to go on to carry on. That's what was supposed to happen, you see. So, like I said, we haven't begun to live yet. The human race hasn't begun to live, hasn't connected. Otherwise, it would be doing that in earnest. We'd be more mixed by now. Naturally. Do you understand what I'm saying? But because
I get you.
And racism and that, this is what's stopping that beautiful thing to happen. You understand? Yeah.
I mean, I question the whole racist thing, like the different races, where they come from. I mean, the whole thing is just really interesting to me. Like, what was the original race? How is it that we came to have different races, right? Somebody started splicing DNA, because even in the Bible, they start speaking about those kind of things. That they started fucking with the genes and shit, and altering people. So this shit has possibly been going on since the beginning of time.
Yeah. That's definitely a dead cert, I would have to say there. Definitely a dead cert, because even here in Japan, right? I said to the Japanese, if I skinned the Japanese people and I skinned the Chinese people and I skinned the Korean people, how would I tell who's Japanese, who's Korean? Okay, that's
exactly. And if you look at some Mexicans, like Mexicans actually look like Asian people a little bit. Their eyes are a little bit squinty. There has to be a link there between these two people.
Yeah, I made that connection when I was like in my young days, so maybe 10, 11, 12, I made that connection already. Because I did think that the Mexicans looked like the Japanese and the Red Indian people. The Red Indians, the Japanese, and the Mexicans, they looked similar. The bone structures were there. The eyes were there in certain in certain degree. I felt that they were related somehow.
I heard something about Genghis Khan, and supposedly they are a product of Genghis Khan's rule when he went ruling the earth. That the Mexicans and the Asians, that they're all his descendants.
Right, could be. The Mongolians, another good race, the Mongolians. Another nice race of people, the Mongolians. They were around when Genghis Khan was around.
I don't know if you guys have researched this part of history, but there's some historians that say that white people haven't been here for more than 6,000 years. That there's what is being said is that the original race of people created white people as a slave race, and they because we didn't quite understood what would be the implications of it. This is why I asked: is a created race the same in value under God's eyes? So they supposedly created white people, and white people got hip to it, right? They understood that they're also God's creation, even if the original race created them. So this is why I think most of the things that are going on now with the so-called racism and white people supposedly enslaved black people, I've read and I've seen a video saying that we did it to them first. That black people actually made white people and enslaved them. This is why it happened to us, to the copper-colored people. I mean, history is very interesting, bro. Like, there's a lot of versions of history out there.
Yeah, that's very true. There is.
Look into some guy called Yakov. It's called Yakov's story. Is the story about the scientists that supposedly created white people.
Yes. Do you know they teach that in the Nation of Islam? Do you know that?
Yeah. I've heard them. I've actually done a lot of research into it. Like it sounds crazy because a lot of people are saying this. So how is it possible that most people don't know this? And that begs the question: how is it that these people created a bunch like that? There's a whole bunch of moral questions implied in that, right? How are you just going to create a race of people?
Yeah, I heard what you said in the late 80s because I became a member of the Nation of Islam, which is an American group, really, but they had a British contingent in Brixton, and me and my brother joined. My brother joined first, and he was a member for a while. Then I joined after him. Now, he joined them because we were in the army together, and then we left the TA, but he still felt like he wanted to belong to a group or something, so he joined the Nation of Islam. And he was telling me what was going on and that, so I thought I'd go and have a look. So I wouldn't say I joined them, but I went there to have a look, and I wasn't impressed with what they were going on with, you know what I mean? So I left, basically. I can't say I was actually a member. I went there to have a look, and I saw a lot of pretense. Didn't see genuine people. I saw lost black people listening to the sermon and that, not standing up. They were talking about racism, a lot of racism. I said, look, we're talking too much about racism, man. You should be thinking about racism like me. Racism is like a duck, water to a duck's back. It just rolls off, yeah? And you rise above that. That's what we've got to be doing here. We're going nowhere. We're going in circles with this racism thing. When are we going to go beyond this? And I've got white friends, Indian friends, Turkish friends. I've got white friends all over the world. So I can't hate the human race that way.
100%. I agree. I think they concentrate too much on the man and the white people. I think that is not a good way to view things, because the only difference between white people and so-called black people is the decisions that white people make. Whatever they went through in the past led them to a place that instead of buying $400 and $600 pair of Yeezys, they'll buy $20 New Balances and they'll get the same outcome, right? They save $500 and they still have a shoe on their feet protecting them from the ground or whatever, right? The thing is the decisions that dark-skinned people make and the decisions that white people make, that's the privilege. There is no such thing as privilege. The problem is that white people learn from whatever they went through. They learn from it. They were traumatized and they learned the system, and we haven't been able to learn it. So we make shitty decisions.
We're not mixing.
We make cities.
We're not mixing enough to go and learn it. That's the problem.
Exactly. We're too caught up in our own bullshit that we don't understand that we're wrong and we're doing things the wrong way. So anybody that actually understands the system and makes good decisions, we say that they have privilege when they don't have it. They just have a different way of viewing things.
Yeah. That's how I felt, that they weren't really confronting the problem properly and looking to themselves and let's see how we can make a better way. Let's go meet the people and learn from them, so you can big up yourself and better yourself if that's what you want to do. But now they're just complaining, and that. And I just said, well, I said to my brother, I can't carry on with this because it's just toxic. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, they be saying, "Oh, white people are the devil." Like, come on, man.
Yes.
How can that be productive, man? How are white people gonna feel when you're calling, even if that's the case, that they are the devil? What kind of conversation are they gonna have after realizing that they're the devil? Right? Are they gonna go and say, "Hey, I'm sorry for being the devil"? That will never work. It's the wrong way to approach things.
Yeah, and I can't have that as a conversation with the white people I know, because I know they're not the devil. They're in the same boat I'm in. I mean, we're all in the same boat basically. So I can't. I'm not blaming them, am I? I'm blaming those who are in control are the ones you have to aim your arrows at. This is what I was saying to people when they used to say, "All you niggers should go back to your country," sort of thing. I used to say, "Hang on a second, yeah." Did the niggers come to England and took England to another world and slaved them? Did the niggers do that at the time? And I said, I don't remember that happening in it, but I remember my people being slaved. So I have every right to be in this country. And if you don't like it, go to number 10 Dining Street, where the Prime Minister lives, and tell him you don't like it. Until then, shut your mouth. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Dick was always fucking giving it to him straight in the head, man. That's it. Fighting talk. That's all that's left. You either fight or you shut up. Because I was totally fed up with this, niggers being in England and, get back Sambo and all this shit. But I gave as good as I got. I said, you guys were slaved by the Romans, you stupid white bastard, you know what I mean? But that's what I was like, just giving it back in ample amounts. But don't get me wrong, I didn't go around hating everybody. I've got white friends that love me and I love them. So what are you going on with, I always said, I hate those who hate me, period. I mean, that's fair, isn't it? Yeah? That's a fair run, isn't it? If you hate me, then I hate you. Even though I don't know who you are. Wow. It's gone funny, it's gone dead, it's gone silent.
I'm going through a couple different hard drives.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Posting random shit that I find.
Rick, very interesting about that Patricia Steer. Listen, I don't care what Patricia Steer is, man. Well, I don't care, right? But what is very interesting to me is the name Patricia Steer, right?
Yeah.
When I'm working, they put like a lot of rock stations, and there seems to be a lot of hosts named Pat Steer, Patty Steer. A lot of the anchors' wives have this name Patty, right? I don't know if that name is like an official kind of mainstream
it's a
identity.
It's a reference. It's a name given to them. So in this case, it was mocking him because it's like a steer is a castrated bull.
Yeah,
but it also serves a double purpose of saying like they're going to steer the conversation kind of a thing.
Yeah,
I think that's what it is. I think it's some sort of code. Sort of code. Yeah, bro.
Like Mark Sargent, his name Sargent is an anagram for strange, and he actually he talked about this and was telling people how like he was like proud of it. It was just really weird. And Mark, as in like in strategy or an agency, it's all representative.
Yeah. He creeps me the fuck out, right? And like every time I see him, he gives me the impression of the type of people that rehearses their lines in front of the mirror because he always has the right thing to say. He's always so rehearsed, like so. Yeah. I mean, I don't buy it one bit, bro. I don't buy it one bit.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
I'm still not convinced that he's really a show on the other side. Not yet. I can't believe all that hard work that he's put in and the content. He's a nerd. Yeah. I've spoken to him loads of times. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. Okay, Jin. I'm telling you, man. Bro to bro. Yeah. It's not. Yeah. Just keep your distance. It's not. Yeah. I'll give you the lowdown, man. Like, I'll just make it easy for you. That's not for you.
Yeah. I've been following them, and just watching what they're doing. People have called him shills. I've actually put it to their face. I've said, look, the group that I'm with are calling you shills, man. You want to do something about that because they're saying you are a shill. Journalism's a shill. Dave Wise is a shill. And you're doing things that are worrying them. So please pay attention. That's what I said to him. Said that to him to his, on the Skype.
Well,
to his fucking face on Skype.
I guess like from what I've seen, and actually stuff I found out like yesterday even, it's just like every day I find out more stuff about these people and their network. So it's like Patricia, Mark, Dave, Jaren, Subrats is in there. He's one of them too. And just there's a couple more like Karen B, Dirty.
Yeah, Karen B.
Yeah, man, there's a bunch of little dirty people that they don't want you to think that they're in a network together, and they individually have their own audience. But when you actually look at it and you research back to the beginning, they were always working together. Yeah, Nathan Oakley too. He's one of them. So these people have always worked together since the beginning. It's clear what their network is, to me anyway. Yeah, and the more I look into it, the more I find. So it's just cherry on top, I guess.
Well, I mean, I just take the good work that they've got and run.
Yeah, of course. But see, they're also like, you ever wondered like, wow, these guys have really great arguments. You ever wondered that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you ever think that maybe they were given these arguments in order to get an audience?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've always got. Yesterday, Generalism was live yesterday with Dave Weiss, and they had like nearly 700 bloody people in the chat yesterday.
Yeah, and they get super chats and money on top and stuff.
That's
but
right.
It's just very clear to me that they're money driven, but also they were there from the beginning, and they always had the best arguments, as if they were just organically finding them. How come these particular people, especially, have the best arguments? Is it perhaps maybe they were given the arguments?
I have something to say about the money there, right? I understand how it looks, right? But take how it looks out of it, because ultimately you do want to end up getting rewarded for the things that you're putting time and effort, because researching this, it takes a lot of time, right? Time that you need to work a job, to attend your family. So it would be stupid of them not to get paid somehow, right? They're going
to get paid either way, but this is just more money on top. Like if you're given a contract to do this job all day, every day, you're going to eventually just find a way to make money doing it because you're doing it all day, and it's money on top. So why not?
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying, because there's a lot of conspiracy theorists that, like, I'm talking about the paranoid ones, that they have this thing that as soon as money is involved, they like, oh no, because the truth should be free. Who told you that that's the case? When has that ever been? Who owes you truth? Nobody owes you truth.
Exactly.
Like,
this is what I tell people all the time. Like,
free.
We walk by millionaires every day, and it's almost like walking by a millionaire. They owe you money. No, like nobody owes you shit. He doesn't have to pull out his wallet for nothing. He doesn't owe you anything just because he has money. But this is the same thing. It's actually more so with knowledge. Just because somebody has knowledge doesn't mean they owe you anything,
100%.
Especially when it benefits them.
100%. Nobody, bro, this is what I learned. That nobody is in charge, guys. This is like the ideology that the government has to give us the truth, and why will they lie to us? Because they don't have any inclination to tell us the truth. They have no responsibility to give us the truth whatsoever. There is no document, there is no paper, there is nothing signed that says that they have to tell us the truth. That doesn't exist. We just, for some reason, we expect it.
That's why we shouldn't be voting for them then, if that's the case. If we're not expecting any truth and they are going to endanger our health, our lives, and deceive us, send us into wars which they've created so we lose our lives that we're paying for, then you've got to ask yourself the question: what the fuck am I doing in the voting line, putting my X? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Because that's what's going on. If that's the case, if we cannot expect the governments to tell us the truth, why the fuck are these people voting them? That's
well, see, and they put these agents in place with the expectation of you don't owe anybody anything because they are not owed anything either. They have to earn it as well. So, like, throughout the whole chain, just because you get free information on the internet doesn't mean they fucking owe you. You still got to put in your own work, and you still need to validate what they're telling you, because they will lie to you too. If it makes them money, they'll lie to you too. They'll tell you the truth, sure, because it makes them money. But if they got a really juicy lie, oh man, hey, guess what I found out today? Right? Bunch of views come in. You know, maybe they'll make a correction later. Maybe not. Maybe they'll just take the juice, you know?
Yeah. I do like the way they package their, you know, the guys that you're calling shields, the way they package the information and deliver it, like Generalism, the way he attacks NASA non-stop. I think that's good. And if he's getting money for that when he's doing it live or whatever, so be it. That's a lot of time invested in producing the quality of the videos that he has done. The same with ODD, the same with Dave Wise, the same with Dave Murphy, you know, allegedly Dave. Who else am I missing out there? Eric Dubay and Phuket Word, Flat Earth.
Well, I don't know, man. I think maybe allegedly Dave is for real.
Oh, he's definitely for real. Yeah,
I think he's for real.
See, I find a problem with that. I find a problem with because how does one draw the line from being a regular person to being a semi-successful flat earther? How does one draw the line to right? Like, is it possible to become a successful flat earther without being a shield? How does one go about not getting that label from your own people?
Well, you know what is interesting
that's
though?
the problem, isn't it? Yeah.
So if I were to make an argument against Dave, because I don't know, I really liked his interview, but he was on like a television channel before I even know who the fuck this guy is, you know, so that's kind of a red flag. But then also his son came out with his own YouTube channel and it was pretty wholesome, to be honest. But then his son ended up doing an interview as a flat earther on some big YouTube station. And then he didn't tell anybody. So I had to find out through his voice, like, wait a second, I know who this dude is. This is Dave's son.
The IRM media guy, right?
Yes. No. It's the Red Flag Media guy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about, though.
I don't buy that Dave is a shield. I don't buy that. Dave was actually the guy that woke me up to the legal system when he said on the interview that most of it is a lie. Most of the things that we think are a lie, man, that should just spark something in me, and I just started researching everything after that.
Oh no, Dave's not a shield. No.
Well, Dave also said he was like at 9/11 too, or something. Like he worked.
That's right.
In the towers. So I don't know. I don't know like what his real background is.
Yeah, he said he was working in a finance company over there, didn't he, or something? He said. Yeah, when that happened, he's since got divorced. You know. Yeah, and that was a bit of a mad one as well. Lost his house, gave up.
It seems like he's had real consequences, though. You know, like all these other flat Earth people, no consequences. You know what I mean?
Yeah. True.
Like if you and I came out flat Earth in a professional industry, we would go through all those consequences.
Oh, definitely.
All these other people that have just been persistently on the YouTube channels and all the chat rooms and shit and the side chats, like they don't suffer consequences. They literally just go through life. It's just kind of unnatural.
Yeah, they're unfazed, aren't they? They're being hit. Even though Generalism lost his job, though, didn't he? He lost his job from.
Well, he was doing a bookstore.
That's right, and he was doing a great job working in a bookstore, making sure the customers were being well served, and he was trying to sell as many books as he could, because you know each shop is there in competition to see how much they could sell. But then it went under new management, and that's how he lost his job. You know.
Do you know who else ran a bookstore?
I think you guys are mistaken. I think you guys are confusing. He used to be a pharmacist.
He did both.
And the book thing, I think he used to sell books on Amazon. I don't think he actually worked in a book.
No. Journalism was working for a bookstore.
He wasn't.
It was his own bookstore, right?
Yeah,
he had a website selling books.
No, it wasn't his own. No, it's not his own. He worked for a bookstore chain, and it came under new management. You see, right? And the things he used to do for the customers, the management said, "Yeah, stop doing that for the customer. Like special customer service, having it delivered to their house and things like that. That's got to stop." And he couldn't understand why he had to.
No. You're getting confused, Jen. He worked.
Story.
Well, he worked for a like a small pharmacy.
Yeah,
and then it turned corporate, and then he couldn't maintain the customer base the way he wanted to.
Yeah.
Well, this is the story anyway.
Yeah, I think you're confusing the story, Jen. No.
So the
bookstore was like
is
an Amazon thing that he had.
Yeah, so he sold books on, I think, Amazon and his website. Yeah. After the fact.
You see, he was let down by religion. That was the first thing. He was working at a bookstore. This is the story that I heard from him. Working at a bookstore. And
raised as a Catholic.
Chain. Yeah, books. Yeah, that's right. Bookstore chain. And this chain of stores came under new management. And the things that he used to do to help the shop sell books and look after customers was being curtailed, stopped. And in the end, he could see that he was being pushed out of the bookstore. And that's why he left. That's how he lost his job. That was the first story that I heard from Generism. I'm never going to waver from that. That's what I heard. He said it out of his own mouth. That's the story he came with. And he
that's really close.
Nothing about pharmacy because he hasn't got. He's never worked in. I've never heard him say he worked in a pharmaceutical place. Never heard.
Yeah, he was the manager of a pharmacy.
Never heard that. It was a bookstore that he was
like a local
pharmacy. I think you have it backwards, man. It was a pharmacy.
I'm gonna have to look into it. I'm gonna have to look into it, but it was a bookstore that he worked at. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do, and let me see if I can contact him right now and check.
He may have worked for a bookstore at one stage, but he got disgruntled with the chemist that he was working for, the pharmacy, and then him and Missa opened up their online bookstore. That's it.
I'm just going to check because they moved on to Telegram. You see, so I can quickly ask him if he's going to answer it. I don't know, but there we go.
I mean, I just don't know.
He may have worked for a bookstore, right? But that's not the one that is disgruntled with.
Yeah, I knew he was doing such a good job at this bookstore, but then a new management came. And so basically, he didn't like what was going on, and then they kind of like gave him his marching orders. He just left the place. He was working at a bookstore. Let me just check this.
Well, I don't think that Math Powerland is a shill.
You don't think who's a shill?
Nah, not at all. I've got a friend that actually went and stayed with him for 2 weeks.
Who, Jaren?
Back in 2015.
Who, Jaren?
No, Math Powerland.
Well,
all the way from New Zealand to stay with him for 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, look, man. Math Powerland was used in the Behind the Curve movie to talk about Mark Sargent actually being Dennis Sluka. So,
wow.
It's a little too specific for me to just pretend like that wasn't staged.
And on Math Powerland, that right there is a suspicious character.
Yeah,
I didn't buy him. I didn't buy him one bit, bro. I didn't buy anything he said one bit. I mean, I liked his information, but like the character that it doesn't jive with me, man.
It's a little too fake.
Yeah.
You guys remember when he started doing the guitar thing and just promoting guitar and everybody donations and bullshit? Like it was all about money after a while with him.
Oh yeah.
No, that's how artists make their money, right? In every way they can.
Didn't he? He's white.
Yeah, but he stopped producing flat Earth content. He was just doing guitar and shirts and shit. Like he wasn't spreading information. At least Jeranism and Weiss, they give us information. They give us some sort of platform, right? Weiss with his app or whatever. But this idiot he wasn't doing anything but playing his guitar.
Well, it seems like his only role was to just to cause controversy, because all he did was just like call people out and be an asshole.
Oh, there was also this guy named Jake the Asshole. I don't know if you guys remember him.
Yeah, Jake.
Jake's character, I believe, maybe.
Yeah, man. I've been here since the beginning, bro. I've seen all of these people. I've seen people become from nobody to become huge flat earthers. You know, I saw the rise of D Marble. I saw the rise of Jake the Asshole. I saw the rise of Jeranism. I saw the rise of all of these people. You know that a lot of these people are taking things that we say, right? The regular people, the people that really don't want the limelight, like myself. I don't see myself having like a big flat earth channel. Like that isn't really in my future goal. So, but a lot of people take the things that we say and they pass it off as their information. You guys remember? Well, of course you guys remember, but you guys remember the long hallway analogy, right?
What about it?
I came up with it. That was something that came out of my head. And back in Jose's, I was trying to explain to the Globers how perspective works and how things will look lift up. And I used the long hallway analogy. After that, Red Pill Philosophy took it because in those times he was hanging in Jose's. And then this other guy made a video on it, and they never gave me credit for any of it. They just took and until this day, most flat earthers give you that long hallway analogy, never giving me credit for any of it. Life is Short, I think, was the one that came up with the long video about the long hallway thing and perspective. I think Life is Short. I think he picked it up from Red Pill Philosophy that picked it up from me when I said it back in Jose's.
Man, you just got it from me, media.
Nah, bro. I think I can actually prove it. I think that video's out there somewhere in Jose land, in one of Jose's old videos where I said it. I actually looked up a picture and tried to explain to Globers because I can't mathematically derive it, right? Because I'm not the math guy, but I am an artist, so visually I'm able to explain things differently. Right, I don't know if this thing that artists have that they're able to understand things better. So I try to give them that analogy for them to understand what the sun is doing or what it's possibly doing. And from that, it snowballed.
Yeah, if you say so. You're just lucky that your shit was recorded, mine wasn't, because I said like 17 years ago.
Dude, it's not only that. That's just one of the things I can remember. I've said so many things that people they just like it and it kind of clicks.
So basically, you're clickbait.
It could be a little clickbait. The thing is, I'm like a really creative guy. You know that I always have like a weird way of seeing things. So I'm always out there, always try to connect dots and shit, which leads me to say things that it resonates with people. Like Riggs, like the thing I said about the mixing of the fabrics, that was something that I concluded from all the research I've done. I've never actually seen like official documents until you gave me the link, which only gave me goosebumps because I've only thought about it as a crazy theory that I had. And then you confirmed this crazy theory that I had, which is weird.
Well, it's definitely. I'm going through all my clothes right now, dude. I'm gonna go buy a bunch of linen and fucking wool and shit. It's happening.
Okay.
Are you talking about like in the Bible how it says not to mix fabrics?
Yeah.
Let me post a link again, bro. Let me post a link. It's science.
Yeah, I heard you. I came on the tail end of that.
There you go. I'm gonna post it right now.
All right.
I said that one time in Brandon's server. My suspicion of what mixing of the fabrics actually is doing, and why is in the Bible. And you guys remember this Australian chick? What is her name? Damn, the Australian lady that used to go a lot on that she changed her name to Autodidactic. Fuck. What is her name? Who the fuck is calling me? Give me a second, guys.
So I can't have steak and bacon anymore.
Just eat chicken nuggets.
Paige. I was talking about Paige.
Oh yeah, Paige.
So I said what I thought about the whole mixing of the fabrics and what it could possibly do to our bodies. And the very same day, she told the room that very same thing. But I don't think she said it to kind of take my idea. I just think it resonated with her a little bit. So it resonated, and she just repeated what I said. And that has happened to me a lot in this movement. I just don't say nothing because I really don't give a fuck. I'm not trying to get fame or money from this. I just really want to understand the nature of my reality. So I don't really give a fuck about it.
Yeah, guys, can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
Yeah. You're coming out good, man.
Yeah, I just got it from him from the horse's mouth. I owned an online bookstore, is what he said.
Yeah, that's what we were telling you, that he used to sell books online. The story about him being disgruntled was about the pharmacy, not a bookstore.
Oh, okay. Right, I got it ran the wrong way there. I thought it was that he was disgruntled with the bookstore, but it was the wrong way around. Okay, right.
Yeah, I don't think he's a shield. Like I don't. He could be. You know what I'm saying? He could be. But I don't think Jeranism is a shield. Or David White.
Neither do I. I don't think it's a shield at all. No, that's the last thing on my mind. So I wrote to him. I said to him that the guys that I'm speaking with now seem to think you are working in pharmacy. I'm under the impression that you worked in a bookstore and it came under new management and you were disgruntled. And you did because they were undoing all the good work that you'd done, getting the customer base up and relating to the customer, and they were changing the rules, and then you decided to leave. And then as I'm writing that, he said he chimed in with, I owned an online bookstore. I said, oh, okay, right. So there you go.
Well, I've heard him tell the story at least 2 or 3 times. He definitely worked at a pharmacy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I got it round the wrong way there. Yeah. So I misunderstood what he was saying. I thought he was working at a bookstore.
You guys heard about what happened to supposedly Antonio Subarats? That he supposedly passed?
Yeah, apparently he passed from cancer. That's correct. Sunday night, he passed away peacefully in his sleep. That's coming from his sister, who put it on a video with a dedication, R.I.P., Antonio Subarats. So, yeah, Sunday night.
Damn, that's like the fourth. That's like the fourth or third flat earth gone this month, right? Or
Yeah,
this or in the past 2 months?
Yeah, correct.
What you guys think about Fokker? What you guys think about what went on with Fokker? You guys think it was like something shady going on?
Yeah. Generism's just chimed in. Yeah, not a bookstore. I was the manager of a drugstore. Okay.
In America,
Yeah.
drugstores are pharmacy. Yeah.
Yeah. Then I left and opened a bookstore. Okay, that's it. Yeah, that's the one.
Hey, so let's pretend. Okay, let's pretend that. Well, just look at this. I'm going to post this. Look at the name of the channel.
I'm not looking yet. Hang on. Where do you?
I had a little argument with him one time with Antonio Subarats about fucking what the fuck is the name of this guy? The Benjamin. What the fuck is his name? The guy that he was a celebrity, then he became a flat earther. Was it
Owen Benjamin?
Oh yeah, Owen Benjamin. Yeah, because he was saying like Owen was some sort of shield, and I truly don't believe that. I don't believe that this man is, with all the shit that he went through, that he's some sort of shield.
Well, I'm trying to possibly. I mean, look, left-hand path means black magic. Okay, like if these are the people that are praising him, then perhaps he was part of some order that we don't know about, and this was a job he was doing.
That argument that I had with Antonio actually made me question that maybe he was some sort of maybe he had some sort of an agenda.
Well, that's what they do, right? They call other people out when they're the one.
He was the one that started with the Patricia Steele was a man thing,
right?
Because supposedly he slept with her or something, and yeah. Because at a certain point, Patricia was like homeless or whatever, and she was living with him, and he figured out that she was a trans or whatever.
Oh,
but it's really weird. How did she go from being a homeless trans? But how did she go from being? Well, that's the story that he was giving out there.
Dude, she's rich. She's had bougie everything for her whole life. She's been paid. Dude, she's had surgeries done to go from a man to a woman. She's had everything she's needed her whole fucking life, pampered to all hell. There's no way that she was ever homeless. Not possible.
I mean, so that whole story that he gave out was shady. Then it was bunk.
Now you got it, dude. Left-hand path. It's not the first LHP person I've bumped into in these circles, man. They're literally here to embed themselves into a community to pretend to sabotage, to play as an agent. That's what LHP would do here, and that's what the other ones I've met do here.
Wow, you guys remember Jamie Brown?
Yeah. He became he went back to the globe, Jamie Brown. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a pretty cool guy. I went on his lives a few times. He's a pretty cool dude.
Yeah, I think he's a shell though. That one.
Really, Jamie Brown?
Yeah, there's no way you're going to go back to the fucking globe when you know all what you know. What you're doing going back to the globe for? What's going on there? Come on. He was there to undermine the flat Earth movement. That's what I think. Definitely.
Well, that's my first reaction. Is that I just honestly I never trusted these people anyway. And then as soon as they switch back, it's like, oh, okay, well, go figure.
Yeah, I called him out on it many times. I've been on his channel many times. He's been on my channel. The real conversations going on with me and Lee Guna and what's his name, Tom Corner. We had a like a 3-month live, all topics. And Jamie Brown was always, and I pulled him up every time. I said, "There's no way you would go back. What is the evidence you had that brought you back to the globe? How could it be? You know the flat Earth. You were flat Earth. What's going on?"
Drop a link to your channel, man, so I could subscribe to you.
The Jin CBR one. Oh, okay. It's called Real Conversations Going On. We don't do it anymore for now, but that's what it was. Real Conversations Going On. Okay, you'll find a couple of us talking, like 4 or 5 of us talking, and Jamie Brown was there as well. Called him out many a time. Real Conversations Going On. It was started by Lee Guna, myself, Tom Corner, Jamie Brown was also there, and then we had Jez, and it was fantastic. Here we go. As Jerry was again one last time, what do you have to say?
I think it's funny that if let's say I call these a couple of people that died shills, right? But what if it's just likely that they served their purpose and then they cut them off and they didn't. It's not like they pretend died.
Like the character, like it's the death of the character. You mean?
Well, no. What I'm saying is that it's. So usually I come from the angle of, oh, they just fake their death and they have a new identity they're taken care of and stuff. But I think in this case, when it comes to flat Earth and what they may have learned on the inside, I think it would have made more sense just to dispose of them.
Damn, like he served his purpose kind of thing?
Well, like I think there was maybe a couple people who thought they were on the inside team. And then once they were used up, they got rid of them.
Is that not kind of the thing though? Like with the government, like it seems to be a reoccurring thing that as soon as they're not needed, they're like end up missing or suicided or something like that. Like it should be obvious at this point. Like I wouldn't fuck with the government. Like I wouldn't be on some CIA informant type shit because I know that as soon as I'm no longer useful, they're gonna dispose of me. They're gonna kill me. Jen, I can't find your channel on YouTube, man.
Okay, I'll try and do something. Hang on.
Wouldn't waste a bullet. Just kidding, bro. Just kidding. No, it's serious matter. People die, People do die, and it's been going on. People dying. It's been going on for a long time. So People do die. And people do get killed, yes. Probably in any circle.
You guys seen that Russian guy Yuri Bezmenov and how that interview about subversion and how the enemy infiltrates movements and stuff and he put that's a very interesting interview, man.
Yeah, and it's like everything that we're seeing today. Like it's very obvious to people like us. But back then, man, when you don't have the internet, you don't really have like a source for this information to change your point of view. Like, can you imagine knowing that back then when you're kind of like all by yourself? And then today we can like meet up with people and be like, hey, do you see that bullshit? And they're like, yeah, I see that bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, could you imagine being the person that realizes these crazy things and having to convey that message? Like they will treat you like you're crazy because they just don't have enough information to make that discernment, but you do. Yeah. And now that we have the internet, I mean, I think that the internet, like, there's something divine about it. I can't quite explain it, but even when I'm thinking about something, right? Like you guys know that when you guys say something like, "Oh, I'm gonna buy some bed sheets." Right, very next fucking hour, you get a commercial on bed sheets, right? But has it ever happened that you guys think about something?
Yep, I think about it. I get up in the morning.
Just think about it. You don't mention it. You don't talk about it. You just think about it, and in a few hours, you get some sort of advertisement. Explain that shit to me, man.
Dude, I did a whole talk on this like a few weeks ago. Like, dude, I will look at something random, completely. There's like 100 things in my room. I look at something that's completely detached, has nothing to do with anything. I'm just looking at it. I think about it for a second and I think, oh, you know what? Maybe I should go make a trip and do this. My phone is in the other room or something like that. Like nothing's happening. You know, I didn't say it out loud. I didn't tell my friends about it. I thought about it once, and literally later that day, I'm like, oh, look, 50% off on fucking on curtain rods or some shit like that. I'm like, okay, seriously? Like a curtain rod fucking advertisement out of nowhere?
Yeah, at a certain point, you have to question, like, okay, man, it can't be that everybody is going through the same experience and there isn't some sort of correlation, right? Is it maybe that I don't know, the internet or the frequencies or whatever? Man, listen, man, it's very weird. I wish somebody could explain it to me. You know,
it's because the companies already know when you bought your last bed sheets like a year ago. They already know they're dirty, so they could recommend you to buy new ones. You gotta replace them.
No, all right. I get that might be a case, right? But what we're talking about is not saying the thing that you want, just having a random thought and having that random thought being advertised to you. This tends to happen to a lot of people that own cell phones.
Yeah, it happened to me too. And stuff that I mention out loud, that happened too.
I mean, the mentioning out loud thing is a given now because they've already went to Congress and said that they're listening and watching everything. So that's a given, right? But to think about something and have them advertise it, bro, that's a completely different thing, man.
It's a whole new level. Hey, it's convenient. You don't have to waste energy. You just stay quiet, think about it, and you get offers. And then you just pull your credit card out and buy it. And this is the reason you were thinking about changing your bed sheets. Maybe it's time. And they making it easy for you, bro. What easier you want it? How easier you want it, bro? You can just click your screen, order it, and it's in your house same day or next day. Come on, bro. Why are you complaining? Or just go to Target yourself, or someone will bring it at your doorstep. Instacart. It's very convenient. They can be inside your mind, bro. Making your life easier. Don't tell me you have an order. You have an order from Walmart.com.
To what extent is that convenience of reading our minds and stuff? To what extent does that like deteriorate our humanity?
Well, to the system that is being put in place, that's probably part of the next level. You know, this everything is digital, everything is convenience. People want this; they want their food in front of their door. You know, this is if it's actually a thing. I haven't seen the paperwork or the technology that they can read your mind and know what you want to eat today before you even say it, right? I don't know if that's an actual thing, but I wouldn't put it out of the possibilities these days. I wouldn't be surprised.
You guys remember the tinfoil happy, the originator of the whole tinfoil? The reason why they were putting tinfoil in their heads in the first place is because they were saying that these people could read our minds, and supposedly the aluminum reflects the frequencies or whatever. That came out of that whole idea that the government has a technology that they tap into your mind, or I don't know if I'm confusing the tapping into your mind or the technology called the voice of God, which is like a frequency that puts voices directly in your head.
Hey, Matrix, do me a
could it be a
favor.
subliminal message thing?
Explain to Lemon and Geo about that cloth shit. That'd be great.
Oh, I think Gio heard me the first time I said it. Gio, do you remember when I said the thing about the reference of the Bible and the mixing on the cloth and why it might be important for us to pay attention? Like, for example, cloth and fabric is usually comes from an organic source, right? Which has to carry some sort of frequency, some vibration. And if we're mixing them improperly, it's possible that it gives out some sort of frequency that is detrimental to our bodies, and we just don't understand it. You're there, Gio?
Possible that he's just listening for now. So yeah.
I'm here. Yeah,
Well,
I'm on my
Lemon's here
phone.
too, so.
I was listening, but I'm not. I don't know if I remember that exact conversation. Or if you want maybe refresh my memory again.
Yeah, I was talking about that in Brandon's once, and I think you were there, Paige were there. We were just like building or whatever, talking about random shit.
Well, Sister Carrie Burner talks about how they attacked her with nanotechnology that was able to beam and receive and direct signals. And so it does look like there is some sort of beam forming or some sort of radio technology that is, usable with, this sort of stuff beaming, a message directly into a person in their head or something to that effect. It does look like some of that is possible, yes.
I mean, there was a guy that invented a technology called the voice of God, right? This guy invented this technology, and next thing you know, he was suicided with 2 bullets to the back of the head. If you could explain that somehow. So he went on record saying that he invented this technology, that the government does have it, and they killed him.
Sort of like the Masons that would build the secret passages for like the elites in their castles and stuff, and so they would take their secrets with them in death, and they'd kill all the construction team or something like that. It's the same with these government projects. You make these secret projects for them, and then you meet an untimely death. The dead tell no secrets, as they say.
The dead tell no tales.
So this appears to be the reason why they have technology that's leaps and bounds beyond what the public has access to. If it's too revolutionary or too cutting edge, you're co-opted, bought out, or killed, as it were. Case in point, Nikola Tesla having his labs burned when he tried to give people relatively free energy from the earth and the air, from the ether. And others, Stanley Meyer trying to give us a car that runs off of water, dying by poisoning, a very Jesuitical way to go. The poisoned cup, the poisoned vaccine needle, the strangulating cord, etc., etc.
So Matrix, do you think that that they have the capacity to actually read thoughts? Like, do you think that do you think that they, like, I'm talking like an actual technology, not necessarily psychic ability, telepathic, but actual, like an actual device that can actually read thoughts successfully? Do you think that exists?
I'm not convinced that it does exist, but I wouldn't put it past them. Because it's all right, it's all just frequency, like electricity and frequency. So why wouldn't they have developed this technology already when it's already technology out there? It's like trying to explain Bluetooth. How do you explain that you can listen to music from a little device that isn't connected to anything that's picking up frequency from the ether, right? Like that is just as miraculous as picking up our thoughts, right? Because it's all just frequency and waves and shit.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Although, I mean, Bluetooth is like a particular form of radiation, that can that has its function in terms of like the way that it sends a signal and everything. Whereas, thoughts are on a bit of a different spectrum. But I do see what you're saying about the link there. But it's just an interesting thought. Like, are our thoughts, private to us or not? That's
are they even ours? Like, do we actually originate from us or externally? So if you've been in this moment, if you guys been in this moment for a long time, I don't know if you guys have this happen to you guys, that you're thinking about a certain topic, Coriolis or whatever, and next thing you know, somebody else comes and was thinking about the same topics and draw the same conclusions. Like that has happened to me so many times in this movement, right? It seems like we're maybe mentally linked somehow.
Telepathy is the word you're looking for there, I think. They're telepathically linked, yeah? Is that what you're saying? Possibly?
Yeah, like something like that.
Or,
Like
or when you're thinking of someone and they call you the next minute.
Yeah, that kind of shit. Like that, there has to be an explanation to that. Like when you think about someone and then they call you, or you end up seeing the person just randomly, like, oh shit, I was thinking about you. Like there has to be something more to that than just coincidence.
Yeah, but some of that stuff I could see, like that's in the spectrum of like synchronicity and like telepathy and just the interconnectedness of all of us. Whereas the other one is actually like that there's actually individuals or entities that actually have like a device, like an actual physical device that could read your thoughts. Like I would think those are somewhat in different categories, because like the metaphysical synchronicity stuff, that is endless. I mean, I've seen that happen so many times, and many of us have, like, in terms of that. And but then the other level of it is, an actual technology that exists that could read someone's thoughts, in that way.
I mean, think about it, right? Think about it. If they have the technology that could put voices in your head, right? Can't they just reverse that technology somehow so that you wouldn't be putting voices? You will be extracting whatever voices the person already has. Is it that far-fetched to think about that? I mean, if you put it in that way.
Right, I see what you're saying, and it seems like those would be interchangeable in a way. Yeah, like if they're able to implant, then they would have to like know what to implant, basically, or like how to do that, and vice versa.
Yeah, how to reverse engineer it.
Yeah, or is it something that they want to do but haven't been able to yet? You know, like because that does seem like a pretty high level thing to actually be able to read someone's thoughts with the device. I could also imagine that there'd be a way that they could put thoughts into your, or you know, some kind of frequency into your brain, but also not be able to read your thoughts. Like that could be possible too. That it's like they can only do it one way.
I've been doing this for a while. I posted the link.
Okay. So think about monks, right? And these people that take these vows of silence, right? And there's usually like what 20, 30 monks in one sanctum or whatever they call it, sanctuary. How are these people communicating with each other? How are they getting their needs verbalize, right? Like if they need something, like how are they getting that across to the other person that is also not talking, unless there is some sort of psychic connection that they've tapped into, right? Which is why I think they take that vow of silence, because I actually believe that words are spells. So I think they realize this and they want to cause no evil, so they don't want to speak, because they understand that words might be spells. They want to go back to nature, where like animals, right? Dogs, cats, they don't talk to each other. They communicate on a way that we are not even close to understanding. So I think that's what's going on with monks. They are tapping into that nature of communication that we disregard it as bullshit. Because a lot of people say that the animals don't have souls, man. I listen, man. I disagree cold-heartedly, bro. I've seen animals save other animals from imminent death. I could see the desperation and when they're trying to save the animal, how they look. I could see that they're terrified that this creature is going to die and they need to save it. If they don't have a soul, man, how do you explain that behavior? Oh, and I don't think it's very difficult to put thoughts in your heads. I think it's all about suggestion. So I you know, like I don't know if you guys seen these movies, like what is the name of these the four horsemen or whatever, that they convinced the guy to give him the password to you know, whatever, the bank or whatever. So I don't think they necessarily have a technology to put in your thoughts in your head, but they have mastered a way to do it without having to physically transmit thoughts into your head through suggestion.
Yeah, well, my father was a shaman, and he did one really amazing thing one time. I had this dog that was just barking. It would just bark all the time. And then one day popped over. He said, "You heard that dog barking lately?" I said, "No." He said he changed its dream cycles. It was having bad dreams, and it never barked again.
Wow, that's crazy. It's like these people that talk to animals, like these dog whisperers and things. Like, how the fuck do you explain that they're able to tap into what these animals are feeling?
Yeah, it's the same as distant healing.
I mean, you have to question the whole healing and getting sick thing, right? So it's like, right, let's say that you have some sort of weird cancer. So is it that we're constantly getting cancer and not and curing ourselves? So when you go to a doctor, right, and you have this cancer, they pinpoint that you have this cancer. They make it an issue that you have to cure this cancer. But what if you naturally just get cancers for whatever, bullshit foods you're eating, genetically modified foods, but your body takes care of them? What if the point of doctors is to just pinpoint that when you get the cancers to exploit it?
It's mind over matter. That's what it is, man. You can manifest your own reality with your thoughts. And I think that's why the monks are so silent, because they don't want to clutter their thoughts with any other thing than their goal.
But remember, they take their vow of silence, but it isn't that they're not having thoughts, because I don't know if one can control the ability to have thoughts, because you have visuals, right? And every time you see things, you think things. So I don't think it's necessarily because of the thoughts, and I think it's more because of the evil that you're doing when you're talking, when you're using language, which is developed just for means of control. Right? You just think about language and how long it would take to develop a language and vowels and consonants and nouns. Bro, that shit does not sound like an easy task to do. For somebody to develop a language, there has to be some nefarious reasons. Because why? Why invent a language for people? Because why not we just use whatever language is already available? Why have more than one language in the first place if it isn't for the sole intention of deceiving?
You could change the way that you view the world in, like in a week. Like if you hang out with some friends and they talk shit all the time, and they talk about porn and girls and shit and just dribble like utter nonsense, but you still hang out with them and you still have a beer and stuff, but you go away for a retreat for a whole week and you just live healthy and have good intentions and meditate and all sorts of good stuff, and then you come back after a week and hang out with those people, you'll probably leave within 10 minutes because you just won't be on the same frequency.
Oh, dude, that's literally the story with me and most of my friends and family. Like, I'm like the conspiracy guy, like I always try to give it a real point of view. Like, whenever like mainstream media gives us some sort of story that we should be outraged, whatever Black Lives Matter bullshit is going on, like I always try to give them a different perspective, and they always treat it like, oh, I'm just the crazy conspiracy guy, because they're all on the same bandwagon. They have never deviated from their thinking ever. So when I give them a different perspective, it's like I'm trying to, like, I don't know, like I'm trying to. It sounds strange to them that somebody has a different idea than them.
Yeah, well, if you win the lottery one day, or if you've got some money saved up, take them all on a one of those health retreats where you just meditate and do yoga and lay back and have smoothies and fucking juicing and healthy food and just all of that sort of stuff. No TV, no radio, no talking shit, just like people giving you really good advice, and then don't talk about any conspiracies for the whole time. Come back and just see how they are and see what perceptions that they may have changed. And it's just people are just filled with so much dross and propaganda and fucking negativity, and it's just that people are stuck in their little comfort zones, and they don't want to leave their vices and their habits and all of that behind. They just want to cling on to it as long as they can because that's what their crutch, you know. That's what they rely on.
But is it that they've decided not to ask questions and just accept what's given to them? Like, you think it's a conscious decision that they make not to question things because of the implication of the questions?
Yeah, no, they're afraid of their paradigm being busted, their bubble being burst. They're afraid to, you know, if they leave their little world behind, they're afraid what's going to happen. You know.
I mean, in that sense, I kind of understand them because it's terrifying. You know, like, again, one of the things that happen when you understand the flat Earth is that the nature of your reality, you have to view it in a different way, and it's terrifying when you come to the conclusion that you don't really know what's going on. You don't really know what anything is. It's terrifying.
I got questions. Questions. Okay. So going back to 1938, okay. I guess we discovered or at least made Pluto an official planet, right? And it was also the same year that Disney released Pluto the dog in Disney films, the animated character. Now,
really, that's a good vibe.
Well, yeah, I already knew that. I didn't know that you didn't know that, but the picture, I think it was released in 2009 or something like that, of the picture of Pluto, the first picture of Pluto, and it had his face on it, right? Now, the interesting thing I came across was there was this documentary by Truth Stream Media. You know that one? They used to work for Alex Jones, and then they lost their jobs for some reason, and they started making shit on YouTube. I'll pull up the video right now. And
so you're not talking about when Pluto was discovered, but when they called it a planet? Is that what you're saying? Because they say it was discovered in 1930.
Maybe it was discovered in 1930, and I think they officially made it a planet the same year that Pluto was it's. Let me look it up, because when I looked it up, it was the same year. Whether it's 1930 or 1938, it's the same year. Could be 39. I don't remember exactly. But regardless of that point, you can keep looking that up for a second. I'll look for this video. So remember the Truman Show. So they were talking about how in the Truman Show, the light that fell on the ground from the sky was Sirius something or other. It's the brightest star in the sky, basically. And they were talking about how I think it's called something Pluto. And they were talking about how it represents like I guess I think it was Freemasonry that the dog actually represents something. It has to do with you being the master and telling the dog what to do, kind of a thing. And it just totally clicked with me. I'm like, oh shit, Pluto, the dog. And I want to just like share this video with you guys and see if you can get anything out of it. It's only about 27 minutes. But it came out, I think last year in the summer. Time to revisit the Truman Show. Maybe I could even find the clip. But there's just like she references so many like little details that I didn't know about, that I never would have like made the connection of, and it actually helps me with my flat Earth perspective, because like it's they think that they're coming to some kind of ultimate knowledge from the reveal of Truman Show, but little do they know it's also like a flat Earth documentary. You know, so then everything kind of has a double meaning in that respect. So she's actually like doing research for us and not realizing, kind of a thing. So let me see if I can find that clip and I can get more talking points on it.
Have you ever had the idea that you're in a Truman Show, like we're just all characters?
Oh yeah,
and
absolutely.
and paid to like fuck with your head and shit.
Yeah, of course. I'm not saying everybody's an actor, but I mean, it's gonna be that real quick.
You heard of the Bible saying that there's like 144,000 that are like the chosen ones or the fallen ones or whatever. So is it possible that some of us are the actual players and everybody else is just meant to make us think that we're just a part of the matrix? Like I mean, again, if it isn't a globe, bro, you just have to consider everything because anything could be a possibility.
Well, I will say this: there is a group of people that operate outside of our construct. There is a group of people, and then people tell me all the time, like, "Oh, well, how do they get these people to lie?" No, dude, they're the masters and we're the slaves. Like we're the dogs.
Yeah, that's the thing that people don't want to realize. That
it's not. They don't have to pay them anything extra. They're on that team, and they'd prefer that team.
I mean, listen, it isn't that difficult. Just think about, your military, your police officers. These people will shoot anybody in the head and not feel no type of way about it, simply because they believe they're being righteous.
Dude, I want to find this Pluto shit, man. This like totally blew my mind when I heard this.
All right, guys, man, I got to get dressed. I got to go out and do some family activities, man. Thank you guys for the conversation, man. Have a good one, guys.
Hit it up, Matrix. Peace. Yeah, Sirius 9 Canis Major. It's the dog star, she says. Let me fill in the rest.
Well, yeah, as you're saying that, it makes me think about how astrologically Pluto is generally known as like what it represents archetypally is power. It also represents like the underworld, and it represents like sort of corruption, secrecy.
Mm-hmm.
It's connected to all of those things, but ultimately, power. I always thought that one of the reasons that they and they know that, of course, like they know how that represents out. And I think one of the reasons they like decommissioned it as a planet was almost like metaphysically is sort of like to, sort of like change the shift of power by making it not a planet.
Yeah, his first. Okay, I was wrong. The Chain Gang. His first appearance was in 1930. Yeah, The Picnic. Yeah, Pluto Disney. So they came out the same year, literally the same.
That is crazy. And then they still, right on the Wikipedia page for Pluto, is that same one with the Pluto dog. Like they're still using that one today.
Yeah, not surprised. But then they changed it to Goofy. Isn't that interesting?
Did they change it to Goofy?
Pluto was the original character, and then they changed his name to Goofy.
Oh, why would they do that? Pluto, Goofy idea.
I know.
I mean, come on.
Well, actually, Goofy's a different character, I guess, but they're really close.
They look close, yeah. I mean, Pluto's like a younger version of Goofy.
Yeah, I guess so. So let me finish this clip real quick. Maybe we'll get some more details. Actually, let me just drop the timestamp. It's right there. You guys can follow along.
Oh, yes. Right, I'm going to pop out now. Go out to the laundry. Got to go. So, catch you guys later, yeah? Enjoy.
All right, Jen. Yep, you too.
Oh, it's another reference too. Satan was the fallen star, right? And this is a fallen star, and it references the dog, and basically Truman is the dog in the show, and that Satan represents like the embodiment of. I mean, he's basically embodied like the satanic influence or whatever to become the dog. So it kind of like wraps itself around story wise.
Yeah, and then you think there's a connection with like the fact that dogs are like generally obedient. They're usually kept in a cage of some sort.
Well, they talk about that in this timestamp, which I'm probably ruining for you. But like she goes on to say that like he's the dog, and all of the people that are supporting the lie are the dog. Like the whole system is dog based because when you support lies, everybody is guilty for it. It's crazy.
Wow. Yeah, like collectively there's I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so like this like dog reference is a Masonic reference. So I need to look into that. So instead of getting her interpretation, maybe I can get more out of it.
And then also all of like the how dogs are trained, training dogs.
Yes.
And getting them to obey you and all that stuff.
All of the people in the show, in this movie, they're actors training him, coercing him to he thinks he's the star. Well, he's the star of the show and he doesn't know it. That's the thing. There's like, I'm trying to understand how to like totally read out this message because I don't want to say it. I'm trained to say it inversely. Like I don't think like the evildoers, so I feel like if I tried to verbalize it, it would come out backwards.
What do you think about Jim Carrey? You think he's what do you think he knows?
I think he just is just trying to cope, man, to be honest. I think he's just trying to cope.
He's such a big actor. I mean, not to take the conversation into a whole Jim Carrey.
I don't think he's
but
I can't buy the idea that he's evil.
I know. He just seems like, yeah, he's got kind of a humanness to him.
And they roped him in really good. And I think that he does the best he can not to just fucking expose the whole thing. And he kind of goes crazy for it.
I mean, he is such a talent, and I don't know exactly where he came from, but in terms of his whole right. See, he seems like kind of a normal dude that was just really just incredibly funny and had all that uniqueness to him, and then kind of like I'm just saying, he doesn't seem like a plant from the beginning. Some of these other guys, like in Hollywood, seem like they might be just But
I'm trying to remember if it was his story or not. But I think what it was that like he tried to follow his dreams and his dad didn't support him, and then his dad lost his his good desk job or whatever, and suddenly it was Jim Carrey who followed his dream, like showed him up basically. I mean, not in a bad way, just like, he didn't get the support, but he was still able to make it work.
Yeah, that's a common
it's a common archetype.
Yeah.
I think that's the story. I could be wrong. I could be remembering it wrong. But actually, that was a story I came across the other day when I was looking at this. So it wasn't too long ago, actually. Because, people, they talk about Jim Carrey and like he did the whole Illuminati thing on that one TV show, and he's done like he did this Flat Earth movie, and Ed Harris is in all these other occult films and stuff. And you have to think that you have to think that like he knows something, or he knows a lot of things, or whatever. And then his girlfriend died not too long ago. And he just hasn't been the same since, really.
Yeah, he's like the archetype of like the troubled genius. Like it does seem like he's troubled, and then somehow that kind of comes through his acting.
Yeah. I think they got him by the balls, and they roped him in, and maybe they've got blackmail on him or something. Maybe they got a lot of stuff. Maybe they've already done something like to kill his girlfriend or something. I don't know. But, I think he's nailed to the wall, and it kind of drives him crazy. Because, I mean, if you notice, he's not really in movies much anymore. I think he's taken like a back seat since all of that. But yeah, it's that video is totally worth watching, start to finish. It's only 30 minutes, so. I have something I need to listen to. I'm gonna step outside for a minute, so I go on mute.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna check out that video. It looks interesting.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Yo, happy Thanksgiving, brother.
The Flat Earth Turkey.
Yoo-hoo.
What up? Can't really talk. It's Thanksgiving and shit. Got the whole fam over.